Welcome to day 3 of the New Zealand Nationals. I'm Kenji, and this is Heidi. Say hi, Heidi.
Hi everyone.
We're going to get started momentarily between two players, both of whom I'm not too familiar with. It's going to be Aiden versus, sorry, I forget, who is it against?
Oh, 1 second. It's Jenny Litchfield.
Jenny Lynchfield, okay. I don't know anything about these
So,
players, really.
Aiden is 22 from Lower Hutt near Wellington, and this is only his second tournament, so it's not a surprise that we're not too familiar with him. Jenny apparently is returning to Scrabble after a 4-year hiatus, so this is exciting, but she was a member of the Wangari Scrabble Club since 2014, and memorable first tournament in 2015, winning the Gerald Warner Trophy as the most impressive newcomer in C grade with a spread of 1,041 points. So that's all very impressive. So I think we're going to have quite the match to see here, Kenji.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think we'll get started just in a minute.
I just want to say, Kenji, I think this is the first time, possibly the first time I've actually ever spoken to you. So I'm excited to do commentary with you.
Yeah.
This should be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. We're both from from North America, but we don't really run into the same people very often.
Exactly.
So, I've seen you around, but
yeah. So just running in different circles, I guess.
Yeah.
And like you say, just we're not together in the same room very often. So.
Yeah, we're both on different coasts.
Yeah.
I don't play very many tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm pretty reclusive even when I'm at tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm more of an introvert type. I don't really like to talk to too many people too many times. I play my games and then go to my go to lunch, go to my hotel room. Like I'm too tired. I don't.
Yeah. I get energized being around people, but I also I don't know, lately as I get older, I think I'm more getting a little more reclusive myself.
I'm already there.
But I'm excited. Oh, it looks like our players are sitting down. Are they ready to go?
I think so. They'll take a minute to, pick up the tiles and do all that sort of stuff. Yeah, but get a little nice. Have you been watching the stream any? I've watched a little bit, but
same. I haven't had a chance to watch very much of it. I did watch it as much as I could, which was not very much, but it was very exciting what I did see. So some nice commentary from Josh Sokol and Shauna Bassi, North Americans on this side. So both Canadian actually, and other people. I'm not too familiar with most of these players, so it's nice to see.
Yeah, we see Liz just.
Oh, she started already?
Getting seen. Well, Liz is just kind of like explaining what's going on here. So.
Okay. So just explaining the clocks. Okay, I thought that.
Yeah. I don't think either of these players have ever played on the stream.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know for sure. I don't know either of these people. I've never met them. I've never talked to them. I've never commentated them. I have no idea what the playing style is. I'm not super familiar.
Yeah, this is a great thing about this stream in particular. This is a D grade matchup, and we don't normally see competitive Scrabble being streamed at this level, and so this is really, really great for newcomers to see, what this level of Scrabble looks like, and to show that there is competition literally at every stage along the way as you learn, as you get better and better at Scrabble. So anybody out there is like nervous to try a tournament, you shouldn't be. There's a place for you here.
Yeah, because of that, I think I think we're gonna probably focus a little bit more on themes and a little bit less on like what the quote best play is here. So they might if they miss some sort of like really low probability, hard to find thing, we're not going to get too hard on them, or maybe even mention it at all.
Yeah, exactly. And the best play for them is definitely going to be something different than what is going to be shown in anything, because it depends on how much they've studied, what words they know and don't know. And so
right.
I'm very familiar with that as an intermediate player myself. So
And
I honestly don't know how people can memorize so many words. Like we often see Jalamokas. I don't know if that's his name on YouTube. Does he go by Alex in the
I think he just goes by Alexi Home.
Okay. And yeah, we see him in the chat all the time throwing out all these crazy words. I asked him the other day, how long did it take you to get to this level of mastery?
Yeah, I make fun of him on Josh's stream that he's kind of like the bot because he just mentions whenever Josh misses a play. It's like, oh, is Jalamokas in the chat? It's like I just don't even have to bother anymore. It's just like look and see whether he mentioned something, and then that just means he missed something or didn't miss something.
Right.
I think the game has just started.
Okay. Looks
so
like
we
Aiden will be going first, drawing tiles.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of consonants there. Just want to note that Muffin Tentacle in the chat asks if chat can still point out the low prob hard to find things. And yes, please do. That's the fun of this, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so 2 E's, 2 R's, a K, N, and X. Probably going to be looking to get rid of some of the duplicate. Usually, the only tiles you want to keep are really the E and the R. I guess the L while it's here. You generally don't want to keep the K or the X too long. You don't want to keep 2 R's. Just looking to do something to clear out some of this tile, these tiles, while finding something decent in response.
So Kenji, would you play Rex here or Kex?
I'd certainly consider it. We do see Reek coming down. I think part of the point of this is to set up the X not just to the first E underneath Reek, but also because if Jenny does play RE, then you can have a re-overlap on the triple. So there is some X potential here.
Right.
Generally, you don't want to get too hung up to the idea that you're going to score 40 points with the X, but it can be a decent, it is a decent hope, and it will happen a decent percentage of the time. And, the X is a good tile, so it is good to keep it some of the time here.
Right. I just worry about all those consonants, but she's drawn a few. Sorry, that's Aiden. Aiden's drawn a few vowels here, and we're on to Jenny. What has Jenny drawn here? Looks like a lot of vowels.
Yeah, we see her playing pretty quickly here.
Yes.
Just plays Rue, and Rue does give that X spot, but Aiden doesn't have an overlapping tile.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So anyway, Rue does gets rid of the duplicate O's, which is a good idea. Decent tiles for a bingo. Not exactly the best, but does score pretty decently in the meantime, and does have potential to improve substantially. Does limit the board a little bit, but not too much. So there is still a lot of potential.
Right.
Aiden with some ugliness, but he actually does have an obscure word here, bollix. Bollix. It also is good with Bolix. It doesn't need the 2 L's.
Okay. Is that playable? I'm sorry, the board is really small that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I don't think it's playable.
Okay.
There is a word breeks for what it's worth. So if you do study that, you'll notice that you might think that Reek has a hook because Reeks has a hook, but Breeks is S sticky. It actually needs the X. So I wasn't even 100% sure really. My knowledge of
not one that I've seen before.
Yeah, my knowledge of the Collins lexicon too is not super extensive to where I'm going to know. I know that I knew that Breeks was a word, but I didn't know if Breek might necessarily be Collins or something, but it's not.
Oh, Kenji, you don't play Collins?
I mean, I do play some, but I'm not as proficient at it as I am in NWL. There is Bok, B-O-K, so he can play Bollix over there if he sees that, but that's actually a pretty tough find.
Yeah.
But that would score 40 points or something like that. But normally it's normally a little bit more of a simplistic decision here. You just want to get rid of the X. He's playing, something like XI or something like that. He looks to be playing Bor, B-O-R.
Okay.
In the same, that's generally going to be the best place to score. You generally want to keep overlapping. I know a lot of people kind of dislike lower rated games because they have a lot of overlapping and what they call staircase boards.
Right.
But in reality, that's kind of, if you think about it, that's kind of the fundamentals of Scrabble. That it's overlapping, it's getting as many points as you can out of your tiles, and the way that you get the most points out of your tiles is to either use bonus squares in combination with each other, or it's to overlap and get to score with those letters twice.
Right.
So, it's kind of a double-edged sword. People don't necessarily like playing these staircase boards, but it does demonstrate good fundamentals at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if even bollocks is one of those words, like maybe you're not sure quite how to spell it, Is it bollocks? Is it bollocks?
Yeah, there's a lot of spellings. It's hard to keep track. There's pollocks too. There's
right.
It's not exactly, there's BOLLOCKS, there's BALLOCKS. There's all sorts of different weird eccentric spellings of a word that's not particularly used a ton. It mostly it means exactly what you think it means. But yeah, we see Jenny fishing here, just playing the UN off, trying to get a bingo next turn. Makes a lot of sense.
Right.
AENSS is a very good leave here. There aren't a lot of bingo lines, but there is the ruse line. There's going to be the runs line that she just created. And we do see Aiden play XIS really quickly, almost immediately.
Yes. Yeah.
I do wonder if Aiden did see the rune hook. It's not exactly super intuitive to see that run comes, that rune, that run takes an E hook. You don't necessarily think of it because you're pronouncing it as un, and then you have to change the pronunciation to hook it.
Yes.
So
yeah, good one there. That would have been nice to spot, probably.
Yeah, but this would score a little bit more. This is perfectly fine.
Okay. We're back in.
Not a good draw.
Oh, wow.
Draws BV. Not very good. It's pretty hard to get rid of both of them. I don't even see a play that gets rid of both the B. I guess there's Bathing. BADIN. I think that's a word.
Again, I don't know. That seems pretty obscure to me. I didn't know.
I wasn't even sure of that. See Nab coming down. That makes sense. It does make Boar. Might show up later. Boar takes a Y front hook.
Oh.
But
just that spelling with no E at the back?
It needs the E in the back, doesn't it?
Yeah,
YBORE doesn't that?
Yeah.
It needs there's no YBOR. It needs the E.
This board is getting pretty tight, eh? There's not a lot of places to play unless you have an like you say, there's a couple of hooks to rue.
Yeah. It's still good for sevens. Like, it's not dead for bingos, which is a good thing. If that ruse line shuts down, it'll be much deader than it already is.
Right. Jill's looks like a nice play here.
Yep.
What did that score? I'm not
32 or no, 34.
Good one. So 64-42. It's a tight game here.
Yeah.
And look at these VWU. That's not something you want to see together on your rack very often.
There are. It's not so bad that she needs to exchange, but it's not good. Obviously,
No.
VU and W are notorious for not getting along. Even two of those don't really go together very well, much less all three.
So if you're Jenny here, what is your priority with this rack? What do you want to do here in this turn?
First priority is definitely going to be you want something playable. There's not really going to be any great scoring options. Maybe if you know the word slurve, you can do that, but that's not a common word at all. And without that, you're not going to have any good scoring options this turn. Even if you have to burn an S, you can do it. I believe WUS is a word. So you could do that to clear something that just gets rid of two of the U and the V and the W.
Right.
And if you can score some points, that would be nice, but not exactly the most common words. WUS is one of those words that is semi-common, I guess, but it's just because it's a 3-letter word that shows it up. But at the end of the day, it's not a word that you play a lot because it's a 3-letter word with an S.
Florora says she'd play wuss off of Jill.
Yeah. You definitely want to play over there. You don't want to play to the ruse and the reeks hook. You want to leave that alone if you possibly can.
And it's fairly defensive. You could underlap WU, but you're not gonna go very far if next turn you're not gonna have very good scoring options.
I mean, Ruse does take an E, which is an E and a T, so it does like take rehooks at least. But you're still better off leaving that alone. You don't want to play with. You want it. There's a nice little 7. There's exactly 7 tiles that fit over there.
Yeah.
If it were 6 tiles, if that were like 1 space up, that would be a different story.
Oh, she's gonna take out that possibility.
Okay.
Doing so here.
Yeah, this board I think suddenly has changed from, like I said, having options to think
Yes.
of. That these options have now decreased a lot.
Well, you could still play parallel. Okay, you could still play parallel to EW pretty easily.
You can, but A, I don't think that's going to stay there very long. B, you might. That is a limitation at the end of the day. Like paralleling EW, I mean, obviously there are a lot of parallels, but there are also a lot of, you can't. The second letter can't be an A. It can't be an I.
Yes.
It can't be a consonant. Like that does limit your options quite a bit.
Right.
It doesn't seem like it, but it does have impact here.
Okay, what does Aiden have?
Aeegmot.
Oh, that's a G there, hiding behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the favorite. Does have a lead. So doesn't necessarily want to just open for no reason here, but not exactly. As you mentioned, this is not exactly a good board anymore at all.
Right.
You as Aiden, you don't necessarily want to make it better. Your tiles are not very good. Jenny's tiles could easily be better, although we can see they're not.
Oh no, 2 U's and a V.
But there's no way for Aiden to know that.
Oh man, Muffin says that he briefly lined up Ogamete, so maybe saw that possibility.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah.
As I say, this is only his second tournament, so we're not really sure what his word knowledge is like. Maybe he studied that.
Yeah. You just, in this sort of thing, you just want to keep a good balanced leads. There's going to be lots of different plays that score 20-ish points.
Right.
This seems to be pretty good. He's playing meat over there. Might want to get rid of the G. I'm not a big fan of the G.
Same here.
Anybody who's a regular stream watcher knows that most Scrabble players are not a fan of the G, but this is fine.
Yeah.
I
think I would have tried to get rid of the G there.
Yeah.
Besides, maybe maybe not wanting to open, like if you just play Meg or something there. Well, I guess that still takes back hooks.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't particularly that much more open. I mean, you do have to deal with the EM hook part of it. The bottom of the board is going to be open kind of no matter what.
Right.
And she almost draws the same exact draw back, by the way.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
Is Dern is that good?
Dern's good. I don't see a particularly great spot for it, but it is a word. You do want to get rid of UUV again. Preferably you want to, you don't want to keep it forever. I mean, the problem is that the only good way of getting rid of that is to play like Love for 6 or something.
Right.
That feels terrible.
Is there anything that plays along meat, like an unword or something? Probably not with these letters, I guess.
I mean,
no.
There are, but they keep the U and the V. It's like, like run, like you're saying. Like
there, just get rid of 2 U's.
Yeah, could get into consonant trouble when you're doing that.
Oh yeah, that's scary. Going into your draw with five consonants.
Mm-hmm. But you are getting the U's. The U's are really bad. It's just the U's are not so bad when they're your only vowel.
Right.
It does draw a vowel, however, but the Q as well. So play off the U's and draw the Q. It's kind of classic in some sort of ways, but anyway.
Looks like Aiden's considering gamed. We're maybe over Nab.
Yeah, maybe over game.
Or maybe
Jen.
M and
me. Or Jen, DGIN is also a possible location.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sneaky hook.
Yeah. There's some decent options here. There's decent place with the L and Jill. Something like Gloam or Gleam or something. No, he is playing to the
nice
Jen spot. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Generally want to get rid of tiles are not particularly good. Getting rid of them makes some sense here. S's are pretty valuable.
Yeah.
And you want to score. You know, he hit the lead. He wants to keep scoring pressure on. And this does actually, like, maybe not immediately, but this does actually limit the board a little bit in the long run. I'm not sure if that's what he's thinking, but it does a decent job at that. We do see the QA lined up. I have no idea where QA is supposed to go.
Is there a... Yeah,
I don't see a
what
T.
what is she looking at?
There's potential to get rid of the Q. I mean, you could play SUQ right now, but I don't think you should do that. You run I away from Niqab, I guess, with, you know, or T away from Trank, T away from Cat. But I think
exchange. Okay, so we saw an exchange.
Yeah.
That's one thing that's always super hard for me, Kenji, is exchanging and knowing what to keep, what to hold back. Like,
yeah,
should you go to just RS? Should you keep?
I think she needed to keep the A. I really.
She should have kept that A for sure.
You know, you don't want, you always want a balance of consonants and vowels, and when you're keeping 3 of them, you probably don't. You probably want a vowel.
Yeah, and here WU again.
Yeah, this is a little bit better of the WU than before, at least, but not good. Fame comes down pretty quickly.
Yeah, grab some points.
Yeah, actually gives her. She actually sees it. Just move the U off. You need to move the U where that little gap is over there, and you have windsurf for like 100.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
You're she's really close to it. It's not an easy find at all, but very close to it. We'll see if she finds it.
No, I would definitely not be looking for a bingo with this rack.
Right, but she's close. Like she just move one tile, move the R.
That's why it's so important, Kenji, to look at the board and not just your rack, which we see a lot of newer players just looking at their racks and saying what words can I do, and then look at the board and see where they can play them instead of the other way around.
Yeah. Once she moved wind off the board, she was probably wasn't going to find it. That's a tough find. I mean,
for sure.
Yeah, it's a tough find.
Would have been so cool though.
It would have been, it would have gotten her back into the game too, because she's down 100. She actually kind of needed that. It was, you know, she would actually had like a 2-point lead if she found that, but now she's gonna have to bingo and probably
the lead was nice, so maybe good chances here.
Good draw too.
Yeah,
she's probably gonna, she's probably can find something with that. Well, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, there's a hook. Probably not getting blocked either.
Yeah.
Aiden with the V, duplicate ends. Definitely gonna want to address that. I can't even see. There's a little bit of glare. I actually can't even see the last tile. I see Nova NS is a blank.
A blank, yeah.
Okay. That's why I couldn't see it. I just assumed there was something on that tile and I couldn't see what it was.
I was just about to say, Aiden's found one of the blanks. So that's great, but I'm not sure what they're gonna do here.
If you can find novenas, but you generally, when you see a blank and you have two, and you have like constant overload, you generally want to look at first for making it a vowel.
Yes.
That being said, I don't even know what novenas means. So not exactly. I'm not sure they know it. Even if they know it, it's not that easy to find it.
Well, and also, like, isn't novenae like AE?
Yeah.
Good. So I might talk myself out of novenas, thinking, oh no, it pluralizes with E.
Right. For sure.
Scrabble's hard.
It is. We have another hard position here. She ends up playing Nova, which makes it a little bit harder to find Insider, but Insider still plays in the same spot it would have otherwise.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
So that would score by far the most. That's I think a very findable word.
Well, actually, I was just about to say Insider isn't the easiest to anagram, I don't think, because your tendencies when you're doing this is to look for like IER, IES, ED at the end of the word. That's true. With that S in the middle of the word and the D not at the end either, I think it makes it pretty hard. Starts with a vowel too.
That's true. It does start with a vowel. Oh, they almost have it. Inside. Yeah. No, she got it. Now,
yay!
now she gotta find a spot for it. That's the question.
Nice.
Because there's only one spot. Well, there's Novas too, but it's almost the same spot.
Right.
And it doesn't play otherwise. There's no WER. There's no, so. Okay, she got it.
Wow.
Great job.
Awesome. That's a great find. I don't think I would find this, actually. I don't think I would find that spot.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's a tough find because especially if you didn't see it before then.
Yeah.
If Jill's was just there, I think it's a lot easier. But when you have Nova's kind of obstructing it too, then you're just like, oh well, that's not a line anymore.
It's true. It's so true. We've got to be mindful of those kinds of tendencies and really look sometimes.
Yeah.
Go against our instincts, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So Aiden here's lined up. I don't know. Is there a vowel that makes that a word?
I don't
think
so. There are bingos in this though. Again, there's only one vowel, so you want to make it a vowel, and then you start from there. So you look at it. Generally you have an E, so you don't want to. The first vowel you look at is probably either A or I.
Yeah.
You could also make an O, and there's a few words. The most common one being consent.
Yes, nice.
But there's also incense. There might be some other things.
This is a rack you could spend a lot of time on, eh?
Yeah, for sure.
Especially as a newer player where you don't have instant access to those bingos because you haven't been haven't been drilling them for a very long time.
Right.
And so they're not coming as quickly. You have to spend time actually anagramming them. So
right. Nascent doesn't play. And the lines aren't that great. Just because you have a bingo doesn't mean it's playable.
Right, exactly.
And the instinct is to look for things that end in the S or things that end in EST, to look for suffixes, ENT or something like that. But ES and EST, there's nothing with those.
Yeah, that makes it hard because you could spend a lot of time, like I said, looking at those.
Right.
Oh, what did he find? Oh, just gonna block that spot. Okay.
Okay. I do think that it's important that you not tunnel too much on the triples here. That's not a particularly dangerous triple. It does. Yeah, there are things that can hit there, but it's pretty hard. You have to start with an E and you have to reach 5 letters, and that 5th letter has to be a pretty high point tile. So yeah, there are things like enemy or something like that. That's just the first word that came to my head. But it's pretty hard still.
But I do think that is very much a beginner tendency. Is like, as soon as the triple opens up, you want to close it down because you just get that, I'm gonna get hit if I leave it open.
Aiden does immediately draw and see a bingo with the of clients on the next turn.
Nice.
Probably is gonna stay there, I believe. I don't think that there's any great blocks that and Jenny's not gonna look to block the board here. Probably she's behind still.
Right. She's got triage lined up. I wonder if she's gonna play that and
with
just
EME,
yeah.
I mean, that would block the initial bingo of clients. There are other bingos that play, but
right.
And he did just play EN for 12 points, so Jenny might think that that indicates a pretty strong leave.
Exactly. She's behind, but not by that much that she needs to necessarily panic here or anything. So
right. She actually does have Anarchite if she sees that. Just to show off, I do know a little bit of columns.
And that's another thing, like not looking for 9s, for example, right?
Right.
Like that's not a natural thing to do either.
Yeah.
But that would be a great find if she saw it.
But triage is almost the same number of points, honestly.
Is it really?
And our guy's 6 more. Like it's and it's probably worse positionally.
Okay,
she's just looking up.
Go for it. That
makes a lot of sense.
Turn over a bunch of tiles, maybe get that second blank. We'll see.
Clients almost fits, not quite though. Yeah, he may have to find one of the bingos to the F actually.
Ooh,
it's kind of
the F.
The only spot really. I mean, I guess the T as well, but T would make duplicates, and I don't see anything to the T at all. Yeah, I think the only bingo's really F.
Really?
And yeah, I mean, it's easier than it looks because at least, it's the same rule. You only have one vowel, so you got to make it a vowel. And IN, he has IN lined up. So yeah, and it looks like he's found it.
Nice. Good job. Good job. Oh,
I don't know whether the blank is going to be the I or the E.
yeah.
I don't think it's going to show up, so I'm not going to stress over it because
Well, we'll have to. I think we'll get told what it is.
Okay.
So.
I don't know any. I don't think that like reinflicts or overinflicts or overinflects. I don't think that any of these are words, so I really don't think it's gonna matter. But never know. I don't know all the Collins words, so I don't know all the words. Period. Like I wouldn't know this regardless. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, pretty good lead now on a board where it's going to be very hard to bingo.
Yes.
May have to create some sort of hook somehow. Not even easy to do that, really. Yeah. The blank's an I, evidently.
Oh, okay.
But again, I highly doubt it matters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not going to come into play again anyway.
Yeah.
What is Jill going to do with these tiles?
Keep saying yeah looks like a pretty decent play.
Yes.
Either above YUD or along triage.
Right.
The nice thing about above WUD is that it does create an S hook, even though you don't have it. Might be worth thinking about. I don't know. I'm always hesitant to do something like create a hook that your opponent doesn't know. Something like AYAH, which takes an R for Raya. I rarely make these sorts of plays, but it might be worth thinking about if you think that your opponent might not know or see it.
Right.
It's not something I do personally. I just, whenever somebody finds this, like, I dare you to find this hook, and then they find it, I just feel so stupid.
Right.
I'm like, I deserved every single bit of this. But you do need, she does need a hook at this point. Like, she needs to be a little bit proactive here. You can't just react and just play the game and just hope that you run into something. You're not going to get a line. He's not going to, Aiden's not going to create one for you. So
exactly. So if she did play beside triage, for example, like where is she going to bingo if she draws one?
Right.
And she really does need to catch up. So
it's true that a lot of the times the board will just kind of naturally create some sort of line, but it won't be a very good line. It's a lot of people look at this board and say, oh, well, S's are pretty much useless because there's no S hook. And right now there isn't. But even with Aiden trying to close the board, in 3 turns there will be an S hook.
Right.
Almost for sure. Even if Jenny doesn't try to create one, it will just happen.
Oh, she is going. Oh, just So keeping the E. And like you say, she has the other A, right? So Aya is good.
Yep.
Right? That's nice.
Yeah, and AEIT, they'll bingo a decent amount of the time. Maybe not a great spot for it, but I mean, even this is a little presumptuous, but like even among triage, like AEIT does bingo alongside there some of the time. I mean, like IEST, for example, fits along triage. The IENT, stuff like that. I mean, it's not a good lane, but it at least it's something.
And Aiden very quickly dropping Zoo on the triple.
Yep. Solid 3 O's. Got to get rid of 2 of them.
Yeah.
Not much to say.
No, it's pretty standard.
Pretty standard. Okay. So okay.
Looks like a nice balanced lead.
Yep. Oh, there's the blank.
Active. Oh, look it.
She's almost adaptive.
Quite a good anagrammer, right?
Yeah.
Jenny.
Yep.
I don't know if that's all natural skill or she studied these. Like she has been playing quite a while, so.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know. Different people have different strengths and different.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I love about this game. Like there are so many different aspects of the game and so many skills that you can flex in this game. You know, your anagram,
For sure.
your math skills, your pattern recognition, your, like all of these things, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty fun
Yeah.
at every single level, right? Like
Right.
you never seem to run out of things to improve at in this game.
Yeah, and for sure the game is I feel like the game changes a lot depending on your skill level. Like
Yes.
some of the a lot of the skills that at you know, at mid ranks to you know, a lot of the intermediate skills that you a lot of the things may not be necessarily quote optimal,
Right.
but they can work pretty well until you get to, you know, Nigel
Yeah,
level championship, you know, and
exactly.
it gets complicated. Like you can see a lot more different situations, and no one's you know people are generally not going to have every single situation like mapped out.
Right.
So you're going to be able to express a little bit more creativity.
I saw she just had Vapidist lined up there.
Yeah,
Although there's no S, but what is she gonna do? Just
is
path?
Baptist even a word?
Okay. I think so. Pretty sure that's
Oh,
good,
it
isn't
is. Okay, yeah. It's not. It's not where I'm from, but it's yeah, it's
it?
above
Oh,
here.
okay, okay.
Um, yeah, I get when it comes to certain words. I again, my Collins knowledge is okay, but
Well, I'm surprised that's not good in North American
a little
lexicon.
bit. We don't have the same number of comparisons. We have a lot of
Uh,
you know IER and ER and EST and stuff like that. Is there's a lot fewer of them. It's one of the major
right.
differences between the lexica.
Christian says pretty solid down to D then. Good to see. Yeah, this is really interesting. I love seeing all the different levels of play here because like you say, Kenji, the game does sort of change depending where you're at, right? And
For
so you
sure.
see a lot of different skills highlighted.
And with Aiden's situation, you want to be careful here. A lot of people have the tendency, it's like, oh, I have a blank. I have good bingo tiles. I need to open the board.
Mhm.
Don't.
Right, right.
And if he does, he could get punished very hard because I mean
Yeah,
he's going to win this game if he doesn't open the board. But if he
right.
opens the board here, you know, Jenny has a bingo lined up.
Yeah. Is that
Not the
good?
easiest,
Is that good?
no, but
Potty? Oh, okay.
it has an anagram tip that she could find tiptoed.
Tiptoed. Nice.
Um, and if you open the board, it's probably going to play.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I think something that is so hard for like I know it's definitely hard for me. Like if I want a bingo when I have tiles like this. Like I
Yeah,
just want to and I don't the
completely
consequences be
understandably,
damned.
but it's not going to go well if you do. Okay,
Oh,
good,
nice.
solid rack, you know, solid, score little points, keep it on its
Awesome.
sleeve.
Being patient here,
Yeah,
that's nice.
it's good to see.
I'm definitely not a patient person.
I'm maybe a little too patient. Yeah, go both ways here. Yeah, I suspect
Yeah.
we're gonna just see like top or something like that. Overpay.
I'm just
That's
I'm just looking at this board shape now and to that staircase you were talking about. We got
yep,
a nice one going up there into the left
it
corner.
is. But you know, it's solid.
Yeah.
It's what you should see. You know, people may not find it necessarily the most fun all the time, but it does have good fundamentals here.
Yeah, and it's very effective if you want to keep the
You
board nice and tight,
There is also this weird dynamic. I don't think it's going to show up, but it might. Where Aiden's going to draw a banger to that T, and it
right?
burns the blank and opens a triple triple, and he maybe shouldn't play
Right.
it. Especially if his tiles are good and he can bingo through. You know, it's just one of those things where you might get a little awkward at one point where he's going to have to make a decision between spread and
Yes.
making sure he wins the game. But
Yeah.
we'll see. Um,
I wonder what Jenny's gonna do here.
I would
These are
expect top or pot, something over pav. It's
okay.
hard to.
Yeah.
She needs the points. Those are like her worst tiles. It, DEIT is probably the four best tiles in her leave. There's not really too much else to do. You
Yeah.
could try to open the board some, but it's hard to in a way that's sustainable. Like you can make something like POT under U2 and set up the
Right.
E,
Right.
But that's never staying open.
Right.
You're just creating a line for your opponent. And It's not
Exactly.
really for yourself. Because either they have it, in which case they're scoring a lot, or they're just going to underlap it and block it. And they scored you scored 14, they scored 25. You're back in the same position. You've really not accomplished anything.
But these are so hard though, like these racks where your tiles look great. It's like, what do I play off? What do I keep? I'm so close. I feel like I'm so close to a bingo. But she's just doing the right thing here, like you say. It's nice. Get some points, leaving a nice lead.
If you decide that you need to open the board, you need to do it in a way that is your main objective is to open it, but not in a way that's too easy to block.
Right. Yes.
Something like pot is just too easy to block.
Right. Yeah.
You're better off doing something like, I don't know, something that doesn't have, like something that only has an S hook, for example.
Right.
Or something where the underlaps to it to block it are not so easy.
Or something that opens lanes in two directions, right?
Yeah. Something that just has something a little bit more dynamic than just saying, "Oh, I'm creating one bingo line." Need a little bit more. Not a good draw, by the way. You need to draw the blank and not draw the cue.
Oh, that's a cue, not a no. Yeah.
Although this is the openings here, if she's going to make the next turn, are actually pretty decent. Like, this is a good example of what I'm talking about, in which you don't want to play fake here, because fake here through the A and triage would get blocked easily. But something like Kaid would not get blocked easily. It's harder.
Yeah.
I mean, your opponent has the blank, they can deal with it. But if they didn't have the blank, that would be actually a lot harder to deal with.
Right.
Again, it's tempting with Aiden's rack to open the board here. Don't do it.
Okay.
This time it would work out because she has the cue. But
what should he do then?
Probably he has EH lined up on the left side of triage. That's a pretty good idea.
Okay.
Something like that, anyway.
Yeah, I get that. That's good.
That makes sense. The one hesitation with this is you've actually made it a little bit easier to overlap bingos on the right.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that immediately, but ER takes an R, takes an N. It takes it. Before it had to be an E in that spot, and now it can be a lot of tiles. And HI also takes an E. So this is actually make that line a little bit more threatening. Which is not something. I mean, he has the ITE, so it looks good for him, but it's still not something you really want to do.
But he has inadvertently blocked Kate, or however you're saying it.
I think, I mean, she's probably going to lean towards QI. This is actually kind of interesting. Part of me wants to exchange here.
Oh, really? So if you're exchanging, what are you exchanging?
The Q and the F.
Just QF? You keep the D here? I never know when I should keep the D.
Well, D's okay here because, this is a good lane. On the right side, these are good lanes when you're behind because they're hard to hit and they're hard to block.
Right.
Like the line that she just created, if you keep TIRED, you hit that line pretty well.
Yes.
Tired fits over there. Stuff like retired or whatever fits over there. And blocking on the right side anyway is going to create an S line.
Right.
And you don't have that S, but they're not going to want to create an S line. Whereas QI is just going to get blocked instantly, and you don't have, and your best line has gone away. Like, it is 24 points. It is tempting. I totally understand why, and it probably maybe is still the best play, but it's not as obvious as you might think.
Right.
And what's going to happen here is what you kind of would expect to happen, unfortunately, where he's going to bingo, and if he didn't bingo, he's going to block, and in this case, he's not going to block. He's going to bingo. Not a good draw anyway. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
Although,
depending on what he plays here, she might be able to score a lot of points on one of those tables, maybe.
The bag's empty though, so.
The bag's empty.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Oh, you can't exchange then. What am I talking about? It's not a tile, it's the bad exchange. Never mind.
Yeah, sometimes I get confused with you're seeing all the unseen tiles, but I'm thinking that's what's in the bag. It's just all the tiles all together. So
yeah. Yeah. So first thing you're looking for is you want to put the eye early.
yeah.
The bingos
Yeah.
here are not super obvious.
Fleur in the chat has already said ligates.
Right.
One option. I don't know. Are there others here?
There are.
With the eye in that spot?
Yeah, like a tingle, for example.
Oh, no, yeah.
Probably a lot more ligated, obviously.
Help us out, chat. We don't have Crackle up.
It's always tempting. Yep, tillage. There's stuff.
Oh yeah,
but
tillage. Yeah.
It's always hard to like go through the alphabet here.
Yes.
That's always a temptation. Obviously, a lot of bingos would ligate, but most of them aren't going to play, or they're going to play with the first. They're not going to hit the double.
Right.
Yeah. Stuff like gelatis or whatever. It doesn't hit the double.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Yes. No. Yeah. I just meant that play here in this spot for sure.
Right. Anything fancy here? Probably not. Always worth looking.
So he knows exactly what Jenny has or should if he's tracking. I don't know. I'm assuming he's been tracking. So maybe just thinking about what she might play after his play.
Maybe.
There's a tingle.
I don't see anything that hits the G on the triple, but there might be something. Let's see. Is there anything that hits the G on the triple? There is not. So yeah, they're all the same. Anything that fits over there is basically all the same.
Right.
I personally don't burn my energy looking in this situation, looking for the extra points for the G. If it were like a K or something, I would.
Yes. Yeah.
I would, but the G is an extra 3 points in that spot. There's 6 points, I guess.
Right. Josh asked entailed along the bottom.
I mean, it's there. There's an Argite still.
Yeah. But no, you should just bingo here. Yeah. Just pick a bingo and go with it, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, Taggles. Yeah, that's a fun one too.
This is the kind of rack that I always like to, just for fun, to like look for like 9s and 10s. Or
right.
whatever,
yes.
But,
yes.
The lanes are just too bad. Like, there's almost potential for some things, but I mean, when you see all these things that are clustered like that, it makes it harder, but it also makes when there is something, it's generally pretty cool. But
yeah,
there's just
like you say, it would be pretty hard to find one of those on this board.
Yeah, I'm even looking for something like if I had 7 blanks, what would I play here? And even then, I'm struggling. It's
Dutch City says, I've tried tailage a few times, but it always comes up bad. Stop playing it then.
Yeah.
Genetical and Nova.
I mean, Nova in theory could be a word, like, dentilage or something. I don't know.
That's funny. Okay.
He did have a tingle lined up, so at least he may not be confident of that, though. Like a tingle, there's a lot of things that look like it take an A, and it's one of those things where it's like, okay, this is my backup option. I'm 90% sure of this. I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah, and I thought Aiden also had tillage lined up, but actually, when I think about it, the L wasn't in the right spot. So maybe that was just how the tiles ended up, and he wasn't thinking about tillage.
Tillage also isn't. I'm not sure. Is that a word that you'd be? It's not a word I would be 100% confident of either.
Good point.
Okay, we see.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
Just wants to make sure he wins the game. I think this is. This may also be a little bit of oh, I'm on stream. I don't want to, there's a little bit of stream nerves that may be going on here as well.
Yeah, you don't, and you definitely don't want a phony in this situation.
Yeah, you could
So,
lose if you. I
yeah,
mean, I'm not sure in reality if you'd lose, but it's certainly possible. You're only up by 25. They have high scoring tiles. It
yeah,
looks like possibly that you could score, 35 or something like that with that rack. I don't see where, but you never know when she's pretty close to stuff from like the EN, for example, and that would win the game if there was something.
right.
Might need another vowel, but like incited, like insisted would be a word if there was an S or something like that. There's near encrypted, near all sorts of stuff like that. It's always possible.
Christian says, I think Aiden just loves the camera time. Just try to stay on longer.
There.
I'm not going to bingo it just yet. We'll stay on a bit longer.
Sure.
I think he forgot he doesn't need to play an overlapping bingo instead of just a bingo at all, says Alex Stings. Also, hi, everybody in the chat. Thank you for hanging out with us today. We're watching a D grade game here, which is awesome to get to see different levels of play at this New Zealand nationals. So yeah, it's been a fun time. And this has been a really interesting game, actually.
Yeah. If you are enjoying things, there is a button at the top if you would like to leave a tip for future streams. It would be appreciated.
Yeah. Buy them a coffee, the proverbial coffee, and let them make a lot more awesome streams like this.
Yeah. See Decry and your come down. Just gets rid of tiles.
Yeah.
Only a minute and a half left on the clock, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
The next game that we have is, if you are looking for a game, is probably between two of the best players in the field, between Lewis Hawkins and Howard Warner.
Yeah.
I imagine, I don't have the standings, and I'm not sure if we're going to get the standings, but I imagine they're both in the top 10 and probably the top 5, honestly.
Yeah.
They're both very good players. So maybe a little bit of a different experience for both us and them. Very good players for sure. I've seen both of them on stream numerous times. I've commented both of them.
Oh, nice. Times. Good. Because I have no experience with them, so it'll be fun for me.
Maybe the most well-known, like Howard's finished in the top 10 of worlds like 3 times.
Nice.
Lewis is younger. Lewis is a little bit lesser known, but still pretty, like, he's probably like the main up and comer in New Zealand right now.
Right.
Maybe other than, depending on how you think about Chris, depending on we know Chris because we're from North America, but other people may not.
Right.
Yeah. And we see it go up with Ladle, which is actually a pretty good find. That's not,
Yeah. Florora lamenting that we never saw Ebor. Me too. I love those Y words, those archaic Spencer words.
I don't know if I love those so much. I know they exist. I'm not saying, I don't know. Maybe I'm too much.
They're so fun. Words starting with a Y are fun.
I like my Scrabble I like to pretend like my Scrabble is English.
Christian says Howard Warner was my mentor in New Zealand, very generous with his knowledge and time. That's awesome.
For those of you who don't know who I'm somebody who wrote a dictionary of like common English words. So I'm somebody who, is a little bit more biased towards usage and like frequency and everyday vocabulary. It's like even for me, like even something like Nove is like, who pluralizes Nova that way? Like nobody. I mean, I don't have such a problem. I mean, that's perfectly fine, but Ebor is a little bit too far for me.
So Aiden comes out with 395 to Jenny's 339. I don't know if that must be the final score. I didn't see it get updated after the last play, but I'm assuming it's good.
I did think we're doing an interview with Aiden. At least that's what I'm being told.
Okay.
Maybe not. We'll see. I might be wrong about that. We see them post-morteming a lot. people like to talk about their plays. It's one of the best bonding experiences of Scrabble for a lot of people.
Right, and it's a good way to learn stuff, right? So,
Yeah.
oh, you could have played this, or maybe you were thinking about this, and then as you talk it through, you often see other things you could have done. So yeah, it's a nice little exercise.
Yeah.
And it's good to see like how other people think too, right? How other
Right.
people play, because you can learn so much. I always say you can learn so much from any player at any level, right?
Mhm.
Everybody brings something different. So
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
so as of yesterday, Aiden was in 6th in grade D and Jenny is in 2nd. So this is a nice win for Aiden here.
Okay. Tightens up the standings a little bit.
Yeah. I'm laughing. Look at that laugh. That's a Heidi laugh there. Throwing the head back.
Okay, it looks like we're doing an interview with Aiden.
Great.
Hello, how you doing? Nice win there.
I completely overlooked just playing genital down and playing two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Happens to everybody.
Yes.
But
How
yeah.
do you, can I ask a question? Aiden, how did you feel playing on stream? Is this the
Oh,
first
what
time for
happened?
you?
We're disconnected.
Okay.
Can
It
you
gets
not hear me?
easier.
Oh, there we go. Hello. We disconnected.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You can hear us now? Maybe you can't hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
You just connected for a second, so I missed what happened, what you were saying.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I was just wondering how you felt playing on stream. Is this the first time for you?
Yes, it is. Definitely the first time. It was an experience. It was definitely a bit nerve-wracking at first, and then I sort of got into the swing of things, and
Nice.
the tiles were
Kind of this weird dynamic where you know that you're on stream, but you know your opponent's on stream too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We're both in the same boat.
Yeah.
And we're very grateful that you're willing to do it, because it's great for us to see play at all different levels and see some of the great things that you're coming up with, and learning from what things you might have done, or not you specifically, but just players on stream in general.
Yes.
What other things you might have considered. And so yeah, it's great to learn, and I think it's also great for beginners to see that you can come in at any level and play competitively. So
Definitely.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Any thoughts that you had over the game that you want to share with us?
Not really.
Okay.
Let me think. Near the end, I was trying to block off Q spots in case, see if I could stick my opponent with the Q, but Jenny was fortunate enough to have the last eye. So,
Nice.
True, although that was, it did open the board too, so there's a kind of a
Yes.
double-edged sword there.
it did, but I knew Jenny was definitely short on vowels at the end. I managed to tile track correctly.
Nice.
Okay.
So I knew she only had one vowel at the end.
Yeah.
We really liked your patience during the game, where you had these awesome tiles, you had them blank, but you were very disciplined and you didn't open the board because you didn't need to. You were in the lead, right?
Yes, I was in the lead even after your first insider play. I had managed to get myself a bit of a lead when the tiles weren't being so nice to Jenny. And when I found there was something else I found here that I could have played here.
Clients.
Blocked off clients. That's what I had.
Yeah.
But I managed to find inflict, so I was happy that I managed to get that down,
Yeah.
even if it wasn't for heaps of points.
Bingo's a bingo.
It was, yes.
Yeah.
Can't complain too much about 64.
No,
or
63, I think
however
it was.
63, yeah, okay. Yeah, 63.
Yes.
Yeah, we were happy to see you play that.
Yeah.
Yes, and then I missed genital at the end, which will haunt me for the rest of my life, I'm sure.
It's okay.
Well, I thought Aiden that you also had a tingle lined up. Were you unsure of that?
Yes, I was unsure of a few things.
Okay. That makes sense. You don't want a phony in that position.
No,
so.
definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. We enjoyed watching you, and good luck with the rest of your game.
Thank you.
Good luck. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, so I think we will have the standings soon.
Yeah.
As we said, they gotta take care of some technical difficulties and not technical difficulties. They just gotta, take the board and put the tiles back up. We do see the standings right now. And yeah, we see Dylan in first, and then Howard in second, and Lewis in third. So, as we have this 2 and 3 seeds, or second and third place battling each other.
Right. I forget who's the defending champion here. Was it Howard or Lewis? I can't remember. I think I had that information.
I think it's Howard, but I'm not sure. I should know this too, and I don't. Grade B, we see first place Murray, and then Val and Scott, and then the Richards, and then our lead commentator Alex, who is Group C. We have Mary, John, all of these divisions. No one's like really running away. Like first place is like 11 and 6 in in all of these divisions. Like Dylan had 12 and 5 is the highest record in like any of the divisions, which is really unusual. It's really, really exciting and bunched up, and no one really running away too much with these, with the games here, or with spreads even. So it should be very exciting. Even people who are 7th, 8th place, they can still come back here. It's not like a lot of tournaments you see somebody, it's like a 2-horse race at this point in the tournament.
Right.
But, yeah.
Oh, grade E results.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did we miss that? Okay, sorry about that. Grade F.
Grade F. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Cooper Ashley in first place there. Glennis,
Rodney. Yeah. Yeah, I think lots and lots of really exciting games in all the divisions, I think.
Yeah, it's close race. I didn't remark in the A division that we were just looking at how close that was. Did you?
Dylan was up by 1 game over Howard and Lewis, I believe. So 1 game, but it's 1 game, and many, many very good players here. Probably, I think 8 of the 10, something like that, are here. So looks like we're going to take a short break. We will be back with more New Zealand Nationals.
5 minutes, guys. Don't go away. The other side that we're used to for the first player. But yeah, I'm excited to see this one for sure.
Yeah, both lots of experience on stream. I know a little bit more. Like, unlike the last game, I do know a little bit more about these players. I've talked to both of them a little bit. I've talked about them a little bit. I've seen some of their annotated games.
Awesome.
So should be good. Should be very interesting.
Do you know anything? Can you tell us anything about the style of these 2 players?
Howard's a little bit more old schoolish, like turnover heavy. He believes, he still keeps leaves, but he does believe in moving tiles. He believes in scoring. He believes, nowadays Scrabble over time has changed to be a little bit more leave heavy. and a little bit more like positionally heavy.
Right.
Whereas back, 20 years ago, Scrabble theory was a little bit more towards scoring and a little bit more towards trying to get the blanks and S's, and a little bit more towards keeping options to find the words that you have so that bingos would play more often.
Right.
And trying to leave the board a little bit more dynamic to use your word knowledge.
Right.
Whereas things are a little bit more tactical and defensive nowadays. Still, I mean, it's not quite fair to say that they're completely different. Like it's still, old school players still understand leave. New school players still understand how to keep the board dynamic. But...
Right. So can you? We can't really see Howard's rack.
Yeah.
I missed it. We'll see what he plays here.
Looks like we have Looney.
Keeping. Okay. FUY, it looks like.
FU, yeah, I don't quite see.
So LUNY, keeping FUY.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Interesting. Yeah. Not exactly the best tiles here. You could exchange with that, but FUY is kind of playable. This is defensive a little bit. Reasonable.
I think it's reasonable.
Yeah.
And I didn't see Lewis's
Hoop,
his whole rack.
ATE, AEHOOPP. So almost like Pahoy Hoy, for example, but not quite. Okay. Definitely has some overlap options here. Doesn't, plenty of places that overlap Looney, because you have the H and the P with and the O for that matter that overlap the U.
Yeah.
But nothing that stands out too much, at least that I see. You have a poop, for example. That would play under it.
What are you saying?
A poop, APOOP.
APOOP.
Forming LA in the same spot they just played hoop, which is also perfectly standard.
Okay.
So both reasonable options. APE is a little bit more, it's going to bingo a little bit more than HE would.
I like playing the H here, I think.
Yeah, this is a little bit more closed too. This is going to lead to a little bit more of a tactical game, which is maybe what Lewis wants. I'm not necessarily sure. I don't know enough to know their game plans against each other necessarily, but perfectly reasonable.
Okay, so now he's got WEYFUDN, that looks like. It's really hard to see his rack. He likes to... I'm not sure if he doesn't like his racks being seen.
Perhaps. There are players who are like this. Not going to sugarcoat that some people like me do use these experiences to scout players a little bit. So I might be contributing to this in some ways, but we see Wend come down. So if they have FUY, then we know what they have this turn because it's the same leave.
Right.
Okay. But yeah, it's the same theme. You want to you want to use the W. You want to go in both directions. Makes sense. Yeah. Seems perfectly reasonable here. Yeah, it's just what you want in your leave. Wend, wed, way. They're all fine.
Just for people who aren't able to watch the stream right now, we're trying to read the racks. So Lewis has KEPRVEA. Sorry, they're not in alphagram order. They're in the order that they're on his rack.
We don't need to. It doesn't need to be an alphagram order. So almost, a few things that are pretty close. There's just underlapping with YOW, all the plays, so like Kep, Veep, Keep, stuff like that.
Yeah.
All reasonable. Generally are going to probably, we see Kep come down, perfectly understandable. Again, keeping the board kind of a little bit more tactical.
Yes.
Probably also the best bingo leave. And he does draw into averaged.
Nice.
And average, so he's going to bingo next turn. He lines it up immediately, so obviously he's going to play it.
And Howard hiding his rack. FUGLY, Fugly, and RD looks like.
Looks like it, yeah. So Fugly, Fudgy.
Is Fugly good yet?
I think so. Golfy too, which I mean, all of these plays do form KY. That is kind of the best normal place to score on this board with this rack. Like, there's not a lot of good. This is a very dead board. There's not a lot of great places to play.
And he is going to play that fugly.
Yeah.
Was always good in CSW. Okay, thanks for that, Alec. I did not know that.
I am interested that he played fugly rather than golfy with the same letters. He could have scored a little bit more.
Right.
I mean, this doesn't put the F on the triple, I guess, is the reasoning, but certainly non-standard. Like, certainly not the play that I think most people would have made here.
Right. So average goes down very quickly.
Yeah.
Lewis.
Has to be best.
Yeah. And Howard playing from QJRDNTR. Ooh, bad draw.
So he could play Trank if he wants, but I don't know if he should. I think that's the only play. I think it's either that or exchange.
Would you play it here?
I don't think so.
I don't think I would either.
DRJ is not a particularly good leave.
No,
putting the Q in there, in that line could be. I mean, putting the Q in that line isn't necessarily bad, but the thing is that when your opponent does use it, it's going to be so much better than their next best play. And you're keeping QRD, so even if you draw a U, you're probably not using it. Like, that's how bad your rack is, really.
Right.
The J doesn't have any spots on this board. Like, what are you drawing? You're hoping to get with the Q.
He's playing it. He's going for it.
He is playing it. Okay.
And Lewis with rack of TEEFII blank. So he's found that first blank.
Yeah.
Alex suggests feistier.
That looks good. Any other options here? There might be. It's not so automatic, I don't think. I probably want to just bingo. There's also Freitier, which is pretty obscure. I didn't know it, to be honest. Yeah, it's just those. He could also just bingo next turn if he wants, but I think he's going to probably play. I mean, I think he's going to play Feistier most of the time here, or Freitier if he sees it. Freitier is a little bit more defensive. It doesn't have the same overlaps as Feistier. It's just harder to overlap because it's FR rather than FE.
Right.
Also could play, if he doesn't see those, he could play Knife, he could play Life, he could play Leaf, stuff like that. As we see Howard with pretty much an amazing draw.
Yes.
I'm not going to sugarcoat that. That's incredible. To JRD, he drew EOM blank and has like majored and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feistier would block that though. Okay, FIE coming down.
Okay,
same theme.
Blank. Oh, maybe not. Picking it up.
Yeah.
Thinking better of it. What does he
if you can find Feistier and block, I guess Feistier would, if you can play Freitier, that would be like a huge swing because that would stop Howard from bingoing.
Right.
But he does play Phi. I do expect Howard to find the bingo here. Is there any? It's just majored. It's the only one. He could play JO if he wants to. I probably wouldn't want to, but he could. Okay.
Well, he is going to do that. Okay.
He is. Okay. That's fine. 30 points.
Yeah.
Very strong lead. Gonna bingo next turn.
Actually, I'd probably do this myself.
Okay.
I like that. It's 30 points, and then you're probably bingoing next turn. So
yeah,
you could get burned for sure.
Right. I mean, 77 points for a bingo. It's it's not guaranteed you bingo with NRD, but it's probable. Most
that's
of the time
why I'm an intermediate player, Kenji. I make poor decisions sometimes.
I mean, it's close. It's not. I don't think it's a big mistake either way, honestly. Interesting rack here. Lots of bingos, but they're nothing like good. I mean, like lots of like 65-ish point bingos. Play the
STTEI blank.
Yeah. But like, as much as like the bingos aren't very good, neither are the plays. Like, there's no you saw Howard play for 30 and pass up the bingo. There's no 30-point play here to pass up for, I don't think.
Yes.
You're playing like nib or jib or something. It just doesn't seem worthwhile.
BDist suggested.
Yeah.
In the chat. Be titles.
Yeah. You could have fun and fish the queue off and try to hit be quiet.
Yeah.
They're all the same pretty much. I mean, B titles is probably a little bit better. You do know that Howard's probably close to a bingo, so putting the E in the triple line is probably a little bit preferential to. It's probably a good thing for you because I don't think that Howard's. Okay, we see BDS come down.
Okay,
they're all the same. I think. I don't have a strong preference either way. Howard DEIIMR blank. Plenty of bingos to choose from. Well, not that many actually, but enough bingos to choose from. I expect. I mean, Howard doesn't have to bingo here either. He can play timid. He can play MI.
DMREII blank for those who aren't watching. That is the rack that Howard's playing from.
The blank is an N, evidently. It's not BDS, it's Bentiest.
Oh, Bentiest.
Which is also valid.
Okay.
Just received word of that. We see Ovolo on Lewis's rack. If you have Ovolo on your rack and you can play it, you probably should.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Yeah,
abysmal.
That's crazy. 3 O's VLRA.
Yeah.
Nice.
Although part of me wants to, I guess there's some racks where that may not be the case. Maybe he'll play like, I don't know. Part of me wants to think that like raviolo is a word, is the singular to ravioli, but it's not. You can watch MasterChef and all those sort of things. You see this like, raviolo el uovo and all these Italian words that sound like they could be English. Some of them are.
Yes, of course.
But yeah.
Howard
hasn't been decision yet.
No.
The highest scoring bingo is mid-year, but the bingos are all underneath. They're all underneath Bentiest. So there's part of me that the common word person in me sees mid-rise every single time I see this rack. Like mid-rise jeans, not a word. But I don't. We're not going to see Howard play that. There's no way. But it just shows you with blanks, it's a little tougher. It's
He does decide on timider.
Okay, makes sense.
Underneath Bentiest.
Yeah. It looks like there's something better in there, but there's just not. There's.
Oh, wait. Changing to mid-year. Okay.
Either way, we're going to see Ovolo come down, I think, very quickly. There's it's a pretty obvious spot. It's going to be above the BE. Yeah. Okay, hits the clock.
Okay, locked in.
He could play Ovolo and put it over the MID, but that puts an O in the triple line. I don't think that's going to happen. He could play something Vroom or Varoom, I guess, too. But
right. Oh yeah.
He could also play Ovolo with Teppo. That's not a bad idea, actually. Top 3 players are all Ovolo.
Yeah. Okay. Just where is he going to play it?
Yeah.
Where would you play it?
I would play it with OBE. But I'm a more blocky player. I see a lead. I see that I'm ahead, and that I can make a play that is more defensive. I'm generally going to do it.
That makes sense. Yes.
And they're all kind of the same number of points.
Yeah.
Howard's draw is not particularly good for what it's worth.
Oh no.
2 A's, 2 I's, a U.
Yikes. And 2 S's.
Yeah. The board is this board is like one of those things where it's kind of dead and kind of open. It seems the top of the board is open and the bottom of the board is dead, if that makes any sense. Like right. ST helps a lot for Bingo's up north.
Right.
Though they're not going to score very much. You have the MID as floaters. You know, it's going to be very easy to play to the northwest of the board, so you're going to keep expanding that way.
Right.
But in terms of expanding the bottom of the board, much more difficult. To the point where it's probably not going to happen. You're going to probably try, and you're just not going to score very much.
Going with voila.
Interesting. I don't know why you did that. Why would you do that? Maybe he just didn't see a volo.
I was just going to say, is it possible he just didn't see it? I mean, that happens for sure. There's so much going on in any given game, right?
I mean, I'm a little surprised. There may be more to this. He would probably play vola in this, like, over mid-year. I mean, to me, that would also seem like something he would do over this, even though I'm always going to be partially getting rid of 2 O's. You know, I'm not big on duplicates at all under almost any circumstances.
Right.
It'd be something I would ask him after the game. I'm not really sure why he did that. Howard has AI on the side. I think that's 2 S's. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Okay. It is. 2 A's, 2 I's, 2 S's, and a U.
Yeah, just not a lot of very good options. Play Aya's.
Okay, cute little insertion play via making cat and nis.
Yeah, that's also an option. Yeah, I think it's via Aya's. You can play Souk maybe if you wanted to.
Yeah.
The thing with Souk is that if it doesn't work, it loses. If he bingos, it loses the game on the spot. If Lewis just bingos, like, you're never coming back from Souk. Whereas this one is a little bit more flexibility, but it's pretty hard to see how this gets significantly better. I mean, he's going to draw a bingo now and prove me wrong, but
yeah, right. He drew bingo to JRD, so
yeah.
Maybe that's his best skill, is drawing.
Never a bad thing. If you have the ability to draw bingos, that's a very useful ability. We do see the option here, actually, of a pretty cute insertion for Lewis here. See hoop, and you can make hoop hoy, and then you can put kepi, and you can play ONIE as a cute little way of getting rid of some vowels.
Right.
You know, we were talking about the kepi spot before, and I think the kepi spot is easy to see, but I think the hoopo spot is a little bit harder to see. Because usually when you see an N like that, you want to start with that letter. You don't think of progressively going further north.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But if you can spot that, that would be very good and would keep a very good leave as well. CEOR.
Looks like you're just going to play Kui, though, on top of Trank. So
very interesting.
Pretty defensive.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to close the board here. This is about defense. This isn't about trying to get the best points in leave.
Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do.
To some degree, yeah. I mean, it does make voila make a little bit more sense here.
Right. Just
there
don't
are
give my
against this, though.
Opponent any chance to score. Yeah. Okay. So Howard going with Awa under Fugly, making La and Caillou, leaving EISS.
Makes sense. Do want to keep a good leave. Again, you could have played Awas to form Wens and on the right side of the board, but this creates better lanes. Whether these lanes will stay open is another question, but it does create better long-term options. And Howard knows that Lewis is trying to close down the board, so he wants to try to make something happen.
Right.
Lewis does have the XI drop, but if he does that, he's going to have no vowels.
Right.
In addition, he knows that Howard's trying to set up bingo lanes, and he's just going to let him do it. But that might be worthwhile to let him do it. It's not just because 50 points is 50 points.
So the rack is BGRRTXI. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to. He can play Brux if he wants to block the board, making fire, and then that would actually kill the lane and keep GIRT, which is pretty reasonable.
He did go with XI though under Awa. And
Brooks is
then
not crazy. If you want to do that, that is a decision. It's not fully automatic, even though it is a pretty big sacrifice. 20, it's 24-point sacrifice, but it is a big leave difference and it is a big board difference. So we'll see if that ends up mattering. It very well might. That's not a good draw either. And you're not going to be able to kill the AXE line and the LA line probably now.
Right. And Howard has a nice rack here. AZINESS.
Mm-hmm. Be interesting to see what he does here. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Just play Azinis or Zines or anything on the bottom, but he's going to kill the board by doing that. You could try to do something a little bit more, something like Nazis that would keep the board open. If he wants to keep the board open, he probably needs to do that and create that S lane on the right side, and then that way he has the LA hooks and the Nazis hooks. So that's the best way to keep two different lines open.
Right. But he's just gonna play nays here. ISS.
Interesting. This does fit with like Howard's like theme of a lot of people don't like. I remember Joel saying this once, and there are a lot of like old school players who think these sorts of ways where it's more important to have duplication eliminated rather than have like good tiles per se. So Joel has been on record as saying that he like prefers A's and I's in some ways to E's because you're less likely to draw duplicate E's, and that is a thing. I'm not a big believer in that, but there are a lot of players who do subscribe to that sort of philosophy, especially players who have been playing for a very long time. And that's kind of, I want to say that that's the theme. I don't know. I don't know Howard's exact inner thoughts, but if I were to guess as to why that sort of thing would happen, that's why that would be my best guess.
Okay.
Still unorthodox decision there, though.
Yeah.
For sure.
Lewis here with BDGRTT, so no vowels.
Yeah. Could play through this, though.
Yeah.
There's still the fire spot, which is now what he's choosing to do.
Grub, making fire.
I'm a little interested that he chose this now and didn't choose this last turn. Interesting. Understandable, because the X scores so much more.
Yeah, I probably just wanted to grab those points before. Well, he could, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem a little bit like inconsistent per se, and that I feel like if you were gonna play Grub now, you probably would have played it. You probably would have played Brex last turn. It does seem a bit weird, but understandable still. It's a huge point sacrifice. Yeah,
and we can't all be consistent in our games. Like sometimes you just we can't think of all the things all the time that you have to consider. So Mastix is what Howard has on his rack. MASSTIC.
Okay. Yeah, Mastix miscasts.
Miscast, yeah. But this board is not super friendly too.
No, and it's not going to get better, which is why I was interested. I mean, this is kind of the argument for Nazis instead of nays last time.
Yes, yeah.
Because now any lane that you create is going to get blocked.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very hard to create one that isn't going to get blocked, to be honest. Like, you'd have to create, I don't even know how you do this. You have to actually, you're treating Wens, that whole Wens thing, as a line. That's your best option, and it's not a good line.
No.
But all you can do is open the left side and then see like something like ACTA and say, okay, I'm gonna play ACTA. The A is a line. They're gonna block the A, and I'm gonna hit that Wens overlap for and overlap like MISS something like that on the right.
So with a score of 334 for Lewis to 271 for Howard, how dire is this situation for Howard right now? Okay, on this board is like not a lot of opportunities. He does do, as you suggested, open that line with Kama.
Yeah, and he has the IC, but it's hard to hit that.
We'll see what he draws. Lewis with D RTTAEE.
So he's treated. Not really a lot of good options here. Pretty complicated position here. There is a lot to think about. By the way, I should have mentioned this too. There's also the grubs line. On the bottom of the board, you can end in SE. That is also definitely relevant.
Right.
I should have mentioned that. And yeah. That being said, Lewis does have that both EEs that are remaining. So he knows that line doesn't really exist because he has to, now he knows how it has to end in SO or SI, and that's a lot harder than SE.
Right. And I was just going to point out, like Alec pointed out, if he had played Nazi, that takes it back R, which we know Lewis had at that time. So maybe you just would have shut down any lane anyway.
No, I was saying Nazis with the S. Just put the S on the board.
Oh, you were saying, okay, gotcha. Yes, because he had 2 S's anyways. Now he's got 3 on his rack.
Yeah. No, I wanted to open the right side. So yeah, I didn't want to create an S hook. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Lewis could do things like detract and just play off a bunch of tiles, keep the last E, and just kill the line and try to get the game over with pretty quickly.
Right.
That sort of thing is an option. If he can find a way to outscore, so like make some sort of like play that helps him score next turn, that would also be a pretty good option here. I'm not sure I see a good way of doing that, though.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how would he do that even?
Well, like in theory, you could do something like you hook like oft in the bottom left corner, and then and then Howard would have to play there, because if not, then Lewis would. Let's say you played ET and OFT for 8, then even if Howard bingoed, Lewis would score like 35 or 40 there, for example.
Right.
It's not a good idea in this case, but that's the kind of thing that you would do to try to like outrun a bingo.
So he goes with aged to the
very interesting choice.
Yeah.
That creates a pretty decent line that wasn't there.
Right.
I don't understand, to be honest. It also like even makes the Wens lane a little bit better. Like it's a little bit. Maybe it's not actually. That's probably wrong. You can still hit it, but it's maybe not easier than it was.
And what is Howard's rack again? 3 S's, a U, an I. Was there 2 I's? Can't tell.
Well, there had last turn he kept ISST, so he.
Oh, so he does have a T. Okay.
So it has to be like wussiest without the E.
Right. Howard seemed determined to keep both S's. Muffin says, "I'm glad I looked up the definition of kama." I'm gonna have to look that up later and see what it is.
Maca is. I always think that maca is a word initially because maca is a root. I don't know if you've ever seen maca root in stores, but that's not a word either.
No. Oh, is kama phony?
What?
No.
Oh no, maca is a word. Okay.
Kama though?
Yeah, kama is a word. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Howard's looking at the C and just saying, he's just saying TIC and like STIC, and I'm sure that that's his main path to victory from his perspective.
So going with wuss for 2 S's, hooking XI.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And then there's the D in Daged and the C in Kama, and that's where I'm sure that's where his mind's at.
So there are just 7 tiles in the bag now.
Well, no, there's 3. Yeah, and he's going to draw 4, so there's going to be 3.
Okay, yeah.
This is interesting. Like in theory, Lewis could like block the right side and set up something, but he's actually not ahead enough to do that. Like in theory, you want to play something like, let's say, undo, for example.
Right.
Because it scores 10, it blocks the D, and it creates a triple line. And if Howard hits you don't care because he's not going to score enough and you can outrun that. Maybe that's still like okay-ish, but it doesn't have the same effect that it normally would.
Right. And he's got D and RTTEO.
Yeah. He needs to block things the C is actually more dangerous. He needs to block things like holistic on the right side, given this pool.
Yeah.
There's just more. I don't even see, there's historic on the right side. There's there's nitrolic on the right side. There's much less on the left side to the D. The D is normally the more threatening thing,
Right,
but
yeah.
with this bag, it's not.
Yeah, instinctively you would think that D was more dangerous, but it's not the case.
So his objective really actually needs to be address the C, and I know he can't score doing that, but he still needs to address it. It's much more dangerous. Yeah. There aren't that many good ways of blocking it. That being said, even though there's not good ways of blocking, he still needs to do it. He needs to play something like Torque, TORC for 6, or Trove, or something like that.
But like you say, is it okay? So 355 to 321. If he does that, could he?
Enough.
Is enough.
I mean, there's no scoring plays on this board. Is the problem?
Yeah.
So let's say that Lewis plays like Torque, for example, for 6. He's up by 40. What's the worst thing that Howard can really have in terms of scoring on this board? It ain't good. I mean, I guess he has the H. Actually, there's the H on the top with like HER. That is actually a concern. He doesn't have it, but so he does need to think about that aspect of it. Yeah, that's actually, what do you do to deal with that? Looks like that he's just going to deal with that and just be like, if you hit the C, just deal with, then you just win. I'm not sure about
dots
this.
over Kui.
Yeah, I'm sure this is to block. This has to be to block the H. And he's going to find the H's in the bag, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I do wonder if there's a way that he could have blocked it and still weathered the H, but maybe not.
Thinner on his rack now. Okay, so Howard has LRSTIIO, I think.
And yeah, I don't think there's much here.
Muffin asks, is entrench a word?
Yeah.
With IN? Yeah.
Pretty sure. Entrench. Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Cool.
I mean, Howard should block it. I mean, he has Lorik lined up, so I think he does see it, and I think he's going to block it, because he wouldn't have that. There's no other reason to line that up unless he sees it.
Right.
There might be some other plays that do this a little bit better, but it's the same theme. You have to take out the bingo if that's what he's thinking of. TIL probably does that a little bit better, or Lilo.
Yeah, that's what Alec has just suggested in the chat.
But it's the same theme. It's, you need to take out the spot, and
yeah.
I mean, Till does it a little bit better because you get the Grubs hook afterwards. So you get like Loris over there for 25 or something like that on the bottom left. But it's the same. Whereas SIT after a Lorik just doesn't score the same. It's a very minor point. The spread may end up mattering. We'll see.
Yeah, it could. I didn't notice how close the players are in spread, but we know it's a tight
little
race.
ahead.
Okay.
It's worth noting when you play a style like Lewis's, I think even Lewis realizes this, you're pretty unlikely to get huge amounts of spread.
Yeah.
You can kind of see it with this game, the way he played it. Like when he played Voila, when he played Kui, he's sacrificing a substantial number of points to do this. And he's doing this every game. If you keep doing that, you're not going to get huge spreads. You're just not.
Right.
It might be worth it because you might win more games. But
yeah,
if you play this style and you play it too religiously, it's very hard to run at spread.
Right.
That being said, you can go too far the other way, where you're playing so open and so aggressively that you occasionally lose games that you could have just sewn up because you're trying to just gun too much and you run into.
I'm guilty of that lots.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get better.
Everybody's guilty of both of these, I think. There are players who I think. There are players who I know who I definitely think go too much one way, and players I know who I definitely go too much the other way.
Yeah.
And it always hurts when you see somebody. It's like you're going for spread too much and they get burned for it, and you're just like, well, if you,
Right.
I think a lot of times too when it's like, well, I could have been careful here,
Yeah.
but I just had to take the
Exactly.
points. And
Exactly.
I wanted to win this game by 80 instead of by 40, and as a result, I lost.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not always about wins and losses. I know you're supposed to try and win every game, but there's other ways to find joy in this game. Like if sometimes you want to play the really cool word that you've been wanting to play for a long time. I know you're looking at me like, no, it's always about the wins, but sometimes it's not.
I'm always of the I think that Howard and Lewis are going to be playing for the win almost.
Yeah,
they're not going to be playing for the cool word, trust me. But I get that, and it is tempting. It is
not at this level, but definitely in the E, F, D, E, F, probably even C.
I think at this level, you do see sometimes where people put down if they see something like really cool, they will put down the word. And
and then not play.
I have done that before, and I've seen others do that. If you want to do that, I understand. Like, if let's say that, I don't know, Lewis had like Ornithine, so that scored like less than Entrenched, like he might do that, or I just picked a random 9. But like, that does happen sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
Howard just told Lewis he wouldn't mind having his H.
What does he even have with? Oh, historic. Okay, yeah. Historic. Yeah. This is interesting. I do wonder, I know that Lewis does look at this. I do wonder about like Lewis's decisions in this game have been a bit interesting and maybe a little bit non-standard, even though like they're really I certainly understand what he's doing. I do think that maybe being a little bit more technical might help him out a little bit.
Well, how long has Lewis been playing for? I know he's
Not that
very
long.
good, obviously, but
yeah, not that long.
Yeah.
He took a hiatus, so he came back like I want to say a year and a half ago or something.
Okay.
But he's young.
Very, very young.
Yeah, he is young. He's younger than I am by a fair ways. I don't know how old he is exactly.
So he's young and he's already taken a hiatus?
Yeah.
For how long?
This happens.
Yeah. Did he get burned out, or did he just have other better things to do? He's 20. Oh my goodness.
Okay. He is 20. Okay. Most young players, it's easy to burn out in this game. It's very easy to burn out.
Well, also 20 is like everything is happening at that age, right?
Right. So, you're going through college, you're going through, being independent, you're going through, and this is, any game, regardless of what it is, that has lots and lots of swings, which Scrabble certainly does. The best player doesn't win, and even in a 20-game tournament, that's not the long run. It's not even close to the long run. You need minimum 50 games to determine who the best player is, and sometimes more. I know that people have been had this idea that like Nigel is like the best player by far, and like he does so much better than everybody else. If you actually look at Nigel's results, like Nigel's only won Worlds 3 of the last 10 times. And he's like universally by far the best player. Like it's not even close.
Yeah.
He still doesn't win that often.
We have word that we think that Lewis's first nationals was when he was 8 years old.
Good grief.
That's insane. I can't even imagine. It's crazy.
That's
did Howard lock in this play of Turles hooking grub?
Didn't seem.
I
guess so.
Stop, so yeah.
I remember when Mac played his first nationals, and Mac Miller's probably is the young version of this. Some of you may have seen his videos. He's on YouTube. He's been playing for a while. He's one of the best players in North America. I remember when he played in nationals, and he's just like, "Oh, this is so much fun!" And like, it's like I don't see how anybody could be frustrated. And Carl goes up to him and is just like, "Wait till you get older." And anybody who knows Mac nowadays is gonna be like, he definitely understands that now. As as a 15-year-old or 14-year-old, he was very happy-go-lucky and like, this game is so much fun, and like this is so much. But as you get older and you feel the swings, you may be able to keep a positive attitude and Mac is still a pretty positive person,
Yeah.
but you understand really quickly as enough things happen to you that this game can, in any game that is high variance like this can be pretty brutal.
I know. I always feel guilty when I beat a player who's like an Adam Logan or a Matthew Tunnicliffe, because they just earned it. Like, they've done all the work, and so I don't deserve to win.
It's fine most of the time, but like at a big tournament, I feel you. Like it's hard. Like it doesn't feel very, and it means the hardest part is that it means so much more to them than it does to you. Really.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's tough.
Yeah.
It's not, but they know that too, and it's like
Yes.
like you play somebody who's like you're supposed to be like 80% of the time, and it's just like this awkward dynamic where they draw both blanks, and like they draw like way better than you, and like but it's still like your obligation as the better player to know that you're supposed to try to figure out a way to win this game anyway.
Yes.
And you have this weird imbalance where you're trying much harder, you're trying like shenanigans, and you're trying to like maneuver and like trick them and like do all this like weird stuff that isn't supposed to work, because you have to gimmick your way to try to win, and then like they feel bad because that they feel a lot more desperate. You're just having a good time being at the tournament. It is a very tough dynamic on both sides. And
so I'm just looking here. They've obviously finished the game. Yep. We were too busy talking.
Lewis has won, as we've noted.
392 to 365.
Yeah.
It ended up being pretty close. So yeah, he obviously didn't see entrench or didn't want to take the risk that it wasn't good.
Yeah, he just played HOY.
Yeah.
He just took the guaranteed win.
Right.
He probably thought that entrench was probably a word, but also wasn't willing to risk it. And I totally understand. Sure. Because it's the normal spelling is an E. So
yes.
Yeah. They're postmorteming. Both of these players are pretty big on postmorteming.
That's how you get good.
It can be.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, among the tools that we have to get better.
And different people have different philosophies too. It's always interesting to hear what other people think, especially since these players, I'm pretty sure, don't have the same philosophies. So you want to hear what the other person's thinking, because it helps you learn it helps you maybe develop ideas as to what to do against it if you don't agree with them. So there's some of that, but then you still want to like kind of hedge your bets, if it makes any sense. It's like, well, how married am I to my philosophy on how to play this game?
Right. Exactly.
And you're still, at the end of the day, like you're still playing a game with each other. You're still friendly with each other.
Yeah,
at the very least.
Sure. That is definitely one of the best things about this community. Like, the Scrabble community is so welcoming and diverse, and I just love it. There's space for everybody, right? Yeah. Every type of person, every background, every age. It's the most inclusive sport, I think, that I've ever seen. So, I guess chess is another one that's like that. No, it's not.
It isn't. Like, if you look at the top table, like if you go to the candidates tournament, they're all like 25 to 30, like 25 to 40-year-old guys.
Okay.
They are. I mean,
fair.
I mean, who's the oldest? I mean, I'm not like super knowledgeable about chess, but like,
me neither.
Everybody's between. Maybe there's a lot of like Indian 20-year-olds, but like there's not a lot of older players. There's not a lot of women.
Okay.
I mean, there's some good women players.
Oh, we're gonna.
Yeah.
You're gonna get to ask your question.
Oh, nice. Hey, Lewis.
Hey, Kenji.
How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, thanks.
How was that game for you?
Yeah, well, it was very nice at the start, like the letters I was getting, and then after BNTS I had a little bit of problem, but then came right again.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. How did it look from your point of view?
There were some interesting decisions.
Yeah.
Some kind of complicated positions. Some where, you had some interesting choices. Voila was certainly interesting.
Oh, well, I didn't really see anything on that turn. What did I have?
Ovolo is primarily the thing that most people would have
Oh
seen.
yeah, I forgot about that word. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you probably saw Entrench and didn't want to chance it.
Nope. Wait.
Okay.
No.
Nope.
That's okay.
No.
Okay. I mean, if you don't, it's one of those where you're not. It's pretty hard to be 100% sure anyway.
Yeah. I wasn't even looking for bonuses at that point. I was just
Oh
like,
yeah. Nice.
just thinking.
Yeah.
Play and win. I guess. Yeah. But Entrench is nice.
Yeah. Just a pretty, lockdown restricted board for a little while. And,
yeah, I should have played. I was talking about playing Drub instead of Grub and keeping my G for here, which would have been much better.
Sorry, keeping the G for where?
GER.
GER. Because then that caused me trouble because I was like, the H is just like gonna hit for 40 there.
Yeah, the whole sequence is interesting. XI, the turn before too, was something that we talked about for a little while. Whether just playing Brux that turn. Lots of interesting decisions. I think that were pretty close.
Yeah.
XI is 50 as opposed to Brux, which is like 26. So it's by no means automatic.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even see Brux to be honest either. So
lots of restrictive, technical plays that were, with lots of choices and not really a clear path for either of you, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for commentating. I'll give you back.
Good luck. And you're
right
at the top, so hope to see you soon. Hope you do well.
Cheers. Thanks. See ya.
Take care.
Congrats.
I think we're going to be taking a break soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a 10-minute break, roughly.
Okay. We will see you soon with more New Zealand Nationals.
Come back. We're back.
We are back. This is game 3 of the morning of the New Zealand National Tournament. It's going to be between Alex and Val. Alex is very much responsible for a large amount of this stream that you are watching today. We couldn't do it without him. Val is the person who writes the newsletter and the former president of the New Zealand Scrabble Association. So both are very, very important figures within the New Zealand scene.
Nice.
There's the video.
And this is a B grade matchup.
Yes.
So everybody's tracking.
Both of these players, especially Val, are usually in A grade. But since this is very much this is a national tournament, so this is like, that there are more divisions. There's like 6 divisions here, I think.
Right. Yes.
So they're the top of B grade. They're both intending for this, and they're both used to playing in A grade. Well, at least maybe not Alex so much, because Alex is more of an uppercomer. Alex has gotten much better within the last year very quickly. Whereas Val has been a good player for probably a decade, maybe even longer than a decade. I don't know how long.
Yeah.
As we see, Val's going first. EEGORRT. Very interesting kind of rack where there's not like a great option. There's like lots and lots of like goodish ones.
Yes.
There's like ergo, setting up the T, leaving TER. There's like reorg, which scores a little bit more, but it's a little bit worse. You can fish even more if you want to play like ERG, or you want to play ego or GER or something like that. Really, there's no real wrong thing you can do here.
Okay. Looks like she's considering gore, maybe.
That's fine too. Org if you want to do that. GOR if you want to. You're going to have a lot of plays, and they're really just kind of stylistically pretty much the same.
Okay.
People will, at the top levels, people are going to like micro dissect and say, "Oh, this plays a little bit better than that."
Right.
And I think that they're right. I mean, I'm one of those people who likes to micro dissect things, but at the end of the day, like you're not gonna. It's not gonna cost you the game if you make a decision over another here.
Right.
Even at the top levels, people are just like, okay, you played that, that's fine. They're not really micro dissecting to that degree.
Right. So she's decided on Rigo, yes. Okay. Rigo. And vertical.
Yeah,
vertical placement. We know there's some controversy about that.
Yeah. I don't think that doesn't take like a hook that she has, but so that would be like a reason to play ergo, but then you'd have to put the tile next to the, it is, we could talk about this all. We could talk about forever.
Let's read Alex's rack here. What does he got?
AINPTUV.
Okay. And that Scrabble is saying Alexander was the initial person to set up streaming for New Zealand Scrabble. So yeah, done a lot of work, and we appreciate it because these are some pretty fine streams.
Yep.
Is there a link to standings? We don't have a link to standings in the chat, do we?
I don't think so. I remember looking at it earlier when we saw it between rounds, and Val was 2nd and Alex was 6th, I believe. Something like that.
Right. Okay, there's a link, I think.
Okay. Alice looking to get rid of the V and the U. Those are obviously not a very good combination of tiles. Probably looks like he's thinking about like UP or maybe OUP, something like that.
What do you think you would do here?
Something like that. Maybe like Vug, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Just something.
That would be so unsatisfying.
It is, but what else is there to do here?
I don't know. What would I do? Probably the wrong thing.
No, give yourself a little more credit. I mean, part of me wants to think that prego is a word like this tomato sauce.
Right. So vot.
Okay.
That gets rid of a lot of V and U at the same time, so that's good.
Yeah. Part of me wants to think that throttle's there, but it's not.
Yeah, I know. I saw that too.
So EHLORTT for Val. very close to a lot of things.
Yes.
But nothing too great.
Yeah, she's wishing he had put that T out in a spot where she could use it.
For sure.
Oh, Prego. A few good tater says Prego is good. Preggo.
Okay. Well, with 2 G's, yeah.
Yeah, 2 G's.
Yeah. Also, Grego is that hook to Rigo if you want to.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, Alex is I studied pendling like yesterday or like 2 days ago. It doesn't have like any other form. It's like there's no pindled, but it's pendling is good. Okay, HO comes down. I want to say that there might I would have to be looking at like TE if I were Alex here. Like I don't think there's anything, but it looks like there is. Especially with HOI being words, just like it just looks like there might be a 9 at that, but I don't think.
Well, really, like there's no E. Well, I guess the E's there, but I mean 2 N's, 2 I's. I don't think.
But NIT and INTED and Intel and it's really close to a lot of things. I don't know.
Chat's having fun spelling different spellings of pregnant.
Okay.
There's a famous meme or Reddit thread or something where these women are saying, "Am I pregnant and pregnant?" And there's like all different spellings of pregnant. Hilarious. Heidi would play 10 pin because it's nice. Yeah, if I see it. I honestly don't know what I probably just plays pin or something. Or
there's like and there's stuff to the left. Like that works too. You just want to play something that's kind of although that's gonna have there's a lot of like that TED that looks safe. That is not safe. Like especially with OURN now being killed, like that actually is gonna get extended a lot.
Well, we'll be happy to see it when it does. Yeah, it'll be exciting.
Val's just gonna bingo here, but if not, like
LATTEER.
Yeah, so I expect Val to find this. There's just tolerate, which
yes,
I think she's gonna find. If she doesn't, then she might see something with a TED. Although I don't see anything yet, but HOA awards, so something with like tated or rated, it likely is in that. Right. And Alice is gonna bingo back when Val bingos.
Import. Wait.
Although if he doesn't, there's repointed.
Okay.
But,
yeah. What?
Yeah.
Okay. So Val looking like she's relying on anagramming, as I would, not like looking at the rack and saying, "Oh, I know what's in here" right away.
Yeah. Well, there's ATE. This is not the easiest thing to find if you don't study it automatically, for sure.
Yeah.
And that TED to me would be distracting. Like, that doesn't actually help. It just makes it, Even the VE, like, it's not too far off from like like, I don't know, interval or something like that.
Oh yeah, forgot about that R hook on HO.
Yeah. Stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think there's any.
She's just looking at her. It looks to me like she's just looking at her rack here and not what's on the board, like
perhaps
that she can use.
I think she's looking for 7s, but there's not really any lanes for 7s. Like even if she had one, I don't think I don't think she's finding it, honestly. I think she's, which may actually help her, especially if she plays like TED or TEG and VOT or something like that. Like,
I think this is one of those misses that's lucky. Like lucky if you don't find it.
Well, she might end up blocking all of Alex's options. Yeah. I mean, Alex doesn't have anything right now. She's relying on a line. Right. He has repointed.
Right.
Val might block that too.
Right.
Although he has that almost lined up. I do wonder if he sees.
Yeah, that would be a cute little play for sure.
Yeah.
I would be proud of myself if I saw that.
I mean, she's had LE, like she's had her rack lined up like this for a while, which
yes,
is leading me to believe that she just doesn't see tolerate. And
okay.
okay.
LEA, the play alongside ha.
Interesting. Okay, so Taha, she's leaving the Taha hook open.
Okay.
Every time I get a chance to say something that's Collins, I do. I don't know if you've figured it out yet.
Nice.
Yeah, let's see if Alastair is repointed. That repointed would be a very impressive play.
Oh, that would be so fun to spot.
Yeah.
Val somehow didn't line it up. Ax or typo, do you mean the tolerate? That she didn't line that up? Yeah, like I said, I really think that she just didn't look at the board there and see that she had an O to play through. Kenji knows more CSW than me now. Is he oh, he was so close. He had it.
Yeah, he's had it close a few times.
Yeah.
It's an import that's,
Oh no. For a second I thought imported.
Now he does have it lined up. Now he does have it lined up.
Do it.
The thing is, it's not even going to work out because Val has Gradier lined up, which is a word which is going to score a lot more than repointed does. So it's actually this is one of those cases where it's actually definitely beneficial he doesn't find it.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get punished for it.
Right.
So if you it's actually a huge swing. Like if you're rooting for Alex, you definitely hope he does not find this.
Right.
Because if not, he's going to play something like DOP or something like that, and then Val will have some 10 to 15 point play that kicks EIRT
right.
instead of Gradier for 80. That's how this game works sometimes, where unfortunately, finding the best play doesn't help. There's also Proined, isn't there? Actually, I just realized that.
Oh.
Yeah, Proined is a word.
Oh, wow.
You could just find that in Ilya, which
crazy.
I should have mentioned a long time ago, but I forgot to look for bingos.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna play DOP and plea.
Okay. So So there's an order of operations here. Proined is the best play by far, and then repointed is bad because it leaves Gradier. So this is second, and then But yeah. I'm surprised. Did anybody in chat mention Proined and I just didn't?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay.
Funnily enough, because I mean they usually put all of the possibilities.
Proined also with Olia. I only mentioned Ilya, but Olia is obviously also a hook.
Right. I don't see Alex, so maybe he's had to go.
Alex probably just got he probably just got fed up. Alec just probably got fed up with me commentating. It's just you don't know any words. He does draw in holder here, by the way.
Okay, nice.
So he's another shot at finding a bingo.
And Val just playing toil under DOP, leaving GRET.
Makes sense.
I would hate to leave that G on my rack here.
I would too, but there's not really any good ways of getting rid of it. Is there? I mean,
yeah, probably not.
Oh, he finds in holder right away.
Oh,
nice.
He wanted the H on the triple
I can't
letter.
blame him. But this is plenty good enough.
Nice find, Alex. Now she has pregnants. No, just kidding.
Okay.
Am I pregnant? Okay. Stop. PGNRSTE is what she has. Oh, is she on hold?
Yeah. She does have the P hook. I don't know if she knows the P hook.
That would be crazy. Pin holder?
Yep.
No. No. Just no.
You studied these things. These are things you're supposed to study.
There's so many words to study.
There are, but
Does it take an S? No.
sure. Why wouldn't it take an S? Oh, you mean like
I don't know.
spin holder? No, spin holder is not a word. The
maybe
pin
there's.
holders, yeah.
Okay, what doesn't take an S? Does he mean in the front? I don't know what he means. Because I don't know words.
We are playing a word game, Heidi.
Yes. I know. But
it is
there's
fun.
So
It's still fun if you don't know words, but it is a
Like,
word game.
Even when you start studying and you start thinking like, oh, I learned all these new words, and then like, you go play a game and all of a sudden there's like 50 more words in one game that you just never seen before.
That's true.
When I'm watching these games and all the comments are going like, oh, they could play this or that, I'm like, there's so many words I don't know.
It can get to be overwhelming especially if you hold yourself to a standard finding all of them all the time, which is an unreasonable standard for 99% of society.
Right. So she just went with ping here and keeping REST.
Yep.
So
very good leave. Probably the best 4-tile leave that doesn't have a blank.
Yeah. And then
depending
Alex looking at CSWYAAI.
So obviously way and away and all that sort of stuff. Not too clear what to do here.
Yeah,
usually you're looking for like the aping hook, but I don't see any 5s. Certainly looks like there might be one, but yeah, I don't see any. Not really any good overlapping plays for those letters. Yeah, pretty tough turn.
You don't have Quackle up for this one, eh? Maybe there's some cool words we don't.
There probably are.
Cool Collins words we don't know. Well, Alec would have told us by now.
I mean, there's like airway. I can imagine, it's not a cool Collins word, but it's probably pretty decent. I guess I just realized that there's like the TED hook hasn't died yet, so there's like weighted, for example.
Ooh.
Which actually is probably not bad. That's what, 27? Getting rid of WAI. That's
and then and he has the other A's to hook it
to make it awaited. So I mean, there's stuff like that. It's probably just airway. In reality, it's probably just airway.
Okay.
But I could see weighted. Like, you do want to get rid of some of this. Tell
Kenji that pin holder is not a word.
Oh.
Okay. Pin holder is not a word.
Folder?
Is it what?
Pin.
Don't confuse me. You could now I'll try to play pin holder and it won't be good. Thank you, Alec, for alerting us.
Okay. Yeah, my bad.
Pin
folded.
Pin folder is the phony, and then pin setter, pin fold. Okay. Dolphin. Okay. Just keeping CSYAI. This is your fault, Alec.
I'm gonna see Turners or something like that.
Yeah.
I really think that there's potential. Looking at the King spot and the TED spot, I really do think that spot is actually not going to die. It really might get played between aping and oping, and the hooks under there. Like, it's not that easy to end in A or end in I. Or
no, I know, but it's hard to see at this point. Like, if you're not like you say when she played ping there, you stop thinking that it's a line, even if you were looking at it before, which is not a given, right?
Yeah, that's true. Although now that Alex has this rack, like CAY is obviously what you want to play off, and you're one letter away from Siza, so that is something he's gonna be looking at. Like, that's something he's gonna be considering for sure. because that is something that you would notice.
CSYZAAI.
SEIZAA for Siza, for whatever that is,
SEI,
79
okay.
or something. But like he's
Okay.
close to that, and so he probably will notice that.
Right.
So that's gonna like alert him to that spot, I think. So he's gonna play like a lot of times you would play something like Lacey for 18 just to try to hit that, because there's 3 E's and there's
Right.
I mean there's 3 chances to get an E and there's like 9 E's, so the odds of getting one is like 50%.
If you know Siza, is it a given? I don't know. I guess most people learn those.
I think
5-point words.
I think people know the Z5s at this level.
You could say that, but yeah, not everybody knows all the same things, and it's hard. It's hard to
the Z5s.
Studying's hard.
They know the Z5s, Heidi.
Okay. They know the Z5. Okay, I gotta learn my Z5.
Yeah, he's playing K, but for that exact reason. I promise you, this is because of.
Okay, going with icy.
Oh, maybe he's
is
not.
This scary?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't see it then. I'm pretty sure he saw CAY because he wanted to keep size, and then just like I don't know if I want to leave a C there.
Well, he's still thinking, but yeah, I don't. Okay, he's going with icy. So there.
Okay. You're right. You win this one.
Icy fishes for Sadza.
Yeah,
but he hits that much less often.
Well, there's 4 Ds, 2 Ps. I mean, some of them played.
E too. Got the E. Okay, so Val has GSYAEIO. What are you gonna do with that? Ooh.
Yeah.
Is Senza for real good too?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we've got options.
Yeah, for sure. Even just goated or something like that. I mean, I'm paying too much attention to the overlaps, but yeah, just there's a few different things. I mean, generally there's too many vowels, so she's gonna look for something that gets rid of the vowels.
Quinn pointing out that he has Senza, but also Zanes on the other triple spot. So
that's where?
Nice. At the top. So here.
Oh, ZEINS. Okay, yeah.
Yes. My poor illustration.
Yogi coming down.
Okay. Seems reasonable leaving SAE.
It may be the case that she just ends up playing CAZ here, even though it scores less. It's enough. Like I could see that happening as well here. It is a sacrifice, but
right.
Let's see. Senza is going to be.
So
he plays it immediately. He doesn't even think about this.
Yeah.
There are choices here. Senza's probably better. CAZ is at least reasonable. It's 50 and keeps AENS. Wasn't automatic here, but
no, but maybe wasn't even looking at that spot again, like we say. Alec pointing out that goated is not a word yet, just so you know.
It's not a word yet.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Oh, they didn't up.
Yeah, it didn't make it in, I guess.
Oh, brother. I don't know what's Collins anymore.
Yeah, okay. I know.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Ooh.
I thought that was Collins.
Look at this draw for Val. RSAEEEO.
Yeah, not the best.
No, and then Alex on the other side has 3 A's.
Yeah, but he has like coaxial. He has plays.
Oh yeah, coaxial. Nice one. Collins is the worst. There's so many more options though, and I love Collins because more of the words that I think are words or should be words are words.
That's true.
But still, not all. Like there's some crazy discrepancies, eh? And
It's more consistent.
omissions and stuff. Yeah.
So like, for example, one of the things I've been looking at that Collins does much better is like the IZE words that take R, for example. And it's just much more like that's just a matter of like consistency, and it doesn't make any sense. Like there's like 30 words in NWL, for example, that are good with IZER that are not good with ISER.
Oh man.
And like a lot of them are good with ISE, so it's not the difference between ISE and IZE. It's just ISER versus IZER.
Brutal.
That's a bit ridiculous. I'm perfectly happy to say that's a bit ridiculous.
I would have liked to keep the R here, but she plays air.
Yeah.
Taking lie.
Makes
leaving
sense.
AEOS. A lot of vowels. Hopefully she draws some consonants.
Yeah, ERE does take an S in Collins.
I can never remember those. ERE takes S. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, so brutal. It doesn't seem like it should. Alex, 3ACILX. Like I said, like you say, coaxial looks like a great play here, but
yeah,
could be a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's other things too. As long as you even if you just plays taxa, that would be understandable.
Yeah.
For example. Although that would not work, but
yeah,
no way to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's probably coaxial or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm back looking. Is four-wasted a word?
I don't know. Somebody, 5 cows suggesting foresaw. A few good taters says fear rose. Is that a thing? I haven't seen that before.
I've never seen. I don't know.
Are you just joking with us? Alex says four-wasted. Yeah.
Okay, so four-wasted is the best play by a wide margin. I think this foresaw doesn't play, right? So yeah, it's four-wasted then. If you see that.
Yeah, that's a tough spot. Like, oh my god.
This is why I've been talking about the entire game.
I know.
Because it actually does show up.
Oh, okay. They were trolling me. Fear rose a Pokemon. I don't know my Pokemon.
I don't either.
I'm so easily trolled.
Fair enough. I am too. You can ask Axter or a variety of other people as to my wealth of experience being trolled. She does have 4 swear lined up, which almost fits on the right, but not quite.
Darn.
But that does make it seem like four-wasted is possible if she can find that. But
I just feel like you're almost never looking there. It just doesn't. It's not natural.
I've been looking at the whole game.
You have. You're fixated on it. Don't donate to any Nigerian princes in chat, Heidi. I won't.
It's a tough find. I don't in reality think she's finding it.
Okay, she's just gonna go with wafer.
Yeah.
Giving up here. It's too bad. It's so hard when you see bingos and you can't play them.
Yeah. This isn't a good board for bingos at all either.
No, yeah.
Almost says Wuxia, but not quite.
Oh man, yucky. LXAIIOU.
Yeah. But near a lot of stuff. Kind of a weird situation where like you're almost like this. As much as like four-wasted is hard, like things that end in the A or the O are a lot easier to see, especially when you have a rack like this.
Yes.
Where you are going to see like Orixa and things like that that you're pretty close to, and then you're going to like start to shoot it. That is something that is a lot easier than four-wasted that I do expect people should learn how to do as they get better.
For sure,
Be like, I'm one tile off from this.
Yeah.
I'm one tile off from that. Can I hit the J or the X or the Z or whatever in that spot? A very good draw, by the way, for Val here.
Ooh. Oh man, Alex is going to. Oh, Lax here alongside Wafer, leaving the beautiful IIOU on his rack.
Well, it's ugly, but it's not as bad as you might think because of Yoi, you know, and like things like that. It's much more
Right,
playable
yes.
than because you're close to words. It's much more playable than you might think.
Okay.
That's probably not how you pronounce that, by the way. I have no idea.
And
you see,
JMBOES blank on
Yep.
Val's rack. Jumbo's. Can you spell Jumbo's ES?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a.
You could just play Jumbo here, by the way. It's not the worst.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's probably what I would be looking to do. What about, is there anything that plays along? Well, maybe you wouldn't play up there anyways. I was going to say alongside Lax, but maybe even if you could, you wouldn't.
I mean,
Jumbo would be sweet in the spot you've been eyeing all game.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah, it's 60. It's over 60. It keeps an S. I don't see a problem with it. Yeah.
Oh, she has to burn the blink to do that.
She does, but it's 60 points and keeps an S. It's basically a bingo.
Yeah.
And this board is not good for anything.
Right.
Like, where's a bingo going to play on this board? So yeah, if she wants to do that, I mean, she doesn't have to. She can play like Umbo or something like that if she wants to. But
yeah,
if she plays Jumbo, I'm fine. I'm on board with that. I'd probably even prefer it, honestly. The more that I look at this position, creating a line is not going to be easy on this board. And
yeah,
the J, what are you going to do? You're going to play JO eventually? Like, the J is not going to get any better, really.
right.
Yeah, I don't know. I certainly don't mind. We'll see. She has time. She is using it, and this is not a bad spot to be using it in.
Yeah. Five Crab says fish first. It's jambok. I don't even know how to say that.
Yep. That's actually a verb.
Oh my goodness.
It's jam. Well, I don't know if it's a verb. I know jamboked is good. I know it takes ed. That's how Scrabble people are. We don't know whether things are verbs or not. We just know what the words are.
Right. I guess that could be an adjective if it ended with
it could
ed.
be, yeah.
Jambox, okay.
It's a pretty good example of why that keep wasn't so bad. Like, Alex's rack is not that bad. Like, it has a rev, so it's close to stuff. It has omov. It has ovum. It has muai. There's like lots and lots of words, even though that rack is like looks catastrophic.
Yeah.
It's not good, but it.
Quinn says yes, that's a verb. So cool.
Okay.
So you can be jambocking.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So she went with jog there. I find that interesting.
Yep. And Vom comes down again. Terrible leave again. Very likely be able to play through this.
Yeah.
Although, if Val thinks about this a little bit, both S's are out. So playing, well, never mind. I was gonna say like playing something like job would be fine, except Job is a word, so never mind.
Right. Yeah.
But
so you went with Vom leaving IIOU again. And Val has BMSSEI blank.
Yep. And again, we're in the same kind of scenario of there's nothing really all that good to do. Even if you bingo, this rack feels like it needs something good to bingo with. I mean, there is OB-isms. Forming EXO, for example. That's probably what she should do. Unless there might be something else. But that's not that great. It's, I mean, I don't think she has a choice. I think she has to play that if she sees it. But
yeah, it's again, like, I don't think I'm seeing that. It's pretty hard. But she's a better player than me, obviously, so maybe she'll see it.
Yeah. I mean, she's still behind after Opiisms. That's the problem. And it, even if Alex just plays audio and oping, which is probably what he's going to do, that's a pretty hopeless situation. He's going to be, it's not like audio is like some like big, luck box of a play. It's a 28-point Val dump.
Yeah.
But Val's going to be behind by 40 on a board with no bingo lines.
Right.
On a, it's pretty dire.
Is she gonna see it?
She might.
Yeah.
There's.
Oh. Okay.
Is there anything else here? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't see anything.
I don't know. Chat, what are you doing here?
Yeah, it's just Obiisms, I think. Can you get away with... It's not the worst idea to play something on the right of Lax and then create an S line and try to bingo that way.
Yeah.
It's not that great, though. I don't know. I mean, like, if FAE took an S, then I would be okay with that, but it doesn't.
Right. Yeah.
Because otherwise you could play BE and then.
Yeah.
That would be, you create an S hook and you score like 24, and I would do that if it took it, but it doesn't. So it's moot.
I'm sorry we're not clackling, chat, but I don't have the I don't have the multitasking skills for that.
I'm not sorry. I could, and I just don't. If we're missing something, then it's likely the players are missing something.
Yeah.
I mean, chat, are we missing something? I mean, let us know if we are.
And then if they find something great that we missed, it's all the better. So yeah, it's a win-win.
Yeah, I mean, it seems unlikely to me that there's something better than Obiisms, to be honest.
Okay, she's gonna play
Vim. Okay.
B,
so that leaves Meowed. If Alex can find that.
Yeah, that looks like I think he's going to be looking for that now.
Even if he doesn't find that and plays something like Imido, that's still pretty good. And he'll find that for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, Meowed is a little bit better because it gets rid of more vowels, but that's also not a good draw. The thing with Obiisms is, even though it wasn't very good, and I mentioned that a few times now that it's not very good, it's really hard. You have to find something where the rat can get better.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, even if you had, let's say you had like 4 blanks, for example, in this position, like, where would you want to bingo?
Right.
And if you can't really answer that question with a really solid answer, then you probably should just bingo now.
Right.
Even though you need to be creating something else, and that M doesn't really qualify because it would never.
Oh, he just went with a mid there. Sorry to cut you off, Kenji.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he doesn't want to leave the bingo line. I can see that as well.
Yeah.
There's also like extensions for what it's worth, but they're not going to show up.
It's lucky that he didn't play Meow because he drew the Q. So.
Maybe. I mean, the Q still has options, but yeah. I mean, even now, like, we drew the Q and he still has the U, but what is he doing with it? It's not.
Well, I haven't gotten that far yet. It's Val's turn. What is she gonna do?
Well, she has Bassett lined up, so she does see that. I don't mind bet here, honestly, for the same reason that we were talking about last turn, where you set up the S hook and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what she's doing.
Makes sense. And if you're, in Alice's shoes, you do need to be concerned about this. The other bingos would score like 70. This would score a lot more than 70.
Right.
70 won't really threaten your lead, but 90 plus will.
Right.
So I expect that even though it would mess up his leave, he's going to actually like react to this, and he's going to block it with like OE or something like that.
Right.
Whereas he might not otherwise.
Right.
especially considering that there's just no other lines now. Like EXO wasn't a good line, but it was a line, and other than that, what is there now? Like, yeah, just not a lot. To the T, I guess. Yeah, just not a lot of options.
Right.
So yeah, I think OE is getting, even though the leave is disastrous, I think OE is getting played a lot.
Yeah, called it. Looks like he's gonna do it anyways.
Yeah. Although yeah.
You could consider taking Took as an alternative to blocking Fat, says Quinn.
You could consider Toke, yeah, okay. Oh, that's not bad, mostly because it creates a scoring spot with BIK, which means outrun a lot of that.
Yeah, now he's considering that too.
Yeah. I would be okay with that too. That looks pretty good. This is one of those cases where opening scoring spots is really good for you.
Yeah.
Because if Val uses it for 35 points or 40 points, you don't really care. But if you score 35 or 40 points next turn, you do care, because that's 34 plus 40, that's 74. That's going to put you way out of range of a bingo.
Right.
Even if Val hits the bingo for like 95,
right,
you're still going to be up like almost 50 after that sequence. So yeah. Normally, like, people don't appreciate how opening scoring spots is actually a good thing on certain situations, and this is one of those situations.
And he is going to go for that. Nice.
I do think that OE is fine too here, however, because of the fact that there's literally nothing else for Val to do. But this is more than fine.
And Val has fetuses lined up with blank E.
The downside.
Oh, nice. LF.
Yeah. The downside of Toke is, what do you do when Val takes the Toke spot, then you have to block it next turn, because you still have to address that spot.
Yeah.
That's why it's not so much of a slam dunk to do that. But as you can see, like, this is still a very good situation. Even without the blank that Alex drew, he would still be fine, honestly.
Yeah.
But
BKNAEI blank. Pretty nice.
Just beak or something like that.
Yeah.
Probably. Is there any bingo in that? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. But yeah, that's a lot of points. It is, in another situation, maybe that would be.
Yeah, this is so.
You get to waste the blank for, an extra of like 8 points or whatever. Blink or something
blank.
Like that. Yeah.
Play blank, yeah.
Yeah, blank. Blank works.
Too bad there's not enough room for blanky.
Yeah, I mean, there's blanky, there's beatnik, there's ikebana, there's all sorts of more fun words, but they don't play. I don't know if that qualifies as. I assume this qualifies fun words.
Yes, anything with KB in it is going to be fun.
Okay. Is there? I'm not giving up yet on the. I still don't want to give up on the TED thing.
Are you kidding? You're hyperfixated. Still dreaming of a play to teach.
He's not that far off. He's really not. Like, he almost has benighted almost overlaps. I mean, that's too long, but
oh, my dog crying. Benighted.
Yeah, that almost fits. Close.
I guess I'm gonna have to. Can you hear him sucking? Yeah.
Chat, do you mind Heidi's dog?
Oh, he's crying. I should let him in. Okay, hurry up. Hurry up then.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry. All right. You're gonna have to show us the dog.
You knew this was gonna happen, right?
He's too heavy.
If you learn anything about chat, you should learn that chat really loves pets. If you just show like your dog or your cat for like an hour, like they'll still continue to watch.
Come here. You wanna come here? Wanna come see? Oh God, you're heavy. Oh my God, why do you weigh so much? You're such a pig. There you go, doggy. Okay, sorry. Go. He heard 3 hours of Heidi laughing behind a door and couldn't take it anymore. I suspect a lot of people would tire of hearing me laugh for 3 hours. Okay, what are we doing here? 2.5 minutes on Alex's clock.
To be fair, we're waiting for Alex to make one of about 20 different choices of a 50-point play that makes the blank, brink, blink, bleak,
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
There's nothing to do here. You could play beak and keep the blank as a souvenir.
Just play blank for the content. Come on.
Very low threshold of content, if that's the content.
Wow. Using the blank to play blank. I don't know. It's fine.
It's fine.
There's worse content out there.
There is. That's true. Okay, here comes.
No, what are we gonna see? Brink, blink,
boink.
Boink. Boink is awesome.
Don't know. I'm not gonna. They'll tell us, but we are told it is a. What is it? R.
Okay, brink. Boink
Break-in
just sounds more fun. Okay.
Break-in is something I want to be a word too.
Brinkin?
Break-in, like a
Oh, break-in. Break-in, yeah. Hyphenated.
Lots of things are hyphenated. We don't make them hyphenated.
Okay, IT. Oh, wait, he didn't. Okay, he's just committing now. He was still thinking, I guess. we are told it is an A. You scared me, Kenji. That's what Alex said. Did you? Yank. What did she play?
Just TI. She just
there it is. Okay.
Yeah. She could have scored a little bit more, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Okay, and Alex wins 444 to. Did they add her score? 374.
386.
386. Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, very good game.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. That was a fun one. So a lot of interesting positions.
Yep. But yeah.
Could have just played it beside the Q. U there.
Yeah. She could have. It's hard to. I get it at the end when the outcome's decided. It's hard to put the same amount of attention.
Yeah, for sure.
Matthew
had said in the chat that he wanted to see her shirt. It does look fun. Evolution of something.
New Zealand has lots of fun shirts.
Yeah.
Lawson makes a lot of shirts that are like for New Zealand that you see on various things. They're pretty nice. And
Courtney's saying that it is a Lawson Sue creation. So Oh,
Yeah.
yay. Oh, she needs to Scrabble man. Evolution of Scrabble man.
Yeah.
Nice. Cute.
Lawson's also a very fun player to watch. He's maybe the most fun player I've ever seen to watch. I don't know if I necessarily think that he's the most technical player, but his style is very entertaining, at least to me. He does lots of unintuitive things that are very creative. And
bases. Yeah, I should know that.
Go on. Go on.
Hey.
Go on.
Go on.
Congratulations. Nice job.
Thank you so much.
Good game.
I was looking forward to the Kenji analysis. I mean, I guess I can go back and listen to it on stream anyway.
Mostly me just talking endlessly about the overlap to TED consistently for about 20 minutes.
Yes.
Down
he
here.
just really wanted you guys to play there. No, from the triple over to TED.
With overlapping like oping, aping.
So can you tell me? Can you tell me is re-pointed good?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
Looked at that. Didn't want to risk it.
Val had one too. There's.
So Val, they're talking about Kenji wanted us for ages to play onto the TED, and I almost did re-pointed. I thought about it, but I was like, I don't know. Yeah.
Did we like that play at that time? Did we want to see that, or were we saying it was dangerous?
So no, actually, but
yeah.
I had proined.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Oh right.
Yeah.
I didn't know it either.
I didn't know that one.
Val had 4 wasted, making aping and HOS.
Oh, that was crazy.
At one point.
Wow, nice. That's really good. Yeah,
but that's almost impossible to find.
We were just talking about how crazy it was that the ping stayed open for so long. Like aping or oping could have gone up there, and I really toyed with just dropping the Z on it for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Like I was so lucky that she didn't block that.
When you had Zanes, you also had Senza in that spot, for what it's worth.
Oh yeah, C-E... How do you spell it?
S-E-N-Z-A.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Make with aping. Which is, it's
I see.
I
see what you mean. Yes, down there. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, nice. I was pretty pleased with Inholder as a find.
Yeah, we like that one. That was a good one.
Even if I missed Proins, that's going straight into the Ziziva.
And then Kenji erroneously thought it took a P hook.
It did.
Pinholder.
It's not good. It's not a word.
Not a word, right?
Pinfolded is a word. It's like got confused.
And then, did you think that this play down here was okay with Toke? Because I was like, I could have blocked, obviously, but I sort of actually thought that I was inferring that she probably had both blanks. So I was like, well, maybe a bingo isn't actually going to score her that much, and I can just outscore her down here.
Right.
Either way would have been fine, honestly.
Yeah.
You would have one way you stop her from bingoing and scoring a lot entirely. The other way you let her bingo and score like almost as much in 2 plays as she does in 1.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I've made my expectancy now with that win. So
nice.
That's about all you can hope for, right?
Nice.
Yeah, you're both in contention, aren't you? I mean, we haven't.
No, I don't think so. I lost my first 2 games this morning. One I lost by. So I shouldn't say this publicly. God, one I lost by 9 points. I was winning. I would have won by 1 point, but I went under by 1 single second. So I got docked 10 points.
No, I hate that.
So that was my own fault. And the other one, Scott just roasted me because he got all the power tiles. What are you going to do? Well, thanks so much, guys. Am I your last game?
I just want to say one more thing, Alex.
Yeah.
The chat wanted you to play blank with your blank.
Brink wasn't acceptable.
Nope. That can be finicky.
Okay.
Fickle.
Yeah. I just somehow I knew and I decided to do the opposite.
All right. Well, it was fun watching you. That was a great game to watch.
Cool.
Very
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys a lot. Cool. See you next time.
Yep.
So I guess we're gonna see some standings.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Okay.
Okay. So Dylan's still in first place. Lewis in second. Howard in third. Andrew.
How close is it? Oh yeah, very close.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gap developing. It's gonna be pretty hard for it's probably between Dylan, Lewis, and
Yeah.
Howard at this point, honestly.
Yeah.
Andrew just doesn't have a spread, so he's basically along with the 10s, and that's just too much to make up, I think. Maybe if he wins the last 5, but even then it's going to be tough. I think it's mostly a 3-horse race in Division 1.
Yes, yeah.
Division 2, okay. Division 2, a little bit closer. I mean, 13 and 12, so there's 2 people who are a little bit ahead here, but still competitive.
And there's 4 more games, I think,
Yeah.
to go. Yeah. Okay.
Division
Linwood
3,
leading, yeah.
12 and a half, 12. This is a little bit more bunched up.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Although you can see that half actually making a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
Not a lot of spread in that division, interestingly. Division 4 is almost over. 15 that's pretty convincing.
Yeah, that's a lot of
15 and
wins.
4 is, I think they're one win away from being Gibsonized.
Okay.
So very good shape for Carolyn.
Good job, Carolyn. Yeah.
Callum, 16 wins, but not even anywhere near running away with it. 16, 15,
Yeah.
and 14.
Wow. And look at this spread on the second place, Tay.
Yeah.
1478. Wow.
That's a lot. Yeah. 14 and 5 plus 86 is actually a little in spread too. It's kind of the opposite.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of close games there, I guess.
Yep. 14 with a lot of spread. So that's essentially a 2-game lead, even though it's a 1-game lead. There's no way you're making up that much spread.
Yeah. Good job, Cooper.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So
what are we doing now? Oh, are we going right into our next game?
I think maybe we'll see.
We have Lewis and Chris up next.
Yeah.
Let's see if I have anything on these.
If you while we have a second, if you'd like to donate to see more of these awesome streams, we have a tip a coffee link, or I don't know what it's called exactly, but
buy them a coffee.
Yes. And that would help to keep these awesome streams going. So if you have a minute and you have a few bucks to spare, would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you haven't already, like and subscribe.
Yeah.
It's the easy way to support, even if you don't have money to buy coffee. Bless you if you don't.
Everybody should have money to buy coffee.
Yeah.
I'm saying this as somebody who doesn't drink coffee at all.
Right.
But I know many people cannot get by in life without coffee, and I can understand that sentiment. But yeah.
So
coffee is nice to smell. I come from the...
It is. It really is. So we said Lewis versus Chris. Oh, Chris Tallman?
Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Yep. Chris, somebody who we both know quite well, I think.
Yeah. So he's from Vancouver originally. He's the winner of 8 New Zealand tournaments since 2024. Wow. Yep. That's impressive.
Won a lot of tournaments. He became the top-rated player within like a year or so.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And he's an executive member of NZ Scrabble since 2024. Yep. So
doing a lot of work there.
Yeah. And then he's playing Lewis. So
we just saw on stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, we were saying a contrast of styles between Lewis and Howard. Yeah. That contrast does not exist anymore. No. Chris is very much used to the more blocky. Chris is very much a modern player, very much used to the blocky thing, does it himself all the time. Me and Chris talk about Scrabble a decent amount. It's I probably shouldn't say that, but he's very, very attuned to knowing how to play these more like defensive, blocky-ish, restrictive positions, and getting a very different game. You may even see one of them kind of like get out of that mode just because they know that the other one's so well versed in it.
Right. But yeah, this should be interesting to see how they deal with that.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was a lot of chat when we had Lewis on stream before about some of his accomplishments as a youth player, right? 760-point game for Sneezier for 286 in a 2017 WYSC. I think that's Youth Scrabble, right?
Yeah.
But he hasn't played a national since 2019, apparently.
Okay.
So yeah, be loving to see this game. I can't wait to see how it shakes out, especially with this new knowledge, like you say, of this super defensive style or whatever, and to see if they.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's super defensive. It's
No.
not. You can go farther. It's a spectrum, and you can go further on the spectrum. There are people who try.
Yeah.
You do have to be careful. If you're facing somebody who knows what they're doing especially well, then you can definitely get punished for going too far.
Yeah.
Especially if you're sticking to restriction only and you're not doing other things that are a little bit more complicated and subtle.
Right.
Because there's always, especially there's always going to be a way to open a board if somebody is dedicated to it. And if somebody's, if you're sacrificing huge amounts of points, then the other person isn't, then when you get your board, you're either going to be behind or you're going to be even in a game where you should have been ahead.
Right.
And you can definitely overdo it. So
yeah,
you just have to be careful.
I remember at I think it was at a SPC Scrabble Players Championship. Ori Swift had both blanks and played the board so tight that I don't remember how many tiles were unplayed at the end, but a crazy number of tiles unplayed at the end because there were just no more spots to. He had both blanks. He's like, I don't need to open. I'm ahead, and just closed everything down.
Yep.
Crazy.
Okay, we see Chris going first. This is one of those matchups we were talking about where Chris is a little bit too far behind to win, so there's a little bit of asymmetry going on in terms of motivation, I guess. I mean, Chris can still finish top 3 or 4, I think. But
okay, well that's good.
Yeah.
And very quickly lines up Vodun, leaving IS.
I suspect that's going to be played pretty quickly. Yeah. There's not a lot else to do with that rag. VU is obviously toxic.
Yeah. Poor VU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not a good rack. No vowels for Lewis. Flux is the obvious play here.
What is his rack again? B,
F, G, L, N, X blank.
Okay. Yeah, Flux looks fine.
Doesn't have to do it. I mean, the X does have some value in terms of being able to overlap Vodun, but what else are you doing here is the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just nothing to do. Maybe if the blank were an S, you could consider some stuff, but yeah, you need to it's probably just going to see Flux here, I imagine.
Yeah.
Although he's not touching those. Oh, he has FL, so yeah, okay. Yeah,
okay. Okay.
Flung. Interesting.
Surprise. Okay.
Yeah. X doesn't have a ton of value on this board, so that is interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the X is a better tile per se but it is with a blank, and the blank doesn't have any great aspects here.
Oh dear.
Where's the Q? He does have Botoxed next turn if that stays open, so it's not all bad news.
Chris shuffles his rack so
he does.
Yes, very quickly.
He's on the verge of becoming
frantically was the word I was searching for.
Correct. That's a fine choice.
So CLSYEIO.
Yep. Yeah.
Somebody
not
suggesting
what to do here.
Alex
Cozily.
Cozily.
Yeah.
Oh, does that play from the triple? No.
Yeah.
Yes?
To make FY. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be good.
Maybe he doesn't have to do that.
You're so. You always have to resist whenever I say something. What's the word for that? Oh my god, I'm losing my words.
Contrarian.
Yes, you're so contrarian.
Okay. That's how you have. That's how you have to be. And when you're analyzing things, that's what you do. You're just okay, this is an option. Then what's the other options?
Yeah.
It's to me, that's how Scrabble is. It's a game of choices, and you're trying to find the best one. So you can't just like commit to a choice immediately, especially when it's. I mean, sometimes you can, but like Cosley is not a good enough play to say like that's definitely the best play. There's nothing like better. Like it's what 40 something points and gets rid of your good tiles. Like
okay, what are you doing here?
I mean, I'm not saying that there's anything better. I'm just saying, if something like if there's something better, it wouldn't surprise me. It's even if something like YON was better, it wouldn't surprise me. Although I'm probably not doing that, but it's hanging a C, an O, an S, and an I. It's not exactly that great.
They're roasting you in chat now. Kenji be like, he doesn't have to do that. Muffin says, ice cream is good. Kenji, not on top of spaghetti.
Fair.
Nice. Fun stuff. Okay. What are you going to do, Chris? What are you doing? He is maybe thinking of that play you suggested of
It wouldn't surprise me if Chris sees Cosley and doesn't want to play it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Heidi plays fast and loose with the commentary. Kenji gets defensive.
There.
Meta commentary. Alex says regarding the ice cream comment, it would be better on top of spaghetti than the sauce my mom makes. Burn. So he did go with that play. Interesting.
See?
Yeah. He had Cosley lined up for a split second and decided no.
I mean, there's an open O. There's, he does. I mean, if he wants to play this kind of board, which he may want to, I wouldn't blame him if he does.
And like you say, he's leaving CLSEI.
Yeah, he's perfectly good leave. Yeah, much better than just E by itself.
Yeah. And it takes out that Botox spot, but
no, it doesn't. Botox is still.
Oh,
there.
does it still play?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
It's still a double. Yeah.
Sorry, Botox.
And he's lined it up.
I was thinking you said Botoxed, so that's why I was.
I was saying Botox.
Yeah. Oh, this is. I totally whiffed on this. That's a great play.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Okay, intermediate Scrabbler here.
He could be Botoxes as well. By the way,
yes,
I'm not.
Yeah.
It actually might be. I mean, what's the benefit? AEIO versus AEIOU. I mean, there's not really any reason to make it an S, so probably not.
Alex says Botox is new, but Botox was already valid. Silly.
Yeah, there's a lot of silly. So I expect Silence or Selenic. I expect that Chris is going to play Selenic here, even though it scores 2 less. Just doesn't want to leave all the hooks.
Right.
Yeah, he had Enik lined up. He sees it.
That tile shuffling just gets me. It's so.
Have you seen? There's a Thai player who is much more extreme with this than
really.
Chris is. Yeah.
Wow. Can you even see the tiles then when he's shuffling? He must be like.
Well, it's comical because he has a blank and he does it on his opponent's clock some of the time. So like we're just like, there's part of me that just wants to stop the clock and then like, okay, we know you have the blank, just stop already. Okay, it's still my turn. But yeah. Now that he sees this, he might see it someday and then like start shuffling and like have like 7 vowels or something like that. But yeah, I'm getting a little worried. By the way, this is not a complicated. There's Silence. There's Selenic. There's nowhere else to play. He has to play it.
I thought he had it lined up. He didn't. I guess
not quite, but I mean, there's 2 of them too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much else to think about here, I don't think. I'm concerned. Like he has like ice, like he's lining up things like ice, which just scares me a little bit for Chris. Because there's no he has to bingo. There's no reason not to bingo here, and it's a huge swing if he doesn't.
Have you ever heard of Cookie Clicker? A Few Good Tater says, I bet he's a world-class cookie clicker player. Have you ever heard of that? I don't know. The shuffling is giving me anxiety, says Muffin.
I do not like this. Stop picking up ICE, Chris. Oh no. Stop. Do not pick up ICE.
Keep shuffling. Keep shuffling. Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there. But also, you're talking about adding S to flung?
To Voduns.
Oh, okay. I was going to say. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if flungs was a word. Like, there's a lot of weird words that are acceptable.
I don't think he sees it. He would have played it by now.
Says makes annotation very tricky. Yes.
He would have played it by now. He doesn't see it.
But yeah, it's I think neither of these, or not neither, but Vodun maybe questioning the plural there.
I don't.
Or maybe he just didn't see it. Like
I don't think he sees it.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Well, maybe he had to slow down with this shuffling. Maybe they would have landed in the right order.
Chris has shuffled like this for years. He's used to this.
Oh no.
I think Chris knows. I think he knows that there's something here, and he's panicking because he doesn't see it.
Right.
Like I'm really, like, even if he thought there was, he would have played by now, even if he knew that there was nothing here. He like kind of intuitively knows that there's like he's screwing up here. That when you get to be good enough, you actually like get a sense.
Well,
of, like,
and then it sort of, snowballs. Like when you start feeling bad that you're not seeing it, and then you start getting anxious that you're not seeing it, and then you start remembering like maybe that you're on stream, and you get even more anxious, and then you can't think of anything. You get that paralysis.
I promise you, there's part of Chris that knows that there's something here.
Yeah. And that's
like you can see him shaking his head. Like it's not. He knows.
Yeah. And that's a tough.
He's also taken like 6 minutes on this turn.
Oh man, rough. That's rough.
Yeah, he knows that. He knows.
And it's so hard too. Like once you've spent all this time
he's picked up tiles like to play like 8 times.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he's picked up ice. He's picked up nice. He's picked up LE. He's picked up all sorts of stuff that he's just like, this can't. He's just like, this can't be right. This can't be right.
Yeah.
You develop a sense over time. You just. I mean, now he has license lined up, so maybe he'll find silence from it. Because at least I don't think he's lined up license before yet.
Right. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Lice.
Yep.
SEN. Okay. I mean, what are you gonna do? You don't see it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. He kind of knew from a little while ago that he wasn't seeing it. I mean, he did burn, like, literally he burned a quarter of his time on that play.
So rough.
So he knows.
Hopefully he can recover from that.
Yeah, and no, he's still in the game. Like he's still actually you can argue ahead. Like
no, I know, but it just mean like it's I just mean like I hope he doesn't run into time trouble later and stuff.
Yeah, he has done that before.
Breton is the play leaving queue.
Yeah.
I thought that was just a cracker. Didn't know that it was a valid word.
I mean, Glangs, I think it's going to come down most likely. Yeah.
Glayings?
Yeah.
See, every word you say, I'm like, that's a word. Oh, it's embarrassing.
Chris knows a lot of words.
I
wouldn't say it's a strength, but I do think he may be a little bit flustered after he spent 6 minutes on last turn, but I do think he's going to find this too. I mean, it's not the easiest thing to know. He might not know it's a word. Even if he sees it, He doesn't necessarily know it's a word, and he's probably is feeling some time pressure here as well.
Yeah.
Is slaying a word? I think it might be. No, it's not. Okay. Just slay. Slay is a noun, and okay. S-L-E-Y is a noun. I thought it might be a verb.
Even if you know glaying as a word, you might not know that it takes S, right? It's hard to pull the trigger on those ing S words.
It can be. It can be. Chris is a very good player. Like Chris is arguably the best player in New Zealand. So I have a different standard for Chris.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
Like, yeah.
But like I said, when those things snowball, like you've spent all this time, you didn't come up with the bingos in the end, and then now you're in this situation where I just feel like when you're sitting in that chair, you're being streamed, that kind of stuff can just,
For sure.
Yeah.
I would be thinking about whether slaying was a word personally, because it's not slay is not, like, Chris has played NWL for most of his life.
Right. Okay.
And SLEY is Collins only. So, and a lot of Collins only 4s are verbs. And it's hard to remember which ones are and which ones aren't.
Yeah, for sure.
And slice and slaying would score a lot.
Right. Okay.
Just plays
in the Y.
LOY. So, okay.
Okay.
Mind you, Chris is still like basically tied because he's going to bingo almost all the time with this rack.
Yeah.
This single is a very, very strong bingo leave. It will, bingo a lot.
Lewis, QLMAAEI.
Mm-hmm. Not a lot of good options for his Q.
Oh wait, the clock stopped.
Probably a scoring discrepancy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Good draw for Chris. Definitely going to find ceiling.
Yeah.
Pretty tough turn for Lewis here. Not clear as to what to do. The Q, he has decent tiles here for the Q. Like he has QI, he has QAT, and he's like it's not going to improve. But there's not even really a QU spot here.
Yeah.
But it feels too good to trade. It feels like QI and LI for 13 is wrong. Or like QIS for 12 is wrong. Or QAT is wrong. Like they all don't feel very good.
Yeah. I don't know. Is QAT that bad?
No, I mean, it probably is what's going to end up playing. It probably is right, but it feels bad to play QA for 12 and like AEILM, which is not exactly like, it's a good leave, but it's not like amazing in any way. Especially on this board, there's not like N's and T's and R's to play through. There's no real lines. The lines are all for 7s with an S that he doesn't have.
Right.
He could play Limba, which I actually wouldn't mind. If he plays Limba, because Chris played Y, he might be a little bit more concerned with the S hook on slice than otherwise.
Right.
So I would actually think that that's not a bad option either. It's somewhat for points. It's 27 points, but it's largely because he wants to be defensive.
Yeah.
So I could see that being played as well. It's actually pretty close.
Oh, okay. Just Mel.
Interesting. He ignores everything I've been saying. That scores pretty decently. Ceiling comes down immediately. Chris has spent so much time the last 2 turns. He's very concerned about his clock, I'm sure.
Yeah.
There's the U. Oh no, that's not the U.
Ew.
Not good. Yeah.
What was that? QW AII
AEIIOQW. Not exactly. Like Chris is ahead here. Like Chris is ahead by like 30, and Lewis's rack is terrible.
Yeah.
And it's
way okay.
He does way is actually like in part a Q setup, by the way. This is the point of this is to set up QI and QI for 33 next turn. It's not.
Yeah.
That's without that, he probably wouldn't play this.
Right. Somebody's suggesting he could have just played K'd to the blank D, but I don't know.
That's 12.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's Chris has another bingo, by the way. He's a sumer.
Oh no. Oh.
And a musers.
Oh.
And a sewer.
Nice.
He sees a musers.
Yeah, it is. Oh wait, it's an S actually. I believe that's an S. Botox
Okay.
does.
Well, then that makes even more sense.
Okay. Yeah.
You can see that like Lewis is now as Cade and is still not very good. Like it's still when this gets blocked, which it's going to probably, he's still gonna have no place for his Q, even though his rack is about as good as it can be with a Q without a U.
Yeah.
For all we've said about for all of Chris's like blunders, I'm just gonna call it what it is. They're blunders. If he bingos here and he blocks, if he plays like Masura and Wise or something like that here, he's gonna be in a commanding position, not just ahead. Like he's gonna be like very comfortable.
Yeah.
Even if he plays a sumer, he's very comfortably ahead.
Yeah. Go with Masura. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, like he's gonna play QI. I mean, Lewis is gonna play QI. He's gonna be behind by 45. The board's gonna have. Chris will also often have huge plays next turn. Lewis's rack is not that good. Like Chris may not be doing everything perfectly, but he's still kind of in the driver's seat here. Barring
Lewis didn't have another E. He could play Kima there. Oh, it's Korma. Oh,
yeah, that's true.
Missed that.
Yeah, he does Korma.
Yay, nice. So yeah, that's a lot.
Yep.
Very close game, 228 to 216.
Yeah.
But Chris has 10 minutes left on his clock to Lewis's 19 and change.
10's not the end of the world.
No.
You can work with 10.
Oh, look, he's got almost Heidi on his rack. Oh, he does have Heidi.
J. Let's see. Chris is the J. Definitely wants to go with the J. Not the best ways of getting rid of it here. He can play like Jet or G or something like that.
J-E-E-D-T-N.
Something in the top left.
Oh, 3 E's. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
What else is there? Yeah, not a lot here, really.
Domino 14 says Kenji is honorary Kiwi.
Okay.
Isn't who the top rated player there? Chris? Are you talking about?
Chris is I think he's rated second now,
Yeah.
but he's been first for a lot of the year.
Yeah.
See Jet come down. Jet does take an E. That's a kind of one of those tricky hooks. Lewis does have it. He also has the D for Deme and the H for him. But I don't think there's anything here yet. But he has a lot of potential. That's like a very good line for Lewis's rack.
Right.
I mean, he could play Echt, however you pronounce that now, but we keep 2 I's by doing that.
Right. So hired.
Hired comes down.
Bunch of points. Leave C ice. That's good. Oh.
Yep.
D-N-A-A-E-E-I for Chris.
So Aiden type of things. Both of them have a few too many vowels here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chris is Xenia. as a kind of like a fancy play-ish here.
Oh yeah.
Through
That's
the
cool.
X and Botox,
Yeah.
probably scores like 22, gets rid of 3 vowels, has a pretty balanced sleeve.
Yeah.
Probably the best option. Ironically, Lewis also has Xenic, so if Chris misses Xenia, then we're going to see if Lewis misses Xenic. It's basically the same play. So kind of a weird little test here, where you almost get to see like the players like battle it out for can they find the same exact spot? Because I'm pretty sure that's the best play for Chris, and I'm pretty sure it's the best play for Lewis.
Okay, just aid.
Just aid, which is comparable. It's not quite as good, I think. Leaves a little bit better for Xenia, but A and E is pretty decent.
See if Lewis spots that play that you mentioned.
Yeah, we'll see.
Chris is not in the finals right now. I don't know. He's in 3rd place?
No, he's like in 6th or something.
Oh, he's in 6th. Okay.
Yeah, Chris is out of it. Lewis is like in 2nd.
Okay.
Chris draws Nagware if it plays. I don't think it does, though.
Okay. Lewis has CTEEIIO.
Yeah.
Lewis is first with 14 wins so far.
Well, he's first now. Okay.
Right.
When Floss saw it, he was in 2nd to Dylan, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Dylan was doing very well.
Yeah, I don't see anything else besides. I really don't see anything else besides Xenic at all.
Dylan has 13 wins, by the way, if anybody's wondering. Okay, is he gonna? That's pretty tricky to spot. I mean, your eye doesn't naturally go there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's not easy.
But it would be a sweet find.
I don't even I literally don't see anything else at all. I literally like the next best play I see is like, I don't know, City or something equally ridiculous.
Yeah,
Hioi, I guess. Hioi is the next best play.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Maybe nice. Not much worse. Like nothing scores anywhere near Xenic, I don't think. I could be. I'm not looking at the engine, so there could be stuff I'm missing.
Right, yeah.
He has COIE and then TEI lined up. I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, I thought he found it for a sec.
He plays Coit.
He can play Nice. Where is he playing Nice? Oh, yeah. But he played Coit.
Where does Nice play? I don't even see it.
I thought they meant down here, but I don't know.
Maybe Nice along in the same spot as Xenic. I mean, I don't know.
Right here, maybe. I don't know.
Anyway, Chris has Where lined up. I expect that to be played very, very quickly. There's no spot for Nagware, so.
Right.
Yeah. He'll keep looking for another second, but.
Oh. Muffin's just making fun of me.
Oh.
He's just trolling me. Oh, Nice. Nice isn't a word. IE. Oh, Lord. Okay. I quit. No more commentary for me. Okay. Xenic still works. 5crap pointing out. Cool.
It does still work. I mean, it's actually an option for Lewis. Well,
yeah, he's got a lot of. Ooh. Okay, so Chris gonna play Where?
Yep. Lewis needs an M for ephemerai.
Ooh.
Sheep ear. I severely doubt that's a word. But there's creepy. I mean, that's something.
Yeah.
That is an option for sure.
Oh yeah. I was just wondering if there was a play down from here with the H, but I guess not.
No, I don't think so. Chris with the blank and then turns the tile over like that, which is a little bit of a tell, Chris. Maybe not something you should do. I don't think Lewis caught it, but
yeah.
Chris now again very much in the driver's seat. The blank makes it very, he has Za at the very least for 44, keeping a really, really good lead.
Yeah.
He has 8s if Lewis opens the board.
Right.
Getting pretty tough for Lewis at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe something like HEP. Yeah, could be Scenic, but I don't think it's Scenic, honestly.
Yeah.
If he plays honestly, if he plays Scenic now, I would actually be like kind of disappointed. Like, where was this when it was like clearly the best play?
Man, you're hard to please, Kenji.
I am. Like now it's just like maybe the best play, but like last turn it was like the best play by a lot.
Do you like the suggestion of Peary under Aid?
Yeah, that's good. Sure.
What is he gonna do? Got a lot.
It might even just be PEE, honestly. I could see that being best too. You really like the line on the left is really nice because it's hard to use, so Chris is gonna probably leave it alone. So like trying to hit it when you have the H is not the worst idea, especially when you're like way behind like this.
Right.
But Puri is a lot of points. You have the H if you draw the S. That being said, you're never winning this game. Well, I wouldn't say never, but you're not winning this game very often by scoring. So
this is thing, like in this position, I wouldn't understand that the situation is dire. I'd be like, oh, I'm close. It's 315. I have 262. I'm fine. These tiles are close to bingos. I don't know.
I mean, it's not necessarily dire. Like, you don't have any information that Chris's rack is nearly as good as it is.
Right.
I mean, he just kept A and G last turn, so his rack could be like bad. It's probably not like exchange bad, but it could be like his, you take the Z and the blank out and you give him 2 vowels and his rack's not good anymore. It could easily be something like where his best play would be like Iguana for like 15 or something.
Right.
But even then, like, you're still behind. So, and he'd be blocking the board and stuff. So
just
he does go with P.
Like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that CA is just going to be played pretty quickly. I don't see a reason to do anything else. Unless there's some like bingo that I don't see or don't know, but I don't think there is. Not a great draw, not a horrible draw. He's like one letter off from Hectare, which would score a zillion. But without that, PE does block the C, which is really good for your H. That's one of the other drawbacks of it. So like HEIR, which was good the turn before, is now a lot worse. But it still does have the column A. So, but he really needs that I to be another E for Hectare or something.
Needs I for Tara Kihi. Wow. Wowie, you guys. Wow.
Chris's ZA line. Chris only has 4 minutes now. He
There
needs
it
to
is.
just play. He has UZ lined up.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where was or something like that. Cuz for 24? No, it's gotta be ZA.
Not.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
This has to be.
No problem. Okay, so he's got that crazy word lined up, but no, obviously there's no I to play through.
Yeah. And that's the S, and that's probably the game.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's another U. That's not great, but that's probably still good enough, honestly.
Yeah.
Subduing and things like that.
Yeah.
Could also just not. Well, no, he's gonna bingo. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Doesn't have to.
Okay, he's gonna take up that spot. Oh. Okay.
I don't think
this
that
is
will work.
gonna get challenged for sure, right? Like there's no way 5-point challenge. There's no way this is staying on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chris is like, I don't know that.
Well, he's got a challenge then, right? Like he's just there's no. What is he thinking about?
I mean, he does have a bingo here. Like he's still pretty comfortably ahead if he just accepts this, but still.
Yeah, that's pretty deep into the to the dictionary, right? Like.
Yeah, I don't think he knows for sure it's not a word.
Okay.
I mean, he's gonna be behind 35. He's gonna take subduing for 65. He's gonna be ahead by 30. If he challenges, he's gonna be ahead by 25. That actually is a pretty big difference.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that big of a difference. This has to be a word like 90% of the time.
For it, yeah.
I think that Chris also knows that Lewis's word knowledge is not like it's good, but it's not like the best in the field.
Right. Yeah.
And Chris knows a lot of words himself. Like he's not going to just let somebody play stuff against him that he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Plus, he also sees his rack and knows that if it's not a word, he's pretty desperate.
Right. So Alex says this is like 6,500. I don't know if that's good or bad. Like I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It means like the probability. It's like in the top.
No, I get it, but I mean, like how likely is it for players at this level to have
quarter percentile? That people generally know 6,500 at this level.
Okay. Yeah, I understood that, Alec. I just was saying I don't know like what it means. Like, does everybody at this level know? Are they how deep do they go usually at this level? Well, I know some people try to study all the words, but that's insane. Like how high does it even go to the probability rankings?
Like 20 mid, like 29 or so.
Okay.
29 or 30 in Collins, I think.
Okay.
I'd be lying if I said I knew exactly, but
yeah.
I know that in NWL it's 28.4. So I imagine there's probably at least another 2,000, probably like more like 4,000 or 5,000 actually.
Right.
In Collins.
Oh my God. Pizzazz is 34,506. So there you go.
Yeah, another 6,000. That makes sense.
Okay, Kai was played. Peak and Kai.
Chris elects not to bingo in exchanges, which is fine, but he doesn't need to bingo there. But
okay.
Lewis does draw a bingo. I don't think it's going to be enough, but
so he's got DFG and SI blank. Is there a 7 in? No.
In what?
I was just gonna say, like, can he bingo button? I don't know.
Fadings.
Fadings. Okay. I was still looking at that theme spot.
I am a little worried that Lewis is going to try Radier. He did have that lined up, and Radier doesn't play.
Yeah.
He plays Find. Interesting. I guess he thinks that the only way he could lose is some huge double-double, so he's trying to block that. I am very concerned that Lewis is about to phony here. Because I don't think he's going to play Tardier. because he never wins, and he's right. He is right about the fact that it never wins. Tardier just loses on the spot.
Right.
Chris is up. Score hasn't been updated yet, so it's not 359. I don't think.
397.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So Tardier literally never wins.
Right.
I mean, neither does Dradier because it's not a word. Oh,
Okay, so he's just
Tardier.
gonna play. Yeah.
Okay. Good. He's not going to be happy with his draw because the deck is a mess. But
Oh Lord.
I mean, it's not that bad, but it's obviously.
Yeah. Oh, I thought he's good. Yeah, I thought he was getting one of those U's, but they're both on Chris's rack. Yep. PGSOUU blank.
But I mean, I don't think VON goes out anywhere, right? Like, I mean, I'm not even sure that the V does go out. I mean, the V does play, but it just doesn't go out. Yeah, just plays spout. And yeah, I expect like EVO or something like that. Avo maybe. Chris is gonna play tug.
What is the It goes out if the blank is a D. You're talking about it's an S though, but what would play there? Oh yeah. No, I don't see. Thought I saw, but
what?
5 Crab in the chat saying it goes out if the blank is a D. I'm assuming he means the Botox is blank.
Oh, okay.
But what would even play there? I don't see it.
Novado or something?
Is that a word?
I don't know. Oh, oven. He's saying oven in a do. Okay.
Love it. I love it. Trying to get too fancy.
Yep. Zato is a city in California. Yeah, Evo and Tug.
Oh Lord.
Oh, just
Right.
do you. Okay.
Good game. Smiles from Chris there. Good game. That was a fun one.
Yeah. Evidently, tarakihi is a fish in New Zealand, so it's specifically a Maori word, which there are a lot of. There are people do talk about how there's too many Maori words. It's difficult to determine how endemic words should be handled by the dictionary. There are a lot of words. I'm from Hawaii, for those of you who don't know. There are lots of Hawaiian words that are really only words in Hawaii, some of which I don't think belong in the dictionary, but some of which are not in the dictionary that I think probably do.
Right.
Because they're endemic. In Hawaii, certain words are used all the time, even though they're kind of like a crossbreed between Hawaiian and English.
Right.
It's the same thing with Maori. Like, they're kind of a crossbreed. So in New Zealand, these words are used a lot.
Right.
And it's hard to really know which, especially which fish, which plants, which, you do want plants that are ubiquitous to be words. At least I do. But you don't want plants just because they exist to be words.
Why not?
If people in New Zealand don't know what a New Zealand plant is, to me that's kind of a problem. If people there are lots of Hawaiian is mostly vowels. If we had all of the words that were actually like plants and fish and stuff like that in Hawaii, we would have a lot of vowel dumps. And some of them probably should be words. HEIAU, for example, probably should be a word.
Hello, Kenji. Hello, Kenji and Heidi. I hope you enjoyed a player on tilt missing obvious bingos in the first part of the game. I mean, it was just I was on tilt the last stream too, but I mean, I'm so happy overall. My tournament's not going great, but the tournament is going great, and you guys are a part of it. So thank you so much for doing this.
Of course.
Thank you. That was very entertaining, and I'm just mesmerized by your frantic shuffling of the tiles.
Yeah. So, other than the obvious, do you have any questions for me?
No.
No.
You already know what you missed. Then,
Well, I know I missed the
Okay.
beginning, but what about did I miss something with the two U's when I had the two UU
Subduing.
Oh yeah, I saw subgroup later. And then I was like, do I exchange one or two? I told Lewis that when I played Vodun really fast, I was like, I'm actually gonna play fast for once, and then it didn't happen, and got into time trouble. But
yeah.
Well, you played better once you got into
Yeah.
time trouble.
yeah, I know. I think I probably just like I just relaxed a little bit and whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see Lewis a couple more times if he I mean we'll see what happens in the finals, but that'll be exciting. I'm sorry to make that a little less likely, but that's all good.
Well, he was in first before this round,
Yeah.
so it's not that much. I mean, he's going to at least be in competitive games.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Our other game actually really he made a fantastic S setup with desk right down here, and he risked that I had an S, but there was a big spot for an S I didn't play. He used inference to figure out I didn't have it or likely didn't have it, and then he cashed it for sacks for 62 and ended up winning by 7 against me. So he deserves he deserves to be in first.
Cool.
Yeah. All right.
Nice.
Well, if that's it, then just thanks so much for doing this, and to the viewers, just enjoy the last this. It should be an exciting finish.
Yeah, it's been great games. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chris.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right,
I
so
think that does our coverage today. Is there anything else that we're doing today?
I don't know. That went by super fast.
Yeah.
For anybody who's not yet liked and subscribed, please do. And if you can, buy our friends a coffee so they can keep bringing us some awesome streams like this.
Yep. We're going to have commentary, more commentary later, I think in a half an hour, roughly. Lunch break is pretty short today, I think. So, yeah, check it out. Stay tuned. Have a quick bite to eat or, depending on which time zone you're in. And we will be back shortly with new commentators and the last 3 games of the New Zealand Nationals.
Yeah, stick around, guys. Well, I'll come back. Come half an hour, go have a break and come back.
Cool.
All right. Thanks, guys.
No pressure. So we're commentating for 3.
Yep.
Awesome.
Hi everybody, welcome back. So we'll be kicking off in about 5 minutes or so with the final 3 games of the 45th New Zealand Scrabble Championships. For those who don't know us, I'm Alastair Richards and I've got my co-commentator here, Laura Griffiths. I've been playing Scrabble for a very long time, since I was a child, and been pretty good for quite a while. So it'll be fun to commentate this again. And yeah, let Laura introduce herself.
Yes, I'm Laura. I play down in Christchurch, and I've been playing for about 5 or 6 years, I suppose. Yeah, and always enjoy commentating. Unfortunately, couldn't travel up to Hamilton to play this year, so it's nice to be here and pitch in and check out the action.
Yeah, have you watched much of it so far?
I caught a little bit of it. Every game is so entertaining. It's like the twists and turns, it's fascinating. Once I start watching, I can't stop. So
Yeah, definitely. It's a
yeah,
good way to spend the weekend. Nice.
yeah.
So, just for the listeners, there's been a slight change of pairing for this next game. So it will be watching Anderina versus Noel playing. So still should be an exciting game. And I think they're planning to get underway in about 5 minutes or so. Then the final 2 games will be the King of the Hills, which at least for next one will be Dylan versus Lewis, because they're both 2 games ahead of number 3, which is quite impressive. But I'm sure they'll show you the full standings soon. And I guess just as I'm sure you all have been, if you've got any questions throughout the stream, just kind of put them into the chat on YouTube and we'll do our best to kind of respond to those.
Yes. Oh, there we go. We've got some results there to have a look at. So as you said, it's Dylan and Lewis, neck and neck there, 14 games each. So it'll be great to see them have a face-off against each other. Yeah, some strong players falling a bit further down in the A grade this tournament.
Yeah, I've got an incredibly good field, many top-class players in this tournament, which is, I guess, one of the great things about this tournament particularly. You've got such an amazing field and such strong competition, so anyone can really come to the top. Or yeah,
Mm.
and even at this stage, with 3 games to go, there's still kind of 4 different people who could potentially win. Although it obviously will take a little bit of luck and skill for Howard or Joanne to kind of get into first place. Certainly for second and third, there's quite an intense battle. So it'll be exciting games.
Yeah, and I mean Howard is ahead in spread, so if he does manage to pick up a couple of games and the other guys, fall back, then he's actually in quite a good position.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing with the King of the Hill format is we know that at least for the kind of next game, either Dylan or Lewis is going to win, so they're
Yeah.
going to have to go up. But definitely Howard, if Howard wins kind of 2 or 3 out of his next games, he's got a good chance of sneaking into second, or definitely still possible for first, but a little bit harder. But
Yeah,
as we've seen, anything can happen.
anything can happen.
Oh, and we've got B grade. And looks like Murray is first with 15 wins, doing very well. Next up, we've got Scott, who's been on the stream a few times and has also commented a number of times, doing very nicely at 13 games. And then we've got kind of a couple of Australians, and Alexander.
Yes, he's doing it great. It's awesome to
Yeah,
see him up there. Yeah.
yeah, he doesn't normally get to, I guess usually he's on this side of the camera, so it's nice to kind of
Yeah.
get to watch him in action. Haven't actually seen him play before this tournament, so that's quite nice.
Yeah.
Um, and then C grade.
Yep. So we've got Linwood leading the field there by half a game. So, well, that's a tight field. Lynn, Glennis, Jean, and Mary, and even Rosalind, all neck and neck, really.
Yeah, wow, it could really be anyone's tournament. So there'll be a very interesting last 3 games for C grade. Top 4 within half a win spread of each other, half a win of each other. So very tight.
Yeah, absolutely.
D grade. Oh wow, Carolyn is doing incredibly well, having won 16 out of 20 games. And it would take quite a lot for her to not win from this point. She'd have to lose all 3 games and end up kind of going down by about 500 spread. So very nice position to be in at this stage of a tournament. That being said, you'd always want to make sure you don't just kind of take what you've got and keep winning, because the last thing you want to do is lose your 3-game lead
Yeah, absolutely.
and tight battle for second.
Yeah.
Ooh, and then E grade, another very good field. So 3 people kind of out in front. Callum on 17 out of 20 wins, so only dropping 3 games over the last 3 days so far. Very impressive. Tai, Natai, I don't actually know them, but they're doing very well with an incredible spread of almost 1,500 and just 1 game fewer than Callum. So anything could happen between the 2 of these over the next 3 games. And then Tara rounding out third in 14 wins, also very good. And yeah, a chance to sneak up if she can, or definitely good chance of getting third in that.
Absolutely. Then we've got the last grade, I believe, grade F. So Cooper at the top there. Oh, we've got, sort of a tie at the top in a sense, although his spread is quite far ahead of Glennis.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another exciting game. And I guess that's, as I was mentioning, one of the great things about this format is it does really give anybody a good chance at kind of coming off on top, because you're playing all the same people kind of twice. So you get a good chance to kind of help even out some of that luck element and kind of, give yourself a chance to kind of get back at an opponent who may have got a bit luckier than you would have liked against them. And so at this stage, either of those have a very good chance at kind of first and second. It could really go either way. That spread of Cooper's is essentially like an extra win for him, given how much higher it is than the others. And for those of you who don't know, Cooper is one of our newer players. He's, I believe, 15. So it's really exciting to see a young and up-and-comer doing so well. And slightly down in that field, but also doing very well, is Mahiu, who's won 11 games out of 20 and coming in 5th position at the moment, only just behind second. So, yeah, exciting all the way down to F grade. And looks like they're still a bit of still waiting for our people that we're going to be watching, but hopefully not too far away.
Yep, we've got a little, looks like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what's coming up on the YouTube screen. I think it's a lag when I look at it, but
we have.
oh, here we go. Alrighty.
And sure, it will come up again later, but there was mentioning about the kind of ways to find your local Scrabble club. So really good to get involved if you've been enjoying this. As you can see, we all start somewhere. I certainly started when I was kind of, as a child, and wasn't very good initially, but with time and practice, you get there. As we've seen with a lot of kind of people doing very well this tournament, who are making kind of massive strides, which is great. It looks like the labels are slightly wrong on the top, but we have Noel on the left and Arena on the right. Looks like they're getting ready. Oh, nice. And looks like I've just heard Mahiu actually also got a triple for Swania for 154, which is incredibly good. And for those who don't know, you can even have Swanee without the R, so SWANNIE, taking either R or S. So quite good. I think it's a Swan Dry code, so quite New Zealand.
That would be a very Kiwi word, definitely.
All right, looks like they're making preparations to start. Noel on the left, getting his tiles.
That first dip into the bag. Feels like it sets the scene for the game sometimes.
It certainly does. All right, we have letters coming through. So we have EEIQRTP. Not a U, what a shame. So he has very quickly and rightly played QI, holding PETER on his rack. So good to not waste your time in situations like this. You always need to spend a kind of few seconds just to make sure you're not missing something interesting like Kema, now with a Q, Q-E-E-M-A. But obviously he's not. And if he had a P being a U, would have had a lot better, but no such luck.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
absolutely.
Andorina got a lovely rack of Tergal blank, and she also wastes no time by playing a bonus alongside the QI. So she's made the blank an N, and she's playing Triangle.
Very nice.
Interesting.
The last time I played Andorina, she played 5 bingos against me. So let's see if she can.
I'm sure she'll be.
If
very
she can
good
get
at that
5 here.
So a
It
few.
was crushing.
So interesting
Yes.
choice. There's a few. I mean, it keeps it very open. You've obviously got your front hook, so a bit more open than the alternative of Tangler, but
Yep.
it does make it a bit harder to play sevens because if you do Tangler, a lot easier just to bonus alongside the TA. But yeah, seems like a very decent move. And then we have Noel with a rack of ACEEPRT. So he has at least one playable bonus, probably more, but well, at least one that plays. But we'll see. If he had N, he'd have a few things like pre-enact or prescient. Oh, we've got at least 2 now. So he's got quite a nice one through the T, which will probably be the best, although unfortunately not a double-double. And then he's got another one through the L, which is actually a variant of a different way to play it. I always struggle with this rack with the second T. It takes me so long to find this word, but thankfully I've gradually got a bit better at that.
Yeah. Awesome. See if anyone in the chat can get it.
Yeah, give them a little bit of time.
Meanwhile, I'll look it up.
So it looks like Noel's having a good think about things. You've got a few other options if you don't find either of those. Things like Crepe down onto the middle triple is pretty decent, or things like E-Pact down the bottom, keeping ER. But hopefully you find one of these 2 bonuses, because often the start's kind of one of the more important times to get your kind of to be either close to your opponent or kind of get a bit of a lead. The problem is if you get behind too much too quickly, they just block the board. And even if you get perfect letters later, you're not able to kind of come back.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Doesn't look like Noel's found either of his bonuses yet.
No.
Seems to be thinking about recap.
Looks like recarpet or something.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
I wonder if that's good.
It is very good. So a bit rusty, but good that he's found one. We'll see if he'll play that. So all fairly obscure. So the other options, very good. Looks like he's going for that. The other option, so through the T, you've got Ettercap, E-T-T-E-R-C-A-P, or through the L, you had Prelect, P-R-A-E-L-E-C-T, with the alternates only being Prelect. But very nice Noel. So now the board's still very, very open, with 3 different double doubles to choose from.
Yeah.
And Andorina has very nicely picked up another blank, with a rack of J-A-U-C-L-Y blank. Not seeing anything immediately. Almost had things like jauntily through the T, but slightly not quite. She could dump off with a new word with Yaj, Y-A-J-E, onto the E if she wants to, of recarpet, but looks like even just J-A-Y above recarpet, the R is probably a little bit better.
Yeah, yep, that was my pick as well.
But,
yeah,
it's always worth spending a bit of time on racks like this, because you never know when there's might be something like an LY word that you haven't quite seen yet, especially when you've got this many floaters.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this is taking a bit of time, but so Noel's currently 20 ahead, so Andorina her move will keep her catch her up again. Other options, you've got things like Cully through the L, which leaves a slightly, gets rid of some of your clunky letters, holding JA blank, but not so great in terms of, not the easiest to bonus with a J. And I'm just getting told, so both of those bonuses were challenged, which is very sensible if you're not sure of them. I mean, we all have mental plagues.
Absolutely. There's nothing like not challenging and realizing at the end of the game that it wasn't good.
Yeah, definitely. And then, as one of the people have rightly pointed out, a good way to kind of dump JUY would be jury with recarpet, keeping a lovely LAC blank, which would give you a pretty good chance of bonusing next turn.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. In some ways, you've got too many choices to make it harder. Oh, yep. So
Okay.
Andrina's gone with Jarul, quite a nice word, with the anagram being Jurel, giving CY blank, keeps it fairly open, still kind of keeps those nice high scoring letters. She's got that L of triangle to go through, does make it a little bit harder to bonus, but yeah, keeps it nice and open, which is good when you're kind of level and holding a blank.
Yeah.
And then on Noel's side, we have EELLRUW. So quite tempting just to dump off all the WU and play something like while keeping ERR, but I'm sure there's other options as well.
Alastair, we have a question in the chat about is there any reason we're not seeing Dylan in the top games at the moment? But I believe we will be, the next game that we commentate will be those top two ones. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. So I think I'm not entirely sure what has happened, but I think there had to be a last minute change for this pairing specifically. But for the last two, from what I understand, it will be the King of the Hill matches for the top two. And this is still kind of the A grade, just to keep in mind. And so Noel has gone with well, which seems good. And Andorina's picked up reasonable tiles. So COOANY blank, unfortunately, got her cartoony or octonary blocked through the recarpet. But I'm sure she will find something interesting.
It looked like she was looking at Raccoony. I have to look that up. No, it is not good.
Yeah. And then you're really wanting to play a firefighter word through the L with a Y, but unfortunately not too much jumping out now. Also kind of chance at like a 9 through the UT, but nothing's jumping out at me at the moment.
Yeah. I suppose she could do Cooley down the corner, top right corner.
I think that got taken out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not a word anymore.
COOLY?
Yeah, not a word anymore, sadly.
Oh.
Double L though. Coolly, but yeah, it's always a challenge. And for those of you who aren't aware, it's only been fairly recently since New Zealand's changed over to the rest of the world with CSW24. So some of us still forget that, like I do.
Or some of us just haven't studied them at all, like
So
me.
fairly tricky if you don't see anything playable. Catch on, nice. So gives you a good 28 points, keeps your Y for the LY spot later if you want to. Still making hard going of trying to get a bonus, unfortunately, but hopefully things will kind of ease up soon for Andorina. And then we've got Noel with a rack of BROKEER. So needing things like a D for brokered, but looks like he's thinking of broke down the bottom, with an anagram being Burko. Wasting no time in playing that. Not a lot of variety in his floaters at this stage, with just the L's and an E to go through.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, yes, and Andorina unfortunately gets more slightly inflexible racks by picking up AWIE to go with her OY blank.
Yep, she's having one of those games where you have that blank in your hand for just such a long time because you can't get the letters to pair with it.
Yeah. Now, what will she play? So a few options. I mean, if you want to just fix your rack and play a bit longer, you've got things like Yeow, YEOW, next to the BE, so making BEY, gets you a good kind of 26, keeps AI blank, which is fairly flexible, and you've still got the E down the bottom for your kind of 8s ending with that, or the L of well to play through, or alongside the kind of, or even above the cage on the top. So very open board, so hoping to get a decent score, and then work towards a bonus next turn. Other options, if she wants to take a bit more score, are things like YOW alongside the broke, or even WYE, but AIO blank is a bit awkward. And not seeing anything great in top right. What are the different scores? So yeah, I would get 16, 26, 28, 33. That's pretty good, versus 26 for Yao. The, I guess, downside of YOW is if they've got an E, or if they've got a kind of B or something else next to it, they might be able to score off the KO, although it looks like that's kind of more, it looks more concerning than it is, because there's not that many options since there's no more W's left. So yeah, YOW is pretty good. Just whether it's worth keeping that extra E, I think difficult to choose. I think I'd probably end up going for Yao, just AI blank on this board, just get a bonus. With 3 vowels, you just have adds that likelihood that you're not going to get enough consonants to be able to bonus. I mean, the longer you wait to get your bonus, the more chance you have for them to come back with a bonus of their own.
Yeah.
Andrina's done Yao for a good score, keeps AIE blank, so yeah, good. And then Noel Barrett has got BARRETS on his rack, which I suspect he's not going to miss. So there's places to play that above the Cajon. Obviously things like barters as well. Be wanting to see if there's any nicer kind of longer words, or things that can get you a bit more. Not seeing anything really jumping out at me at the moment.
Yeah, barters is the anagram of that one. Barrett's.
Oh, yeah. So he's just deciding which of the two to play. They're both kind of fairly similar, no major difference behind them. They both kind of give away that E for a 5-letter word up the top, or just a Z, which is something to kind of always keep in the back of the mind. But if there are any options, you're going to take them. Neck and neck.
Yeah, absolutely. And he doesn't know what Andrina has, but unfortunately what she has is not great. So he's going to be fine with it.
So he comes down with barters, despite his name.
Yeah. Surely when you have your name as an option to play. Just for style, I would have gone Barrett.
Yeah, I guess gives yourself a slight chance of getting an extra 5 points, but yeah, we'll see. So Andrina has unfortunately got a lot of vowels again. So she's now got a rack of AEIIOT blank, which does make 8s, although not necessarily with this current board. Things like ideate. Well, if you've got DRN, you've got kind of the 3 anagrams of iodinate, ideation, or taenioid. Almost things like echoey meti off through the sea of Cajon, but not quite. Yeah, just makes it a little bit tricky. And the problem is when you've got this many vowels, you can't really score particularly easily either.
Not at all. Yeah, it's really tricky.
Just make sure I'm not actually missing anything. Yeah, so just to save everybody else. So the only other 8 that she has is Notichier with N or T. So nothing that will play for Enrin at the moment, unless she happens to find a nice 9 or 10. Ah, very nice. So she's gone with Iota alongside Triangle, getting a decent score, clear out all those vowels, and hope that she gets something nice with that.
She's left herself a good setup anyway.
Yeah, and just kind of set up. You could even open it, play alongside there as well for a 7, which is useful, and keeping it nice and open. So hoping to get something good, and usually it eventually happens.
Yes, and Noel has been punished for his barters with a hideous looking rack.
Yeah, so he's got EIIOUTY, so again, quite vowel heavy. Few some options. It's always kind of tempting just to do something like YOU up the top above Barters for the score, but it's just going to give away far too much, unfortunately. Probably looking at like a parallel alongside Endarina's move, so something like OYE is reasonable. The leave's pretty terrible with that, unfortunately. Otherwise, things like etui or EUOY. So you could even do etui with BETE. EUI, not too many great places to play it. You could play it up at the top and just take out that E spot in case of the Z. But
could he do cock COQUE?
Oh yeah,
well?
very cool, Kokui. Very nice. So Noel's opted to take lots of points, which is always a pretty good option. So he's played YO well with Yok and OWE, which is very good. If he gets a couple of nice constants, he could easily come back and get very good score and potentially even a bonus. So Anarina's picked up a bit more balanced rack now. So she's now got a rack of FUDIET blank. And a couple of people in the notes have found her at least one valid bonus through the L, which is nice, with uplifted.
Very nice, yeah.
Not good to actually have happen to you, but good word. Unfortunately, not particularly high scoring though, which will no doubt be frustrating.
Yeah, and it opens that triple up right next door as well.
Yeah. But I mean, other options, you don't have too many other great options. If you want to go for score, you could do something like DEIF above the Barters, which gets you quite a nice score holding UT blank, or even things like Feud above like going across, but that gives away a little bit more. I think unfortunately you kind of do just need to take the bonus, even though it's a low scoring, just kind of clear out the rack and start working towards your next bonus.
Yeah, I like that DEIF idea though. I think I prefer that in some ways because it can't really be hooked too much across the top.
Yeah, I mean, so what do we get? 24. Yeah, still, I think the extra kind of almost 30 points, you just have to take the uplifted and hope to kind of draw the Z yourself and get this 60 plus next turn. But
yeah, sure.
It's always tricky, these wrecks, because you can make good arguments for multiple things and it can always go the exact way you'd hope it doesn't.
I suspect she may not have seen uplifted. She hasn't put her tiles in that sort of order at all to show that.
Yeah. And just for, well, there you go.
There you go.
Very good.
She was just keeping us guessing.
Yeah, very nice.
Well
Her sevens of Feudist didn't quite fit along the wilds or the other anagram fruited, but nowhere particularly good to play those ones. And yet looking outfield, no, I wouldn't play, so it looks like that was probably only bonus. So well done, Endarina, keeps her in the game. And Noel's pickup is also going to be working in Endarina's favour. So he's got a rack of HIIEEUT. It looks like he's lined up for HIE up the top with Barters, which looks like a pretty good move. It keeps it very open, so a few things. The other option, if you want to just take out the T, is things like heat or theat, HETE or THETE, but the leave's probably not worth it. So yeah, tricky position to be in. I mean, he's got a bit of a lead, but the rack's not great. Probably just have to take the HIE for score and hope that they don't capitalize too much off the ES, and given how open it is for everyone, that you'll get something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because then it will still leave that other spot down the right-hand side of the board for him if Endarina takes that across the top. So yeah, it's a lolly scramble at the moment.
Yeah. So he's played HIE with Beth. Yep, very good. So similar scoring, doesn't give away as much. So nice. Yep. Very good. And Andrina with a nice rack. Not seeing a bonus jumping out at me, but a rack of AEE GPSS So got quite a few options for kind of scoring and playing alongside things, and close to things like seepages with kind of like SEE but no second E, or even if a C was an S, you could have seepages as CEP, AGE, AGES. But no. So fairly good play alongside the uplifted if she wants something like gapes or pages, if she wants to keep it a little bit more blocky. Holding that ES is quite useful. Well, it's fairly level, and Noel's got a bit of a lead there, kind of sitting about 50 ahead. So Andrew is still needing a little bit of help to try and get back in front, but wouldn't take all that much to turn it around. Like if you draw the Z first or happen to get a bonus first, they can very quickly come back.
Yeah, that's right. There's still the X to go as well. What will she do? She could this cage on, I assume, takes an S as well, so she could do something down through there for a reasonable.
I think it's just the ES, yeah. So it goes.
Oh,
It's
yes,
interesting.
okay.
It goes cajon to cajones, going
Yeah.
the ES
Yes,
and
you're
hook.
right.
And I think it'd be
Yeah.
so it's tricky, but sometimes those words that look like they should take S can be quite helpful. You play them and your opponent doesn't realize, and they hook the S, and you
Yep.
get an extra turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fairly challenging board to work with at the moment. Other options she has are things like PAG, PEAG above the barters if she wants, but just gives away a bit too much, or even just kind of playing something a bit shorter through the T of uplifted, like pets or pate or something along those lines. But I think you just need to take the extra points of pages or gapes. We'll probably go gapes, keep it open for the ING bonus lane, holding ES, then you've still got the kind of bonus lane in the triple alongside the ED of uplifted afterwards.
Yeah, I like gapes as well.
Okay.
Spade. Okay.
Yeah, so and he's opted to, I guess, take out one dangerous dead spot. Played spade for 30. Reasonable. The G's are a bit inflexible, so it's going to be a bit hard to kind of play with that, although it does make it easier to bonus alongside the G rule, which is quite good, because that U spot doesn't really take many things next to it except for things like the G.
Oh, she'll be happy to have that Z in her hand.
Yeah. And then
happy.
Noel has a rack of AHEISTU, so a few eights if you had the right floaters. So things like if you had an S, you could do hiatuses for thesauri. Yeah, I'm sure there's no doubt the other ones as well. So much that I can see that actually plays. I don't think anything through the C, unfortunately. No, nothing with that C there. Okay, looks like the only other 8 was if he had a B for habitus, so doesn't look like he's going to be able to bonus with that. So now he's having to decide what to do when you've almost got a bonus. Looks like he's considering whether he even just dumps a U, keeps the rest of them, which has got a good chance of bonusing through the C next turn. He's got a bit of a lead, so so you may be wanting to kind of continue scoring with that. And yeah, a few different options. Again, you've got things like that barter spot, but anything you do up there is unfortunately going to make it quite easy for them to play alongside. But potentially even just doing, given how nice his letters are now, whether you just do something like UH, which kind of makes it very easy to use, but keeps you ATIES and fairly good chance to bonus, or whether you do something like Huey, which makes it slightly easier for them to get a higher 4-point word, but at the same time gives you an easier way to bonus with it, just like any good S for SHE or THE. So he has opted to dump his U for 7 with YOU, U. So fairly good chance that he'll pick up something that will work. Although looking at the unseen letters, if he gets one of these eyes, it's going to be a bit tricky with things like N. He's got a few bonuses, whether they'll actually play like Shaitan or Senior or Hentais is the new one.
Mhm.
But yeah, we'll have to see. Anyway, back to Andorina. So she has finally had a bit of luck. She's picked up the Z, so she's got IIOIEGS, and she's eyeing up that lovely E spot, which I'm sure she's very thankful that Nock didn't take. With
Yes.
Zedo, which seems like a good option. Does pay just to make sure you're not missing anything else, particularly with that uplifted spot. She's almost got things like Azione, which should give her even more than what she currently has, but nothing that I can see there, or even things like Azatize, or when you got the Z as well, things like IZE bonuses, but not that I saw. So Zedo, 64, good move.
Great.
And Noel has picked up an M. So he's got playable bonus, a nice 7 if he wants. There's probably you'd feel like there should be more than just the one, but at least he's got one if he spots it. I think Hematics won't fit. Yep, but he does have all the anagrams of Hematics. So yeah, Mastiche, and then the other playable one. So he touches me, or however you pronounce it. I'm sure I did a terrible job at that. So that's quite a good option, although hard one to see. He's got just a 7 of, well, a nice 7 of atheism, through which fits nicely along the Jarrell.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yeah.
either of those would be good, and that will kind of keep the game very close again. In terms of which of those two is better, difficult to know. I mean, atheism's more blocky, which at this point is probably beneficial. But then the touches me does block the top bonus lane at the top. Nope. But the benefit of touches me is you get the more score, and keeping it open can sometimes work in your favor as well, because if they use alongside the E, then you could still potentially reply next to it.
It's always good to have options.
Definitely.
There we go.
So he has found it and played it, which is very good. And looks like Andorina might be, just double checking it, which is always a good thing to do if you're not sure. The thing about this word is you can even have it without the E as well. So that's quite good for a kind of 7. Meanwhile, Andorina has clearly spotted what she has on her rack of DINGIES, which is a word, and it will play with this move. And you can even add an H in there if you want for dingies.
Yeah.
And putting it after the G in a slightly weird way, but interesting word that.
It is a strange word. It's dingies. I mean, it's sort of weird that this is a word, really. Dingies, because you'd think dingy is an adjective.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's often what you find after you play Scrabble for too long. You start being like, oh yeah, of course that's a word because I've studied it without realizing it. But actually, that's pretty weird. Normally it's like dingy, dingier, dingiest.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
And
and
she's
Andorina will be very aware of all of those definitions, being a
100.
librarian by trade.
Yeah, totally. And I believe she's just got the one spot for this one, doesn't she? Off the E.
Either side, so she's got.
Yeah.
Could decide which side to play it.
Yeah.
Slight differences between them. I mean, probably not that much of a difference to make too much of a think about it. You'd probably just play it onto the right-hand side. Still fairly easy, doesn't give away the triple, but there's always that kind of worry that even though she bonuses now, it's still open for him to potentially bonus back.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still
Totally.
enough places where it's still anyone's game. The unseen letters from Andorina's perspective are not amazing, but it is quite worrying that there's a G, 2 I's, and 4 N's, so for just easy ING bonuses.
Yeah, absolutely.
But not so many vowels, so it could even come down to how the vowels go for after this. So exciting game, could really go either way.
Yeah, it's had good flow to it, this game.
So Andorina's probably thinking about which side to play it, which tricky. It's one of those things where it could always go, no matter what you choose, it could always go wrong.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think that's a safer option to go on that side of the E.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. It probably takes slightly more of the letters in front of it, but with the kind of V's, you could, well, DE will also take the V on the end as opposed to the front. So if you do it the other side to try and be more blocky, they could just bonus with something like voiding, and it hasn't worked anyway. So
Yeah.
and now Noel's, well, getting to the end game now becomes a bit tricky. So we've got a tight end game. Noel's currently 17 behind, has a number of good options, and there's currently 6 left in the bag, which will no doubt play into it. So he's got a rack of FRIENDV. And from his unseen, there's 8 consonants left and 5 vowels, and some fairly clunky things, but a V and an X as well. And I'm sure you'll have to keep an eye on that X spot next to that Techisme, with an easy kind of 2-letter for a 50+ point.
Yep, and that's exactly what Andrina has.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So options, there's a few things. You've got things like fiver in the top right for a good score holding ND, which with that many ends is always a bit frustrating. Other things, if there was slightly more in the bag, you'd have options like fervid next to the kind of with fed. The problem is, although kind of fervid gets you a decent score and kind of plays long, you'll empty the bag. It's not a great rack for Noel with the amount of with what's left. I'm sure he would have much preferred to have some more unseen vowels. With that X spot, unfortunately, there's not really any way to block it for him, because if he tries to do that, he'll just kind of get outscored elsewhere. So he has to do fiver and hope he's the one who draws the X, and enough vowels to be able to go out first. Even if he doesn't get vowels, if he draws just the X, he's got things like XED under the spate for a good score.
Yep.
And even if she happens to get the X, if Noel can go out first, then he's still got a really good chance of winning. So Ender is currently 25 behind, and she has got DEGONNX, and 1 left in the bag. Reasonable letters unseen, and there's even the risk. So if Noel happens to get a very nice pickup, Noel could even bonus out from this stage, which will, I'm sure, make Andrina quite worried. So if the V's left in the bag, he'd have Mondane, which fits with the ED.
Yeah, and if she takes that XI spot up there, then she'll be leaving that open for him too.
Yep. Yeah. So options for Andrina. So she's thinking about Oxen underneath the spate. Gives a slightly better rack balance and gives her more of a chance to be able to go out. But you lose a fair few points. She's got another option that's not well. Another option is things like Xenon, XENON, holds DG, gives you a chance to be able to go out and does potentially block that one bonus, but you get such a low score from that it could you may just get outscored without a bonus anyway, and like you'll have to be very lucky to pick up the AI or O.
Yeah.
So she's gone for Oxen, doesn't give away much, gets a good score, but unfortunately it does not look like that's going to end well for Andrina. So Noel has managed to very adeptly leave the V in the bag, and he's found his Mondane. So unfortunately, all that drama is going to end quite quickly. And down comes Mondane for Noel. Very exciting game, high scoring. Andrina with 4-5-5, and unfortunately still not enough to win. But lots of votes between them.
Super high scoring.
So 1, 2, 3. Wow. So a total of what's that? 7 bonuses between them. Very exciting. So just goes to show you have to be quite good to be able to get into the A grade in a tournament like this. So even though they're not doing quite so well as their peers overall, they're still both very good players and very easily to find these kind of all of their words with no major omissions from this game. So
Absolutely.
well done, Noel.
So impressive. Yeah.
And just frustrating for Aotearoa. I'm sure she would have been happy when she saw the X, and then for it all to be crushed by the Mondane.
Yeah, bit of a tough game for her, but she played really well. And good bingos and
definitely a couple of great finds. Things like Uplifted was very good, and managing to play through those challenging racks. So I just heard we'll be going over to Noel for an interview after this. It looks like they're just kind of finalising all the scores and potentially challenging them on day. And if you're not 100% sure that this is a word, the 5 points means nothing. So just challenge it. Even if you're pretty sure it's a word, just challenge it anyway. Better to lose by an extra 5 points than to let them get away with something where you could have easily been stopped.
100%. Have you played either of these two, Alastair?
Yeah, so playing Andorina quite a bit over the years. Haven't played Noel in quite a while. Did play him many years ago now, back in Australia. But from looking at how his progress has been going, and I think he's improved quite a lot over recent years. So very well done to him. And it's good to have some Aussies.
Well, I know what question I want to ask him. Why did you not play your name?
Yeah, if anybody else has any specific questions for him, by all means, put them in the chat.
Yeah.
Looks like they're taking a bit of time trying to figure out just how many bonuses they had. Usually it's quite easy if it's 1 or 2, but when they're all over the board, it becomes a bit harder to recall just how many bonuses everybody had. And I guess, as I said, it kind of goes back to it of it could go badly either way, because you could say, well, if Dingy's went on the other side, then DEM wouldn't work.
That's true. Yep.
But, hi, Noel. Alastair here, and we've got Laura here as well.
Hi,
Good to
Noel.
see you. Well played. Well done. Exciting game.
Yeah, very.
And a nice finish.
Yeah, very nice finish. It was, I was always on the edge because it was neck and neck, and luckily I drew well on my last 7 tiles. I thought she would play OX or AX on that triple letter score, but it would have been a few more points, and I figured if she did that, I've still got my outplay. But anyway, yeah, it worked out well.
Yeah, it was an exciting game. It was edge of the seat stuff. It was kind of going both ways all the time.
All the time, yeah. Normally I don't fish, but I had that.
You did do a fish.
Yeah, I had that U, and I thought, well, if there was an R floating or something, I got thesauri or something, but it was unlikely that was going to happen. And I thought, I got such nice letters, I'll drop the U.
Yeah, it worked out well.
Yeah, it worked in my favour. Yeah. But you have to know the words.
Always times. Yeah, definitely. And we were impressed with how quickly you're finding all your bonuses. So well done with that. You've clearly been doing a good amount of study. So very good.
Yeah, my wife would agree.
And Noel, you chose to play Barters instead of Barretts.
Barretts is not good.
Is it not?
I don't believe so.
Am I?
I don't think it is.
It is like that. Not with the double T, but...
It is good.
Is it good?
A small flat cap.
Oh, well,
yes,
I should know that.
Yeah. You should.
I think what talked me out of it is I knew Barrett wasn't good with the way that my name is spelled. So anyway,
always better to play the one you're sure of. So.
Yeah, and that bloody triple letter there where she got the Z, like I wanted to block it, but anything I thought of gave an opening to the triple line, so it stayed open until the first person got the Z.
Yeah, it's always tricky when that happens, but you've played through it, so well done.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Cool. Thanks for joining us. All the best for the last couple of games,
it's
and
a pleasure.
Glad that you're able to make the way over to New Zealand.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks. Yeah.
I was just mentioning as well to the other, to the viewers that haven't played you in quite a while, obviously, but I've noticed you've been kind of doing really well over recent years with of rating going up and up. So obviously put in a lot of good work. So well done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay.
Keep up that study.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, so exciting game. As you can see,
a great game.
Anyone in the top section or kind of the other sections as well, you can have a kind of amazing game. Doesn't necessarily always have to be people in kind of on the top table. But very exciting.
Absolutely. All right, I believe we are going to a break now. so we can figure out the King of the Hill matchups and get set for those.
Perfect. I guess for us, for this game at least, it won't be much surprise as to who we'll be watching because it will have to be Dylan versus Lewis, as they'll be first and second. But it will be interesting to see where the relative standings are. So we'll be back soon to see them in action. right. Welcome back, everybody. So we've got the last 2 games coming up. So this game will be playing Lewis versus Dylan. And just for those who haven't seen the full results, it's incredibly close. So both Dylan and Lewis have won their game, and there is 10 spread points between them. So they're both on 15 wins. Lewis has a spread of 535 at the moment, and Dylan has a spread of 525, which means these last 2 games, it's kind of incredibly important both to win, but also to kind of make sure you've got enough spread that you don't get overtaken. And just to kind of recap the way that draws work, so there's a few different ways that they can be done. So the usual in New Zealand is round robins, where you've got a set number of people, so usually 8 players, and then you play everybody once, and that's a round robin. The way that we're playing it now is called King of the Hill, which is based where kind of number 1 plays number 2, number 3 plays number 4, and so on. The other way that people often do pairings is with Swiss draw, where it's 1 plays 2, 3 plays 4, unless you've already played them before, then it goes down. With King of the Hill, you can have further repeats. So because they're both 2 games clear, we'll be seeing Dylan versus Lewis for 2 consecutive games, and basically whoever's got the most wins and spread between them after 2 games will be the winner. And Lewis starting first with a fairly clunky rack of VHYGRON. So a few options. He would probably prefer to have a different vowel to play some of the nice words with all the consonants in it. So he's one of having things like HRYVNI, which is a new one, or VNA or VNYA if you want to as well. But a couple of kind of decent options. So looks like he's thinking about things like Grovey or Horny. Grovey seems like a very good option. You can make arguments as to where you play it, whether you kind of play it over the left for slightly fewer, play it over to the right, hitting up for an ING bonus. Lewis has opted for Horny, keeping VG. Keeps it nice and closed, hard to play a 7 over that, and good score. Meanwhile, Dylan has got a very lovely rack of TAXING blank. Always nice to see a blank on your first rack, and particularly in such a vital game.
Absolutely. That's a great rack.
Yeah, so it's got at least one. Well, there are playable bonuses, at least one. Not great scoring with that. Obviously, things like retaxing, but it feels a shame to have to use that. Feels like there should be something much better than that.
Something through the O would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, untaxing through the N of Horny would be a bit safer and a bit better. So starting kind of up the top doesn't give away too much. So it's a reasonable option until he shows that he finds something even better. Oh yeah, of course, front hook.
Oh,
So
of course.
taxings.
Didn't even see it. Brilliant.
So wasting no time there.
Yep.
So that's just the start that Dylan would have been hoping for. And then we've got Lewis with his quite awkward rack, I believe, once we can see it again. So his holding on to the G and V has not worked out kindly for him. He's got a rack of KIIDDGV. He's actually got a nice 6, which he'd probably just play. So KidVid would probably be your best option. Go through the eye of taxings, dump it, get some good leave. Holds IG with a potential for 8s through the N of Thorny. If you don't know KidVid, then you're a little bit stuck. So he's thinking about things like kidding through the N of Thorny, which obviously keeps it open with, again, a nice front hook of S. The V's a bit frustrating, but what can you do?
KidVid is quite a cool word. An informal word for a children's video or television. KidVid.
Yeah,
Nice.
sixes can come in handy quite often.
Yeah.
Looks like he's considering other slightly higher scoring options. So things like kind through the N of taxing keeps VIDG, gets him a better score of kind of 28. Still a reasonable chance of getting things like devoting or something similar through the N or potentially even through the O.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like he's heading towards kidding. And at this, I guess, at this stage of the game, when you're this far behind, 6-2 after one turn each, it is good to keep the board open, because the last thing you want is to have it too blocked and then not get a chance to come back. And Dylan will be very well. Top players like this are very good at controlling the board. So yeah, so Lewis has gone with kidding, keeping it nice and open.
That's very open. Yeah.
And then Dylan has lovely letters again. So rec of DEIOORT. So looks like there should be something. I'm not seeing it at the moment. I'm thinking of trying to get a bonus. You've got options of just things like rude, ROOD, alongside the kidding, for a decent score, keeping TIE.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. Definitely.
Things like toroid, anything. Oh, nice. Fairly rusty on my words at the moment. Looking at it, the only 8 he has is with a C, with co-editor, which is obviously not going to work for this stage, so he'll have to make do with not bonusing this turn, but fairly good chance if he plays rude to bonus onto like a TIER bonus or through the N or S. Keeps it nice and open. But it's got a few other interesting ways to dump, interesting words to dump all those vowels. Things like ooted, for those who don't know, OOTID, doesn't play particularly well on this board. What else? Oh, yeah, could go for slightly longer. So he's thinking about Trode, TRODE, keeps OI. It's a bit more blocky in terms of it takes out both of the Ds instead of just blocking one of the Ds. Gets slightly an extra, 6 points. So always quite useful. An extra 1 tile turnover as well, which can often be quite a big difference in some situations, because if you get the second blank, then your chance of winning is going to be considerably higher if you're kind of that far ahead with holding the second blank. Yeah, so good move with Trode.
Interesting. And meanwhile, Lewis is still struggling with his. Has he had that V since the beginning now? He has, hasn't
Yep.
he? Yeah.
So it's a bit unfortunate for Lewis because he had Grovey on his rack, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe he wasn't sure of Grovey.
Yeah,
I'm
was a
sure
bit tricky.
sure he would be.
Yeah, so with Grovius making vertigos, it's often an easier way to remember your shorter words sometimes. So as you said, a bit of a clunky rack in some ways. He's got ZHVLNIA. He just needs an S for Vizsla, VIZSLA, being a nice dog, but not going to happen at this stage. Or if he had a D, he'd have the VOZHD through the O, but does not. But I'm sure he'll be able to capitalize off the Z in some way, but always a bit tricky.
Mm-hmm.
If he wanted, he could even play along and do things like invalid through the ID, but it doesn't really get him much score, so not the best.
Yeah, I don't see any amazing plays for the Z. Do you see anything good, Alastair?
Not amazing. If you want to get rid of the Z and the V, you could do actually no, that's not right. Yeah, not great. It's a shame. Almost have things like Zinnia. If you had a second eye, you'd be able to do that through the N of taxings.
Yeah.
He's very close to a number of things, but just not quite.
Not quite there, no.
But often that's one of the things is working through these almost tracks. But I'm sure he'll come up with something interesting.
What about even something like, I would be thinking of like Rav of Thorny, just to get rid of the A and the V and have it nice and open. Oh, he's gone for your
Yeah.
suggestion there.
Yeah, I guess the problem with things like Rav or even Riz is you just have too many clunky letters. So yeah, quite a nice way to, well, keep it open, score, hopefully get some nice letters and capitalize off that Z. So we'll see. Meanwhile, Dylan has got another lovely rack with at least one playable bonus. He's got EEILNOS, so a fairly low scoring bonus through the T if he wants. A 7, which won't really play. What else? Probably some more. So I'm sure he's been having a good think about this. And he's gone for the bonus through the T. So he's got Nose Light, NOSELITE. Kind of keeps it
Nose
nice and
light.
plucky.
Okay, what's a nose light? Who can tell us what a nose light is?
And just looking at it, doesn't look like he had anything better. So good. So puts Lewis under even more pressure. So 110 down this early on is frustrating, but always a chance to come back. He's come back very quickly. So he's played QUOTH holding DZ. So a good 40 plus holding his Z and D. So it looks like a very good option.
Yeah,
I'm wasting
fantastic.
no time with that.
Yeah.
And it's got an end hook as well. Not that you would use it this turn, but you can put an A on the end of that. Doesn't take an S though. Being a past tense, I believe. And Dylan having another very nice rack with so AEIORTW. So always tempting just to dump off things like WO and keep irate. But there's other things to do. Try reasonable option is something like Wade. So just dumping WA under the invalid, holding TOIER, try and get a bonus next turn, provided I'm not already missing a bonus.
Yep. That looks good.
The other option is whether he tries to kind of play a bit longer or a bit more blocky, but I mean, he's got such nice tiles and not no easy way to score while blocking it, so probably better off just scoring. What else could he do? Yeah, not huge amount of great options. I mean, if you wanted to be a bit blockier, you could do things like wooer through the O, so WOOER, would take out some of the bonus lanes. But you kind of giving away all your ENR is a bit sad if you could avoid it. Things like IWI with attack things, still not really worth it and doesn't really block particularly well. The other option that's pretty good is EEW off the nose light. So making KOW gets you a good kind of 26 points as well. And ratio is not a bad leave. But yeah, wide. Okay. He's always opted to keep his A instead of an I. I mean, you've got an I to float through, so good option with that.
Good choice.
You can make arguments as to kind of which one's better. I often find that OI is a bit more synergistic than AO, but equally you've got an I on there anyway, and as we've seen, things can kind of go the wrong way regardless of what you do.
Yeah.
And Lewis has now got getting slightly more flexible letters, so he's got ZEILNUD. So almost things like unitized, but not quite. So he's got options like ZEIN for a fairly good score if he wants for 39 points. Things like ALZL, OUZEL off the O for lower score, but probably not really worth it. Ideally, he'd want to play something like LUZ, but it's not looking like that's going to be helpful.
Yeah.
Can't quite get the Z on the triple letter double word through the text things. Oh yeah, ZED alongside text things. So good score, reasonable leave. Doesn't give away anything except for the A and hook. So I'm sure Dylan will be happy he's kept the A for that. with a ZR end hook. So yep, good, nice move. And then Dylan has picked up more vowels, so he's now got a record of A-E-E-O-R-T.
Too many vowels.
Yeah, a bit
Jeez.
too. Huh. Oh wow, looks like somebody's made a very nice comment about a nice move that Dylan could actually play, extending invalid to invalidator. So very nice find.
Oh, very good.
Possibly not his best move at the moment, but a lovely find and good to keep in the back of the mind.
Yeah.
Option, so as you can see, he's probably wanting to dump off some vowels. There's a few ways you could do that. Even just dumping OE with XO and DIE is a reasonable choice given his significant lead. Keeps REATE, takes out the N, still leaves the S open, which is a bit unfortunate. Another option, if he wants to kind of play a bit longer or get a little bit more, is things like Rane, R-A-N-E-E with Zeta, but that's just a bit too easy to ever give away, putting an E under the double spot. Like your opponent will just play a 7-letter for like 90 plus, and then you've lost your advantage. So fun, but not really worth it. Or you could even do kind of a longer word if he wishes.
He's taking his time to think about it.
Yeah. Any other words? Teed is not bad. So T-E-A-E-D onto the D of kidding is a reasonable option. Or E-E, yep, good. So Dylan's kind of, again, opting to have kind of slightly more blocky, decent score, considering what he had, takes out the A spot. So he played E-E with D-I-E. Not a huge score, 12 points, but yeah.
Yep.
So Lewis has got a lovely word and feeling no doubt very sad. So he played VULN holding ING because it did not go anywhere. But good that he's got a decent score and finally got a rack that he would leave that he would like of ING.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Dylan's got quite a nice letter rack as well, but maybe not the best for this board. AEEO with a nice easy 7. Unfortunately, the 2 anagrams for the S don't fit. And with the R, again, those words also won't fit on this board, which limits him without too many other options. So for those who haven't seen it, he's got operate, and then with the S being protease and operates. With your R, you've got your kind of slightly more obscure ones, perorate or paterero, but obviously neither of those will fit through the R of thorny or trode. So sure Dylan's starting to feel the pressure a bit now that Lewis has kind of been coming back and all of his attempts at fishing hasn't actually worked out as he would like. And it just goes to show how quickly a game that looks one-sided can very quickly turn.
That's right, and you can make a number of non-bingo plays and creep right back up to where the other person is. So yeah, you can make smaller, strong plays when you don't have a bingo rack. You can still definitely be in the game.
Definitely, and he's got a few options, and as I've mentioned, Invalidator is a great option to think about if he sees it, which I must admit I certainly did not see that. And I think it would be very impressed if he does. A few options. I mean, you've got so many nice places just to dump off a single vowel, although it's probably not going to work out as well as you want. Like, as I alluded to, you could dump the A on Quotha, get kind of 24 points just for an A. You've now got the E for Volnd, and dump the E for a decent score, but holding the kind of his without an S or blank or kind of particularly flexible letters, there's a reasonable chance that those things will backfire. The other option is something like Expo off the EX, or if you want to go slightly longer, things like Expat, but I think I'd probably be leaning more towards Expo. If you happen to get your vowels, you've always got the A or E dump spot later if you need to.
Yep, I like that. It's nice.
Always a bit tricky in situations like this because you get frustrated that your bonusing hasn't worked, but at the same time you don't want to suddenly change what you're doing, because if you play long you'll get rubbish, then they'll bonus and you can't bonus back. Dylan's opted for Quatha. Nice big score, keeping Perote. Lewis, reasonable, so he picked up BEA to go with his ING. Unfortunately, his bonuses through the R also don't fit with Bergine or Bergenia, but yeah, not the easiest for this. Looks like he's got a nice move set up. So he's thinking of playing Rebegin off the R of Trode. Give you a good score, keeps it nice and open, which is good when you're behind. The other option, and especially with what's left, is whether you do use your A instead of the I. Do Rebegin, prevent your opponent from just bonusing with an S or blank end hook. And there's 5 A's left and only 2 I's, so actually that I is probably a fairly precious commodity. As you can see, even on a board that looks fairly terrible and being so far behind, players like Lewis and Dylan are well equipped to be able to kind of turn it around and open it up quite easily while still scoring well. Oh,
I
looks
want
like
to
he's
that D
Diab.
I feel like it needs to. Yes, it does. I was thinking it took a
Yep,
P, but that it doesn't. But takes a
Diab, yeah.
C. Yeah, there we go.
Interesting choice. So he's thinking of doing BEG and he's placed it on the board. The other argument is you could actually even do just BEE, keep the ING A,
Yeah.
and keeps it a bit more open. Could go either way. I think BEE is probably a slightly better. ENG don't tend to mix particularly well, but I think AING would have been a slightly better leave, but still
Yeah.
could, I guess, quite flexible leave.
All depends on
And
what you pick up.
yep, and Dylan has managed to pick up the other P out of the bag, so he's now got EEOPPRT. So, he's seen a very cute play, which is quite a good one. So he's thinking of doing S-stop through the S of taxing with Bigo. Shame his R's not a D or an L to do S-stopped, or I believe S-stop L. Let me just make sure I'm not making things up. Yeah, so E-stop being a verb, so you can have E-stopped, but you can also have E-stop L.
Right.
But
not an E-stopper.
no, but good score,
Sadly.
good leave,
Yeah.
opens up a bit, but you have to do it. So yeah, good find by Dylan. Lewis may be holding, given Dylan's kind of apparent pausing. Yeah, looks like he accepted it. But always useful to kind of be confident of your words, and if you're not sure, don't. If you have a wrong word or kind of lose a turn, it can be a huge change in, like, a shift in the game, particularly at such high levels. So letting your opponent get away with the wrong word can be kind of quite devastating. And yeah, so Dylan's got a fairly clunky rack again: AEI, FB, and W.
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys have had quite clunky racks throughout this game. Like they're sort of almost good racks, but then they pick up like the F and the W, or the it's like close but not great.
So a few options. So you could do something like Braw, BRAW, through the R of Thorny, keep FINE. Not amazing, but
yeah,
not seeing anything jumping out at me under the S-stop spot. I mean, you would like to kind of open that up if you can, but nothing hugely amazing. If if you had a Y instead of just the I, you'd have Orphy, AWFY, which would be quite fun, but unfortunately he does not.
No, he's only got on or something down there, which doesn't really seem good enough to use.
Yeah. I guess this is a challenge, and I guess this is where maybe having done Rebegan last turn may have worked out a bit better in Lewis's favour. Because the problem is the board's now fairly blocked. You have to have certain letters which he does not have, and it just kind of plays into the person who's in head's hand, which is Dylan. Equally, it would be fairly difficult to confidently open up all of those floaters when your opponent's been fishing off like 1 or 2 tiles for a number of turns. So you could very easily have played at that, and then your bonus is back, and you're just kind of struggling after that. So very hard to know without being in the game, and as we said, can always kind of end badly.
Yeah. Yeah, he could do that EEW down from next to Trode as well, that you mentioned earlier. He could do that again.
Yeah.
That would create a nice S hook if he had an S, which he does not have an S, but there are 3 S's in the pool.
Yeah, decent option as well. Yeah, it's just trying to ideally get rid of at least, have to get rid of at least 1 or 2 of those kind of heavy letters if you can.
Yeah.
Ideally opening up as well, but there's not really many options that do all of that.
I think braw is the best way to get rid of the letters.
So he's thinking of doing on, which keeps it open, and maybe that just opening up a bit might be worth it. The challenge is, yeah, I mean, he would have to be quite lucky to be able to use that next turn, but yeah. Okay, so he's played on, decent. I mean, there's no amazing move on that turn. Dylan's got reasonable rack again, so UPROARE, clearly hanging out for a D for uproared, which unfortunately he does not have.
No.
So he's got a few interesting options. Quite a nice synergistic move would be Gopura off the G of Big O, keeping ER, and with a nice end hook of the M, Gopuram, or just the S for Gopuras.
What is a Gopura?
That's a very good question. Whether he would do that in this game when he's got this much lead, it might be a bit too open, although fixing his rack's quite nice with that. So a few things to think about with that. Another option, if he just wants to be a bit blocky, is things like upran, UPRAN onto the Orn, because I guess from his perspective, there's still 3 S's and a blank unseen, and Lewis could well have many of those. At least if he does something like that, then he's going to be. If Lewis bonuses, he's out to the opening up all the floating lanes for Dylan to hopefully respond with. So Dylan's gone with your YOUR. Good leave, which is always important, quite open, but as you said, there's not really many great options that don't open it up. The end hooks to be aware of, so you've got S obviously, but you've also got N and T, so quite a few options there.
I don't think can you put an T on that? The N's are gone.
Yeah, true.
As far as I can tell.
And then Lewis has finally got one of the S's, which is nice, with a rack of FBC EIRS. He'd be close.
I feel like this has been a tough game for Lewis.
He's certainly been having to work hard.
Yeah.
Even now, still no great options jumping out. He's fairly close to bonuses, but just not quite.
I feel like if he could go back in time and play Grovey from the start, that the whole game might have
exactly. And that's
I
guess one of the things about Scrabble is it takes just one slight different move and can have a completely different game. So options could do something like brief. He's almost there with a cool word. If he had another S instead of the B, he'd have spherics, SFERICS. Unfortunately, you can't have it without the second S, so he can't do spheric because it's not a word like that. Options, not great options. I mean, brief and hope to get some vowels. It's probably what you're going to have to do. Keeps it open enough. You've got a reasonable chance of an SC word off the nose light and or kind of through the E of your brief or S end hook. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So he's gone for IF, which I mean keeps you E, which is always great. The B C combination's a bit hard, and you haven't really given yourself many openings, so it's difficult. But I mean, still could work out well, but just you don't have quite as easy.
I think the brief would have been a better play.
Dylan's got more vowels. A AAEEURP, So sometimes, I guess your first thought is, oh no, too many vowels. But actually, sometimes this can be quite useful because your opponent's like, oh, there's all these vowels in the bag. I will play off keeping more consonants to get some of them. And then they don't realize that they're all on your rack. So they draw into a bag full of consonants and just get disappointed.
Yeah.
So I wonder what he's going to do. It's quite tricky, and the longer it goes without Dylan getting a bonus, the harder this becomes because he's not so far ahead that he can just absorb a bonus. Like if Lewis bonuses, even if it's like a 60, 70 point bonus, Dylan's in a bad position. So ideally, so it's you can't just fully try and block everything because it's too open that you're not going to be able to lock it down. And if they bonus first and you're sitting there with nothing to respond, you're a bit stuck. So he's very...
He just blocked a bonus for Lewis, actually. Lewis had sub races, which I looked up on Zizabit, everybody.
Nice.
But it was there. But now it is gone.
So that's where you can say, even when you're not necessarily trying to block, you can still effectively block.
Inadvertently block,
so he's played PRAU through the R of Thorny. Good score. Good leave with what he's had. So yeah, good find. You can have PRAO or OA as well. I just think the same things.
I mean, Lewis has got a nicer looking rack now, but it's still not quite where it needs to be for him.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, so SCAVERS out of the letters, and his U has been blocked, which would have had sub races. So now what's he going to do? I mean, Scab with nose light seems like a decent option. Just open it, like keep it open because you need a bonus. It's also a tricky position because the longer Lewis takes the bonus, the more chance Dylan has of firstly getting the blank or just being able to respond with a bonus. So it's always a bit tricky. The other option is something like Scrab with yours, but the problem is you're like starting with an S is not the simplest for bonuses. So whereas doing like that Scab as he's played makes it very, very easy to bonus alongside. So if he gets a reasonable pickup, he should be able to bonus next. And if Dylan's racks continue as they are, Lewis may be able to get the lead. So Dylan's rack, going with the theme, he's now got AEEOORY. He's actually got a really lovely blocky play. So using that same spot as before, GUI there works very, very nicely. Dump off OOEY, decent score, kills off all of those, well, blocks the current lanes, doesn't take an S, still forces him to play above or below the Y or just the kind of Scab spot. Which, the Scab spot's always the it's always the challenge because if you do GUI and then Lewis bonuses alongside Scab and you can't play alongside the Y of GUI, you're a little bit stuck, or the R of your. So it's always these kind of nerve-wracking moves where it's kind of like I have to play this and hope, but often it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. The other option, if he wants to try and block things a bit more, whether he kind of plays alongside the Scab, not a huge amount of options. I mean, like you've got things like Booay, BOOAY, but that's just going to take an S and far too open. Even things like OYE, not going to get much. AYE there, just BYE and hook or BYS. It's just going to be too dangerous. And that's, I guess, part of the great play with that Scab is it is so hard to effectively block. So you either have to use it or it stays there until someone else does. Which is what Lewis would be wanting. So it looks like Dylan is considering between Buai and GUI.
It's still a very close game.
And so getting lower in tiles now as well, which is always an important consideration. So 19 left, so 12 in the bag. So he'll play this. That leaves 8 left, which good position for Lewis to bonus in, because if you bonus and leave 1 left, then you're safe. It becomes even more tense in anyone's game after this, because if Lewis doesn't bonus next rack, it means if you bonus, your opponent can bonus back and bonus out. So it can very quickly finish in a dramatic fashion, particularly with so many listeners unseen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And someone in the chat has nicely pointed out an interesting situation, which presumably won't happen. Dylan could play Kui off the C with a COOEY, which is the same as COOEE. and they're so verbs taking ed and ing. But if Dylan, for whatever reason, decided to do that, Lewis would be able to play jams for like 80.
Yeah.
I suspect we won't be seeing that, but maybe he is thinking about
Well,
that
he
because he's
looks
thinking
like he's
about
thinking about that
maybe he's
spot,
going off
doesn't
the
he?
C. Yeah, if he looks like he's changed it over to Corey, so maybe he's thinking
Yeah.
about going up there. I mean, it is the benefit of those is it does make the B spot, like the scab spot, a bit harder because you can't start with like consonant vowel next to
Yeah.
the AB. But
Yeah.
it's just, yeah, it's not really going to be worth it. Boyo is another option off the B, keeping some more of your consonant, more of your vowels, which is pretty reasonable given that there's more consonants left. But again, yeah, it's tricky. There's a number of options that may work well or may end up going terribly for you. I think a slightly longer turnover would be helpful because then if you draw that blank, you're going to be in a lot more comfortable position. Okay, so it looks. So Dylan may not have seen his GUI, so he's played OYE with your. Re- Reasonable. He's being blocky, so it takes out the R spot and the your spot, leaves the on spot open, and kind of doesn't get him too much, but he does have a bit of a lead. So yeah, again, still could be anyone's game. Lewis with almost perfect letters except for having a J as well. So
Yeah, that's right.
ARMIES J. Lewis has quickly played Raj with wider. Good score, keeps MIES. Decent leave. You have to hope to get at least one other nice consonant, but there are a few in there in the blank. Not really too many high scores alongside the J that are available, so could work out well for him, which it has, but we'll get to that next time. Dylan having a rack of A, E, E, O, R, R, C. So no blank yet for either of them. And the scores are now
Interesting. Yeah.
16 difference. So again, it's very much any person's game at this stage. So Lewis rather has clawed back very nicely from his earlier kind of.
Yeah, he has, and he's had a great pickup as well. So
Yep.
I think the scales may be tipping in his favor.
Yeah, this is where it comes back to how many's left. Because with Dylan having such nice tiles, if Dylan picks up if Dylan plays off something, keeping good letters, Lewis bonuses, Dylan bonuses back, Dylan wins.
Yeah.
So this is, I guess, it's a good and bad position for Dylan to be in that he doesn't have good enough tiles to guarantee he will be able to bonus back if Lewis bonuses. But it's kind of what he's going to have to do. And so that's why he's thinking about keeping it open enough so he has that chance, because he basically has to make sure he bonuses next turn or there's a reasonable chance he's going to lose.
Yeah.
So he's done Siroc off the C. So very, very, very open. Keeps AER. And that will leave two in the bag. So Lewis with perfect letters, AEIMSST. So some good options, lots and lots of sevens in there, which I'm sure a lot of people will find, and quite a few high scoring letters. But unfortunately, well, I guess from Lewis's perspective, it's a very sad time to get it, in that there's two left and there's almost perfect tiles left in the bag. And as we talked about, if Dylan bonuses back, you lose. And it's a lot more likely than not that he will bonus back. So quite
Yeah,
a
right.
frustrating situation
Tricky.
for Lewis. So some of the options for the others, so Samiest or Samites off the Siroc or Acedism also works, which has a nice front hook of C for Casedism. Some of the other anagrams being Miss-Eats or Miss-Seat, and then Taxes to kind of round out that lovely rack of Lewis's. It's in terms of which you play, you'd basically have to play the blockiest option, and with that, you'll probably be going to have to go with Samiest and hope. Samite's just a little bit more easy. You could make an argument as to whether you try and do something else that doesn't use that like in a slightly different spot. So you could go through the O, you could do something like osmiates if you want. Amitoses or amosites or atomizers won't fit through the O. The problem with that is it's kind of just like Samites, but easier to still hook alongside. It does take out the R, which is useful in the O, and still takes out the C as well. But it leaves the other spots open.
Yeah. Well, Dylan has obviously the one bingo, Flamier, the 7, so it'll hinges on whether Lewis put something down that lets him play it.
Yeah. So it looks like Dylan has somehow managed to avoid grabbing that blank, which I'm sure he'll be very sad about once Lewis plays this. I'm sure if Lewis knew what was on Dylan's track, he would be feeling a lot better about things, I
Yes.
suspect.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it's a difficult situation, but most likely, if provided Lewis bonuses, he's probably going to win.
Yeah.
Which
It
is,
looks like he's setting up for Samius off of Sirox, which I think would be the best score for him.
yeah, I mean, at this stage, it's less about score and more about reducing your chance of them bonusing. So, as someone pointed out in the chat, and as I mentioned, Samiest is a bit more blocky than Samites. So
Yeah.
like both of them going to get you the same score. So you'd do Samiest as it's slightly more blocky. You could even
Yeah.
make an argument for Aceism, in that you're still getting a decent score. The problem with that is you're adding in more more chances to lose in some ways, because if you do aceism, if they've got the blank but no bonus, then you might lose to something like fems or fams with aceisms, although you'd want to be checking this calculations carefully, which is why it's always very important to have plenty of times for things like this. But I mean, you probably still win with that anyway, so you may actually be better off doing aceism, because from Lewis's perspective, if you happen to not have the bonus, then fems or fams, you may still be outscoring because you'll go out and you'll catch him with something. But that's why situations like this, I'm glad it's them doing the calculations and not me. I can just sit back and they can think about all those calculations.
Yeah.
It would be a very, very stressful situation for both of them right now. Dylan sitting there with I hope he gives me somewhere to play my Flamia because otherwise I'm in trouble. And Lewis being like, he almost 100% has perfect bonus letters and many places to bonus because he
Yes.
hasn't bonused for most of the game and there's a blank unseen.
There's a blank. Yeah, totally.
So wouldn't want to be in either of their positions at the moment.
No.
But luckily we get the option of seeing both racks, so we can say Lewis is in a good spot. Very close, much like their overall tournament standings as well.
It's funny how when you're playing a game of Scrabble, you're so focused on your own letters and what you can do with them and what you can score with them, but it's often what the other player has that sort of determines where the game goes.
Yep. Yeah, no, definitely. I suspect we'll be seeing Lewis use most of his time on this move because ultimately he doesn't need any more time. He'll be able to, it just hinges on what happens after this move. He will be able to instantly find whatever outplay with 2 letters he picks up if that's what's needed. And Dylan will no doubt give him, well, almost certainly either bonus out quickly, in which case Lewis doesn't have anything to think about, or he'll spend time thinking and Lewis will have more time to think as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lewis has gone for OM, which is also a good option.
Oh, how interesting.
So leaves leaves a blank in the bag as well.
Yeah. And there's nowhere for Flamier.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. I did not see that coming.
Yeah. So could still go either way.
Is that something you would have done, Alastair?
You always think about it.
Yeah.
It's tricky. Ultimately, you're having to balance the probabilities of if you dump off one letter, are you going to have an unblockable bonus in multiple spots? Because if you can, then actually it's not a bad option. The problem is, does your opponent also have unblockable bonus? Because if Dylan has had the blank and perfect tiles as you would expect, then actually Dylan just passes and you lose because Dylan has the lead. So for those of you who don't know the rules, so if you have a total of 6 consecutive 0 scores, the game ends. And you subtract what's off your rack. So if Dylan had those letters that were in the bag that you're expecting, like satire blank or kind of something along those lines, where you've got unblockable bonuses with your lead, then as Dylan, you would now say pass because you forced Lewis to play. Because if Lewis keeps passing, then he loses on time, and then because he'll get his points subtracted off him, and then he'll be behind, and so Dylan will win. I guess, challenging situation is obviously Dylan doesn't have that. So now it's kind of, can he try and block without giving away something, which also becomes very tricky.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little worried for Lewis though, because Tasties is not good.
Yep.
So yeah, don't know where
Yeah.
he's going to go with that.
Yeah. So he's
Gutted.
been unfortunate with given the situation with what
Yeah.
he picked up. And this is where it is, there's so many things to think about, because it's kind of like no matter what you do, like it could end terribly for you.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times doing same mixed or same mites loses, but at the same time, you kind of, what you do there, I guess the challenge is if your opponent's playing the best, you're in trouble as well, because like if they've got such good tiles that they're going to reply with a bonus anyway, then actually doing OM will probably lose in most situations to passing. So, but thinking about passing when you've got good letters in a game like this, you may not think about it. So there's that chance.
Yeah.
So Dylan's having to hope and hope that they both manage to somehow leave the blank in the bag. I'm sure he'll be very, very relieved once he draws that, but now we'll have to think about whether Lewis can actually play something, which, looking at it, doesn't seem like it.
No, I don't think so.
So it's been a very dramatic game. So
Yeah.
only word through the sea being stat ices, so you can't play there. As you pointed out, no actual valid 7 with that.
Something through a really, really long word, maybe. Oh,
Yeah, and situates won't work through the U.
nothing.
Yeah, so it's one of
Nothing.
those very difficult situations. Tough, very tough for
That's
both of
really
them.
tough. Yeah.
And he tries tasties because you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure Dylan will challenge.
Yep. Even if he's
Yeah.
99% sure he would challenge it.
Yeah.
So it's being challenged, and that's a tough break for Lewis.
Oh, that's tough when Lewis watches this game back or analyzes it. If he does that, that'll be a hard watch.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily go either way.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think it was the situation where you just have to play it and hope. Sure, you
Yeah.
lose most of the time, but actually OM probably loses a little bit more often. But I guess if you're not thinking, or if you're not thinking about the pass option, or your opponent doesn't think about it, then you've actually got quite a good, like it's
Yeah.
quite good. And actually, with him, if you draw the blank, he wins. So it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like
Totally.
50% chance. If you drew the
Luck
other
of the
tile out of the
draw.
bag, you win.
Yeah.
So it's such
Absolutely.
a frustrating game.
Yeah.
But I guess shows that you've had all the ups and downs of Scrabble within this one game, and that's, I guess, often what you see when you've got two such good players playing against each other, and they've both been obviously doing incredibly well during this tournament. So exciting games to watch and lots to think about. But yep, Dylan going out with a blank RE, either or A, whichever he chooses. And I'm sure Dylan's breathing a sigh of relief that he somehow managed to survive that.
Yeah. And so, do these guys play again in the King of the Hill? Is that
Yeah,
right?
because they're both 2 games ahead.
Yeah.
So because with King of the Hill, it doesn't matter if you've just played the person before or if you've played them multiple times before, unlike
Yeah.
things like Swiss Draw. So it will still be based off the results for the next game. Player 1 plays player 2.
Be the same. Yeah.
And because they were 2 games ahead, no one can catch up to them. So even with that even with all of that in mind, actually, it's still anyone's tournament, because Lewis had a spread of 10 up before. Now Dylan's beaten by 69, so he's still going to be kind of pretty close. So all it's going to take is like a 65-point win. If Lewis beats Dylan by 65 or more, then it's Lewis' tournament. So exciting.
Oh, someone pointed out Asteism. If he had played Asteism,
Oh wow!
Flamier
True.
would have gone down.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be
Poor.
very frustrating. And that's where
Yeah.
it goes. So sometimes you're like, oh yeah, I'll try and play the blockier one, but actually,
Yeah.
sometimes it doesn't work out. That was a good point out. Thank you. Yeah. such a tough game.
Yeah, very tough.
And that's why there's, particularly at the end game, there's so many things to think about.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
so
and
much time to spend.
the only thing about that tasties, if Lewis, if he wasn't really sure on it, it would have been an opportunity to reduce that spread difference just a little bit more, which could be quite an important factor for these two.
Yeah, that's true. That's an important, very good thing to think about. And especially, usually you wouldn't care because all the spread in the world is less than one win. But
Yeah.
actually, in a situation like this, if you're 100% sure that tasties isn't a word, which most people are not going to be that confident, but if you were, then yeah, sure, you playing off, try and get a bit of score to minimize the spread and reduce your target, would kind of give you a slightly better chance of winning the tournament overall. But yeah, hard to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of this is easy in hindsight, but
Yes,
a lot
totally,
harder in the time.
totally. Awesome. All right.
Cool.
Well, it looks like we're just going to take 5 that these guys are playing against. So we will interview them after their next game. Yeah, so we will be back in 5 with the final game of the tournament.
Yeah, so stay tuned. Thanks for watching and providing interesting comments. We'll see you soon.
Yes.
welcome back everybody for the final game of the 45th New Zealand Scrabble National Championships. And it has been a very dramatic tournament so far, and particularly the last game that we've just seen. So Lewis and Dylan are having an intense battle to see who will take home the crown. So for those, I guess, who've probably done the math, based off that last game, Lewis needs to beat Dylan by about 85, and he'll win the tournament. If he loses, thankfully for Lewis, the people who are coming third and fourth lost a game. So even if Lewis loses, he's guaranteed second. So that takes some of the pressure off Lewis. It's always frustrating if you have played number one for a number of games at the end, and number three comes and sneaks in past you.
Yep, it's absolutely. Yeah, well, there's a lot of pressure on him for this last one, and it needs to be quite a decisive win too. It can't just be a middling. It can't be a close game. Yeah,
definitely.
but I know Lewis he's got it in him, obviously. So we'll just have to see how the tiles fall.
And the other, I guess, for the rest of A grade, there's quite an intense battle going on for third as well. So before that game, there were 4 different people on 12 wins, and with kind of varying spreads between them. So with 2 games to go, anything could have happened between them. So it'll be interesting to see. But obviously, we'll be just showing Dylan versus Lewis for this game. And here they are. And someone on the chat has very nicely said, I hope they both draw decent tiles. And that's what we all want.
Absolutely.
It's always frustrating if it's a kind of one-sided game for the person who's getting the tiles drawn against you. Obviously, in the moment, if in a tough game like this, if you happen to draw perfect tiles, it's always quite nice, but not as exciting for the viewers. But as we've seen, even if you've got a kind of fairly one-sided game initially, things can swing kind of quite easily, as Lewis did by kind of clawing back that kind of massive deficit at the start.
Yeah, he got so close.
Looks like they're just finalizing a couple of the technical aspects.
Have you played on a live stream, Alastair?
I have, not in this exact same setup. It's been a little while. Probably the most memorable one was in 2021, when they had, because of COVID, all the World Championships all went online. So it's the virtual World Championships, and I was getting live streamed quite a bit with that when I went on to win it. So I had the 7-game final against David Elder. So it's probably the most memorable event that I've had with that.
That's awesome. Do you feel that you play any differently knowing it's live streamed, or do you just put that completely out of your mind?
I definitely in earlier stages you do, because it's a lot, like you've just got such more intense scrutiny. Like everyone can see what you're doing, what you're playing. They've got the opportunity to kind of point out if you've made some mistakes or not. So that definitely can add a bit of an extra mental element to that. And particularly in games like you've just seen, that it like pressure, even regardless of the the live stream, is already immense. So it can add that extra element. These days I'm less focused on that, but it definitely can play mind games.
Yeah. Imagine the first couple times you do it would be quite a strange feeling. I know, I hate it when people are standing behind me looking over my shoulder. I freeze up. So the idea of having it broadcast
Yeah, no,
sounds
definitely.
terrifying.
Yeah, and it's great that so many people were willing to kind of be broadcasted and kind of varying levels as well. So it's been a great variety for people to see, because obviously nobody starts off amazing. Well, almost nobody, but it's good to kind of see people at different levels.
Absolutely. And at any level, people are still great players, and can have really great games.
Yep. Okay, Dylan with a lovely first rack, AEEQTTU. So a couple of options. What would you want to do, Laura?
I would probably go for Quate with the Q on the double letter score with a leave of TE. feel like that would be a pretty decent option.
Yeah, I think that's kind of his main option. You could, like, it has the E front hook, which is going to be helpful. I mean,
Yeah.
Lewis may capitalize off that, but it's not worth kind of dumping your E on that.
Yeah,
So you'll hold it for next time.
absolutely.
And Lewis has a nearly rack of BROODYS.
Broodies. Is that a chicken that's about to lay an egg? Sadly
So,
not.
yeah, if his O was an A, he'd have things like boyards or byroads, but not quite.
Yep.
Well, actually, he does have a nice word there through
Yeah.
that lovely E. I'm sure Dylan would be happy that he didn't give it on the triple at least, on the double at least.
Yeah.
So fairly obscure word. So we'll see if Lewis finds it. There's a couple of spellings of it. Looks like probably not. So
No.
as a 7, it makes all body, which has the F front hook, but also makes Doobrey, DOOBREY, which then takes the S for Doobries, which he could have played.
Yes.
The other spelling of Doobrey is DOOBRIE.
Doobrey, by the way, is a thingamabob, in case anyone wants a definition of it.
Very good. That being said, fairly hard word to find or know, and Lewis has a very good body.
Yes.
Kind of good option. Meanwhile, Dylan is going to be quite happy with his current rack.
He's got a
EEIRT blank.
nice bingo down the side off of his quate. Probably other ones, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there'd be a 9 onto the ED, but you wouldn't do it anyway. Too low scoring and just gives away double doubles and the rest of it. So probably just something like Tenio is decent. We'll see. You could make an argument, but even something like Eremite, slightly more blocky. Kind of at the top, looks like he's opted for Eatery.
Yeah, interesting, because I suppose Tenio would have been a bit more of a blocky play.
Yeah,
He's got a bit of an S hook floating there for Eatery.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's pros and cons. So it takes out the kind of the spot under the AB, and it's only got the S end hook. Doesn't give away too much. Tenia, you've then kind of opened up all the floaters, and you've also opened up kind of for playing a 7 alongside the R. So this makes it fairly blocked if they don't have an S. So yeah, reasonable. Lewis has a rack of IWIORSE, and he's considering things like wise or wiser, which unfortunately all 1 point tiles with the eatery, it's not going to be huge scoring. So he's opted for Wiria through the R, keeping OS, keeps it again nice and open. You'll have noticed, particularly the kind of the top players, they like to keep the board open when they're behind, because the last thing you want to be is a long way behind on a blocked board. And then Dylan with a rack of DINOPSV.
Tricky.
Yeah, almost good. If his N was an E, you'd have Vespoid for a massively high score, but unfortunately not.
I'm surprised they didn't add POV to the dictionary with all the like internet gaming lingo.
That's true.
I hear POV a lot from my 13-year-old.
Yeah. So it's got a few options, things like endow onto the W if he wants. He could do inspo with eatery, probably not worth the score though. Power wins or pounds, POWNDS, through the W's pretty nice, keeps IV. Shame he doesn't have an E for nosedived, but anyway.
That would have been awesome.
Things like VoIP, but not really any great place to play that. As people have mentioned, he's pretty close to extending the equate. So things like co-equate or adequate were the ones that I've kind of mentioned. So he's one that off both of those. And you could kind of almost make an argument for power wins instead of pounds, holding the D. If you draw an A, then it's just an easy, 54 points for adequate. So pretty decent. does all of those moves does leave that kind of double spot above warrior open, but I think with his rack, you're not going to be able to easily block those. We're also taking up eatery spot, so
Yeah.
tricky. I mean, you've also
Taking his time.
yeah, because there's lots of options. Like you can
Mm.
even think about things like onto the with equated and like DY type options, or whether you just kind of play for more leave, or yeah, quite a few things. Even just things like Vespid, but still not really worth it. Okay, so he's decided to take out that double spot, which is fair. VIS not bad. Yeah, we'll see. And I guess that's kind of the benefit of Lewis playing words like warrior. It is just keeps it so open that you can't block all of them, or at least not quickly. So
Yeah.
Lewis now has OORRISL. A little bit too much of the same. Looks like he's lining up for Drool, which seems like a good option. Dolor will also fit there. DOLOR. ISR. The best leaf you're going. Well, it's the best leaf you'll be able to get with this rack. So good option. It's
And
close to things.
Dylan has picked up an AD for adequate if he decides to do that.
Nice. So ADINOSV. Close to. Have to wonder about bonuses. The hour's not available. I guess good for Lewis that he didn't play Dolor, or otherwise Dylan could have responded with Virandos. Is there anything else? Close. Oof, he's one that I'm having Adval Sun as a triple, which I'm sure Dylan would have loved. But not quite.
There's nothing down to the ED of that overlap with equate and body.
You would definitely be thinking about it. I'm not seeing anything specifically. I mean, if he's spotted adequate, you just take your huge points and then try and bonus next turn.
Yeah.
Most likely, unless you something else that I haven't seen. If you don't see adequate, it's a bit becomes a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
Other options, I mean, you've got things like ovoids off the O of Drool, but not great. Or avoid under body, but all not particularly great. Woad, but nothing hugely great. Oh, yep. Thinking of a good option of disavow onto the W of warrior.
Yep.
Good turnover, good score, keeps it reasonably open, takes out the adequate spot, which he's probably not specifically thinking about, or he would have probably seen adequate.
I think he would have played that.
But even then, you can make an argument disavow has definitely pros. The longer turnover and kind of potentially slightly better leave may even be better than adequate anyway. But
that's drawing a challenge, is it?
Yeah, so extra 5 points.
Okay. So I thought that was a reasonably known word.
Yeah, well, always a bit tricky, and even words that you're pretty confident of in usual situations under such a high stress, high pressure situation.
Totally. And sometimes you see a word like THE, and you're like, "Is that a word?" And it's like, it's a common word. You forget. So yeah.
And he's got an N, so maybe if he gets IG, as I pointed out, he can get disavowing for a nice, nice long word.
Yes. Disavowers. Oh, disavowers is good.
Nice.
He actually has that too.
Very good.
I don't know if he'd want to give up his letters for it though.
Probably not. So as you've mentioned, he's got LAIRISE on his rack.
Yes. But will it go down? Ah, yes, of course. There we go.
Yeah. It's fairly sad when you've got such nice letters to not be able to get more than that. But unfortunately, you have to take it.
Opens up quite a lot of opportunity for Dylan to score well.
Yeah, the other option is Raillies, Raillies through the L of drool, but that's also not amazing.
Yeah.
May have been worth it because you're only getting like within like 5 points different. Gives it slightly less, keeps it slightly more open. But I mean, this could easily work out well for Lewis. Oh, that is so nice for Dylan. I mean, he would have had it either way. And I guess he'll get slightly less this way. So Dylan has a lovely clunky rack of JLNNUIE. But if anybody likes cooking, you might find a good option for him.
There's a good challenge. Yes. Someone in the chat has found it.
And the very right pointed out he could have got it for a very, very high score if Lewis had played it elsewhere. So it looks like Lewis has done the perfect move by preventing the ED spot.
Yes.
I guess we'll see if Dylan finds it. I suspect he will, but I guess sometimes in situations like this, the hardest challenge is looking for a word because you're oh, this is such a clunky wreck. But once you start looking, you're like, oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah. I feel like Dylan would. I feel like he would pull it out.
I expect him to. There it
we
goes.
go.
So he's playing Julienne, Julienne. And Lewis is considering it. And understandably, Lewis is giving it a challenge.
Yeah, fair enough.
I know certainly as a 20-year-old man, I also did not know about cooking or julienning, so probably hadn't studied that far yet either. So
Yes.
very valid. Looks like a very odd word, but it is good.
Yeah.
Ooh, and on a plus, Lewis has got a lovely overlap next to it. If he doesn't have a bonus, which he might. So Lewis in a unfortunately similar position to last game, being a fair way down, and with Dylan being double his score.
Yeah.
So lovely, good rack though. HANTARS. So is there anything? Looks like it should be, but not really.
No, I don't think
a few
so.
8s. So with a C, you've got things like trash can. And then, as that person's mentioned in chat, the lovely spot alongside there to try and get a good score. So there's a few options for Lewis. Looks like he's thinking about AH with the lovely abhor, but also alongside the Julienne, if he knows it and spots it, he's got a lovely parallel, which will get him probably like 60. But we'll see. So a few options. So the lovely word that Lewis has is Hansa, HANSA. If you don't spot that, other options, as he was thinking about, is AH with abhor. Keeping TRANS, which is a lovely rack, especially when you've got an I to float through. Your other option is that you could do things like THAR alongside the JU spot of Julienne to try and kill that a little bit.
Yep.
It's, I guess, when you're this far behind, you'd, in a lot of ways, you're trying to conserve the letters. So AH is quite useful from that respect because you don't want to be kind of constantly playing off like 6 letters at a time if you're this far behind, because the game will finish before you can catch back up.
Yeah.
But yeah, tough position for Lewis.
Yep, definitely.
Still HA options to choose from. So he's either got next to the Julienne and he's decided to go for it above the Larais. May not have seen the tricky spot for abhor. Still good option, good leave. Shame that he didn't get the Hansa, but we'll see how it goes.
He's got
Dylan,
the A for the hook.
yeah, Dylan will probably be fairly happy with his pickup. FGVHAS blank. So options, and very useful having that last blank now.
I like the blank AS. I don't so much love the left-hand side of the pickup.
Yeah, it's so lots of different options to choose from. So a fairly good one is things like just FAV, F-A-V, and that's what that just opened up. Keeps SHG blank. The other option, you could do something like Fash with Eatery, but not GV blank, not the greatest. Or if you wanted things like Shag or Vag next to the Julian spot, yeah, I think.
Yeah, Fash is a good score. I don't mind that.
Yeah, but I guess the thing with if you do Fav, you hold your SH anyway, so you can do it next turn with Gash or Gush, or a lot of things will end with that. Or if you're not bonusing, but SHG blank with this many floaters, reasonable chance you're just going to bonus back. And you'd still, although you think you might be blocking it with the Fav, you haven't actually, because you can still very easily do an SHING bonus alongside it with Favs and Ha. So actually, yeah. But we'll see. As we've always seen, no matter what you choose, it can always go very well or very wrong.
There's no kind of fish, a vag fish, a vog. No.
It's always you always have to think about the fish words
It's a
because
very
there's
strange
so
one.
many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes in situations like this, although the letters don't look that great, you've actually got so many good options to choose from. It's finding the best one, and the best move will sometimes vary depending if you're ahead or behind. So obviously, being this far ahead, you want to be trying to block it a bit if you can. But regardless of if you're ahead or behind, you always want to be getting a good score.
Yep. Well, that is a. Oh no, he isn't.
So
Deciding, thinking about it.
And now it's left Ash on the board.
And Lewis is just Lewis is like, yes, play down in that corner.
Get the clock. Get the clock. Situations like this, you wish your opponent would accidentally finish their turn. So he's Dylan is planning to put something in front of his ASH in the bottom left, presumably.
Yeah.
He's currently just sitting with Ash, which will leave him a lack of GVF.
Like surely he would play the F, would he not? Why is he playing the G?
Yeah, I think it's probably a situation of it's the pressure getting to him, and like in situations like this, he's probably not 100% on Fash at the moment.
Also the F, and the F can hook off Disavow and it can hook off the bottom of Julian, whereas the G can't hook off either of those. So maybe it was a hooking decision.
Yeah.
Right, now Lewis had tartans on his rack before, but I didn't see him actually lay Tentras out.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, TARTANS on his rack and a lovely double that will fit.
It would be amazing if he sees it.
With Tantras. What else?
He has not seen it. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's disappointing, but the spot's still there, and he's still got similar letters and even an extra spot to play. So he's fallen pretty far behind, though.
Yeah, that's disappointing for Lewis. I'm sure he's not going to be, feeling a bit sad about all this, but let's see how he goes. Dylan with a fairly clunky rack, EEI FGV blank, so got some nice vowels. So a few different options. Yes, that's a good reason to keep your F. So he's probably considering that last turn too. So he's played FINE through Julie N for a good.
Very nice.
Good score.
Amazing.
Keeping VG blank.
Great. That's awesome.
Other options to think about would be FIVE under the T of Taj to block the top part, but it's probably worth it. Just take the score.
I think so. Yep.
And Lewis has got a rack. He picked up, nice letters, so he's now got banters on his rack. A few options, things through the O, like baronets. Parentals won't play through the L.
Yeah.
just banters up the top.
Yeah.
With S2 is
Yeah.
an option.
You need something that ends in AB. A 7 ending in AB. Yeah.
Would be nice.
But no.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm not seeing any great better options. At least by kind of coming back with his bonus, that'll at least give him a chance. And I mean, from his perspective, there's still a blank and some other heavies and chances to kind of come back. And
Yeah.
I guess with keeping the board this open, even kind of being this far down, you've always got the chance of being able to kind of come back if you kind of if things fall your way. So he's going for baronets through the O of Drool.
Okay. Yep.
Fairly safe. Keeps the nice open spots up the top open.
Yeah.
And Dylan with rec of ERGUXV blank.
He needs Exuvia. But that's not quite there for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does from this one. I mean, at this kind of position, you'd be wanting to try and keep the board fairly blocked if you can. So trying to take out the top right potentially, or even the top left.
Yeah.
There's a few ways you could do that. You could do kind of things like you could do things like Vug, but that's not really great. I think Gled. You could do Vug with Gled is a reasonable option. Doesn't take out the Taj spot, but at least you've taken out the H double spot, which is the highest scoring one. If you wanted, you could even do something like Tux, just UX, keep GRE blank, and makes it hard, and then you leave yourself with the ING bonus lane there with the GHI.
Tux is a great idea because it takes out the, the bingo would have to end in an A, so it sort of takes out the T and that double spot.
Yeah. Other option you've got, you could do ERUV through the U, gets you a bit of score, but still keeps it a bit more open.
Yeah.
So he's gone for Vug for a decent score. Keep hold to the X, which is always good for scoring back with. So yeah, good. Or he might just get a massive score alongside the Julienne with it. Oh, that's quite a nice rack for Lewis, but unfortunately his bonus has now been blocked. So it seems like it was a good option to have played Thatch rather than Tux. So just making sure I'm not making it up. Oh, sorry, I'm making it up. Don't mind me. A word that is a word, but not in Scrabble. But Pack, good score.
Yeah.
Opens it up. Well, keeps it open-ish. Way to get
Ish.
it.
Ish. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
well, I don't
clock's
know
a T.
actually
You
if
can still
that
play.
does. I think
You can
that's
still play
closing
above
it
the
off.
T.
You can play above the
Yeah.
T, but
You've got
he
the
doesn't
option
have
to
an
open
O
up
for the.
Yeah, it's not great. Like
Yeah.
it's not great for opening it, but you need the
No.
score, so
Yeah.
you have to
Fair
do
enough. Fair enough.
it. And Dylan with a rec of FOIGEX blank. So probably yes, the person in the chat has my thoughts too. Very medical, normal word, but not allowed in Scrabble.
I
Probably,
don't know that one.
I guess this situation use reasonable, so close to bonuses with compounds. I'm not seeing anything like obviously almost firebox or fairbox. Probably worth just burning your blank, take the score, get so far ahead. But we'll see what happens because he's alongside the Julienne.
Yeah.
So things like Foxier is probably going to be the way to go. Just burn through the tiles so that Lewis has no chance to get the number of bonuses he needs to come back.
Yeah, sure. He is sitting on a bonus playable at the moment, so but it does open up the top. So yeah.
Yeah, and I guess other options for Dylan is if he wants, he could do things like Oxer,
Yep.
or even things like Forge in the top left, which takes out the 7 but gives easier 8s. You can make arguments for kind of either of them, but decent to get score. And I mean, that holding that blank gives him plenty of flexibility. So
Yes.
cool.
Yep.
And down comes action.
And bearing in mind, though, that Lewis not only needs to win, he needs to win by 85 points. So it's not just coming back to, to Dylan's level. It's going well beyond that. Tough.
Yep. And Dylan picked up WOZN to go with his FG blank. So a few things, I guess. Ultimately, you just need to take out the top left. You can't let him triple back.
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, you're probably going to lose a bit of spread when you do this, but you kind of have to. So probably just something like, well, maybe even something like WAZ around the A. They'll get something off the C, but you can still bonus there, which is a bit unfortunate. You could think about using a blank and do Stown, like Stone, STOWN. Or whether you can find some other way to take that out. But I mean, at this stage, that's your only real threat of losing, is if they go there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you don't have any vowel that goes along next to the T. But
yeah.
oh, actually, never mind. Just do your massive 70-point move instead. So tousing off the T will be quite nice.
Tousing, is that a verb?
So you've got TOWZE, TOAZE, TOUZE.
That is a verb.
All
Yeah,
verbs.
yeah. That's great.
So yeah, it achieves all of your goals. Massive score, blocks the T, blocks the other bonus lanes.
The whole board. That's
makes Lewis even sadder. Oh, there's almost none left as well. So another reason. I mean, with that, with the score, you do risk. I guess there is the risk that if he bonuses out and catches you with all those heavies, you'd be stuck. But if you do towersing, you're only going to have like 3 letters left. Even if he bonuses with kind of the difficult letters that are unseen, then you're still going to be fine. Interestingly, probably about the only real unseen bonus is something like Mameluke, but good luck getting that and having that left open. MAMELUKE.
It's interesting because I don't feel like these guys have played an unbalanced game time-wise, but if you look at the clocks, Lewis still has 16 minutes and Dylan is down to 6. Crazy.
Yeah, interesting.
Time flies when you're playing Scrabble. At least it does for me, not for my opponents. They just sit there waiting.
Oh, wow,
Okay.
that's
interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think that may actually lose to Mameluke if Lewis had one slightly different letter. So if the D was an M, he could have bonused out and potentially won.
Mameluke. What is a Mameluke?
Oh, it used to be like a camel rider in one of the old days, I think.
Mameluke. Yes, a member of a military class ruling Egypt. Cool.
But unfortunately, he does not quite have that.
Not have that. Oh.
Because I think that, it's only, less than 100 behind, so Mameluke would have won. So, potential interesting miss from Dylan.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe he didn't see the tousing and then he
definitely.
He just wanted a better pickup with his last 2 tiles.
Yeah, interesting.
But there was an H left. I really like that abhor option down the middle there.
Oh well, let's see what Lewis does. Not going to be able to outscore Dylan.
No.
And presumably not any other bonuses that are in this rack. No 7s or 8s, as you would expect. So Lewis has keeled over,
Yeah.
giving UM to go out next turn. But still
It's
very
so
well
hard.
played.
It's like I
Lewis.
so want both of these players to win, you know? Like, I'm gutted for Lewis, but then I'm also thrilled for Dylan, and yeah.
Yeah, and oh, it looks like someone's done the addition and looks like Mameluke loses by 5. Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. Yeah, but I guess still, regardless of the kind of outcome of these last 2 games, Lewis has done incredibly well, second in the Nationals against an incredibly tough field. So fantastic. And clearly, with the rate at which he's increasing, it's definitely improving. It's next year is going to be even better chance at him coming off as the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And did I see, I was looking at the player histories and it said that Lewis hasn't played national since 2019.
Yeah, he's been out out of Scrabble for a while. I think he's just come back in the last kind of year or 2.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
Often tends to be the way you start playing as a kid and then life gets in the way. But then the great thing about Scrabble is you can always kind of come back later because, yeah,
yeah.
it's not a physically strenuous sport. It's great that he's back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Right.
Dylan's playing Fawny, getting rid of most of his heavies.
Yep.
Could have also used his blank and played Comfy if he wants. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's got things like Orphe. He's doing Few. Okay, so to go with Few. Fair enough.
Mm.
And Lewis has done UM to go out and finish off the game. And getting FNWY blank off Dylan. Cool. So, well played to both of them, particularly over the course of the tournament. I'm sure many people would have seen lots of Lewis's games, and they've always been they've never been one-sided. There's always been a chance where he can kind of come back and make it happen. And clearly, he's been doing incredibly well to have won most of his games. So
Yep,
very well.
absolutely. Well, Dylan will be feeling happy after his win at the Masters and now his win at the Nationals.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll
And
crack a smile this time.
It's been a while for Dylan for at the Nationals. Looking back into it, it looks like it's been quite a few years since he's actually won. And actually, I think this is the first win he's had in the 3-day format.
Yeah.
So his last win was in 2018. And he had a couple of second places in recent years. So 2021, 2022, he came second.
Yeah. Hey,
Hi,
Dylan. Congratulations.
Well done. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so you were which was a little bit of it. What did you think of the game?
Well, very well played, as your games have always been on the stream, so well done. Interesting, I guess there was an interesting potential when you did the ZO. If it had one letter different, he could have had Mameluke off the through the A of Texan. If you had MM instead of MD.
Yes, I have seen that, but I didn't see it this time.
I'm sure you would normally see it with off the T. You actually had Towsend, TOWZING.
Yeah.
So you got to get like 70 for that, but
yeah,
not that you need it.
yeah.
And someone in the commenters said that even if with Mameluke you still win, so you're fine.
Yeah, I was. I guess I thought I could outrun him. I knew I needed to have a good enough spread, and ZO would probably do that for me. Yeah, Malamute, it was a good find. Well done.
No, not at all. Again, congratulations.
Thanks, Alastair.
It's been a while, but you've won both of the big tournaments this year.
Yeah.
You're in great form.
Yeah, it's been a good year for me.
Yeah, you can have some trophies on your on your shelf.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
It's doesn't often. Well, I've never won both in the same year, so it feels good. got a bit lucky against Lewis, I have to say. He's never out of the running. He just keeps coming back, and I just got the good letters.
Yeah, definitely. Did you feel pretty confident coming into the game, or you know?
Nah,
I mean, Lewis, he had to win by a reasonable margin to catch you.
Yeah, he is perfectly capable of doing that. So
Yeah.
I was not relaxed until he played.
Definitely. And
Fair
just for
enough.
the last game as well, I'm sure that the ending of last game must have had you so on the edge of your seat.
Oh man, that was just crazy.
Yeah.
It was one I was definitely happy to be sitting back watching the excitement rather than having to be stressing in the middle of that.
How
Absolutely,
unlucky!
and yeah, so unlucky. And we of course could see both of your racks, and we knew that if Lewis had done a different move, things would have ended differently. But
Yeah.
you guys sitting there, there's no way of knowing that stuff.
Yeah, he would have had
Crazy.
unplayable, unblockable bonuses, I guess. So I was thinking, I'm just going to play frame, take as much as I can. I know I'm potentially giving a double-double, but I was trying to minimize the spread really and brace myself for the onslaught.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Then
Well done.
and he had a non-combination at the end, didn't he?
Yeah, final rack couldn't play anything, which is frustrating.
Very unlikely.
Yeah, but exciting games. Very exciting to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Awesome.
commenting. It's I'd love to see what you guys said later on.
Well, thanks for streaming too. You know, it puts a slightly different dynamic on the game for you players, but it's really exciting that you go ahead and do it for everyone watching at home.
Yeah, thanks guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Awesome. So is there
Well
a
done.
party tonight at your place, Dylan?
Oh, yep. Tanya, get the champagne ready.
Awesome.
And I'm sure you're going to be giving out your address for all the commentators on time to come over online. No. Enjoy the rest, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Appreciate it. And we certainly missed you guys.
Yeah.
Hopefully next time.
Next time.
Yep.
Catch you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Also, just as part of the Scrabble streaming, there is a link at the top of the chat, a buy me a coffee link. And so if everyone who's been watching feels like they could chuck in a few bucks, it would be awesome to help pay for the cost of the streaming, and also for help the kids who are heading to Malaysia for the World Youth Championships this year. So yeah, click on the link, buy a coffee for the streamers, and put your money to a good place.
Yeah, and thank you everybody for joining in and kind of joining in the excitement. Obviously, we couldn't have streaming if we didn't have people watching us as well. So fantastic.
Yes.
Hopefully, you all enjoyed and maybe learnt a few things. But yeah, until next time, thanks everyone for tuning in.